I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good news is Amy and I were in sync.
We were in sync.
So, all right. Good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead. Amy, you'll do the roll call this morning. Sounds good. Okay. Mr. Ahrens.
I'm here.
Mr. Brown.
Present.
Ms. DeVore is absent right now, but she will be joining us around 11 a.m. Ms. Johnson. Here. Mr. Kenyon.
Here.
Mr. Klein.
Here.
Mr. Law.
Here.
Ms. Moore. Here. Mr. Smith.
Here.
Ms. Thayer.
Present.
And Ms. Tomasi.
Here.
Madam Co-Chair, you do have quorum. Perfect. Great. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. We have a full agenda as usual. And so we'll go ahead and get started. Our first thing on the agenda is we're going to have, we need to do consent agenda first. Moving along here a little too rapidly. We have consent agenda items, the meeting minutes for December 15th, the meeting minutes for the special board meeting on January 20th, the quarterly people and performance report, and the quarterly challenge loan report. All of those are in your board packets. Is there anything that anybody would like removed from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing nothing, I will go ahead and take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay, it sounds like I have a motion from Chuck and a second from Pam. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, so next we'll go ahead and get into our welcome message from the mayor of the city of Cheyenne, Patrick Collins.
And Madam Co-Chair, it's my understanding that Mayor Collins will be joining us at 8:10, so in about 4 minutes. So I don't know if you want to jump to our next agenda item and come back, or do we want to, oh, wait, I just saw him come in. Great. And I believe Mayor Collins is joining us right now.
Perfect. Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. How are y'all?
We are doing well this morning. Everybody is safe and sound in their home locations, enjoying a little bit of snow this morning.
Well, I know we need the moisture. We just have to be a little more careful what we ask for, right?
Right? It'd be nice if Mother Nature would work out a little bit of timing with us.
Absolutely. Well, I just want to say good morning to everyone and welcome back to the capital city. Sadly, I think most of you are zooming in and you're not getting a chance to see your capital city this morning, but I do want to say I don't envy you guys and the expectations that our state places on you. Every community is looking for help in diversifying their economy, help solve their housing shortage, and develop a workforce. And in this regard, they look towards you for help. Compared to fixing potholes, speeding in the neighborhoods, snow removal, and annexations, I think my job's a lot easier, and I have 500 folks to help me do it and help me meet those challenges. So I don't envy you. But I do truly appreciate all you do for our communities to help us navigate the complex areas of economic development. The partnership we have here in Laramie County, I believe, is truly special. Leeds and the Wyoming Business Council have worked together for years now. And as you look at our city, it's amazing to see the transformation. Data centers, manufacturing, warehouses, billions of dollars invested, and thousands of primary jobs created. Your impact is truly statewide. I have a goal and I think I shared this with Josh, that as mayor, is to create a local economy diversified and strong enough to insulate our city from the boom and bust that we historically see and we feel in our state. And so I'm appreciative of all that you guys do collectively to help us get there. We're facing some challenges and some headwinds here in Cheyenne. And one of the biggest ones we're facing is water. 70% of the water that we use here in Cheyenne comes from the Colorado River drainage area. The lack of water certainty is hurting our ability to provide guarantees that businesses are requiring. In just the past couple of days, I spoke with 2 companies needing upwards of 1,000 acre-feet of water each. Both bring a capex of over $1 billion and provide amazing jobs. So water is definitely something that we're working on. We're trying to find new water sources to help protect our city from a call on the Colorado River and the capacity to bring new businesses to Cheyenne. So anything you can do to help us there, if you learn of something, please let us know. A second one is electricity. I think this one could absolutely stall our efforts. I've met with a bunch of data centers looking for 50 megawatts of electricity to get a project started, and maybe 200 megawatts within 5 years. Manufacturers also looking for electricity, like one yesterday. And our local utilities working hard to try to find those those electricity, but it's a challenge. There's a new transmission line coming to Cheyenne here in the next few years that I think is going to help, but it's a capacity issue that we've got to address in order for us to truly be successful. And then the last one for us is our attainable housing. We have some partners that are working on building up to 5,000 multifamily units by the end of this decade. They're well underway. Many of those projects are already under construction. But the thing that we're really struggling with is the affordability side of the equation. In order to truly build our workforce, we have to have a place for people to live. And I'm trying to figure out what that secret sauce is to building affordability into our housing options. And that's what a lot of my time has been spent on here recently. So anyways, those are some of the things we're facing. I hope that your meetings will be successful this week, that the legislature will help you with some of the tools that you need to be successful, and that our expectations, your mission will align here in the future. I hope you enjoy your time together. I do think, though, that next time you're in town, you're going to have to do a little extra shopping, because remember, you need to leave a little sales tax revenue behind. And now that you're out of town, you got to do double next time. And if you guys have any questions for me or from the municipality's point of view, I'd love to answer those for you.
So Mayor Collins, thank you. And you certainly do ring true of a lot of things that the cities and towns, especially here in Cheyenne, but I know elsewhere in Wyoming, are definitely confronting when we talk about economic development. So thank you so much for those comments this morning. Are there any questions for Mayor Collins?
Well, thank you guys and good luck.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time this morning.
Bye now.
Bye. Okay. All right, moving along. We are early.
Ahead of schedule, yeah.
Right ahead of schedule. So trying to give Alex as much time as possible today. All right. So next is on the agenda is the 2023 Officers Nominating Committee report. And so I'm going to go ahead and Cindy Johnson, Derek Smith, and Kim DeVore were all part of that nominating committee. And so Derek, can you please provide a report out on the slate of officers that you guys had discussed and chosen for the board to vote on today?
Absolutely, Co-Chair Moore. Had some very good conversations. We've got a fantastic board as it sits right here. So lots of fantastic people to choose from. But the slate that we would recommend for this year's nominations would be Ms. Tomasi for co-chair, Mr. Klein for vice chair, and Mr. Ahrens for secretary treasurer.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Can I get a motion from the board on approving the slate of nominating of officers being nominated?
So moved.
Okay.
Seconded.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Lott and a second from Mr. Kenyon. Okay, discussion on the nominating committee slate. Okay.
Madam
All
Chair,
right.
nomination cease.
All right. So we'll go ahead, though. All of those in favor of the nominating committee's recommendations, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, all of those opposed? Okay, motion shall carry. So Ms. Tomasi, Mr. Klein, and
Aaron's.
thank you, Mr. Aaron's. My apologies this morning, are all slated for officers for the 2023 year. So congratulations to all of you. So
Congratulations.
yes. Okay, we'll go ahead and continue to move down the list, and we are now on the CEO report. And so Josh, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. Thank you for joining us today. I do have I think a slide to show, but it's not that critical yet as we go through this. I wanted to talk with you about a topic. It's really kind of more of a theme for things, and I think it's been the theme for the last few years for sure. But I wanted to talk with you about a theme, and the idea is that there are things that are easy to say, but they're really hard to do. And I think we could all appreciate that in our lives, we have a lot of things that we say, oh, you could just do this. And if you could just do that, and gosh, it seems easy to do these things. But when you get down to doing them, it's actually really, really difficult to do. And I wanted to put a highlight on an area of our organization that is really easy to say, and it's really hard to do. And that is something that we provided in the consent agenda, and that is on our people and our performance management report. And while we call it that, what we're really talking about is how do we develop a team that has the right kind of approach and attitude to tackle a really big job. And a lot of people say, you know, culture is the most important thing in our organization, and they talk a lot about how healthy their culture is, and a lot of times it's just words. And what I see within our organization is that it's not just the words that's important, it's us actually doing it. And it's hard to do that. It's really hard to do that. And I'll give you a couple notable examples. One is it's really hard to hire. I think everyone can agree that it's a challenge. We talk about workforce all the time. We talk about how difficult it is for businesses to hire. And it is a challenge to hire. It's an even greater challenge to hire the right people. And nowhere in the organization is the pressure felt more than those folks who kind of lead that charge. And in our case, that's a number of people who get involved in that. But that's something that Hava is always on the hot seat to deal with, is that, okay, how are we doing in the hiring? And have we hired anybody yet for this role? And it's really easy for us to say, gosh, we should hire for culture. We should make sure that we hire the right person. We should make sure that we have the right people, not just the people who have the skills, but they also have those soft skills that are so important. And we say that, and then we turn around and go, but why aren't we hiring somebody yet? Why is it taking us 6 months or a year to hire for this role? And that's when we have to realize that it's actually easy to say, but hard to do, because it is really, really hard to take that pressure when people are going, gosh, we need somebody in this area. We need somebody in this area. What are we doing? It's hard to say yes, but remember, we care about the person that we're hiring, not just filling a spot. And that's why we take longer to hire than many other places. because we don't just look at technical skill. In fact, we look at technical skill maybe a lot less than others would imagine, because we feel like the things that are most important in a team member are whether they're hungry, humble, and smart, what we call the ideal team player. And it's actually a really good book by John Lencioni about that, or Patrick Lencioni, excuse me. And it's something that we have taken very, very seriously, which means that we take the pain of going through a process that is longer, that is more involved, that requires us to make really, really difficult decisions. And sometimes we post a job, we go through the entire process, and we come to the end and go, didn't work this time. We didn't find what we were looking for. We're going to wait and go back after it again. And that is the case in some of our positions. And what that does is it creates pressure for folks like Hava. It creates pressure for those folks who have to cover that job in the meantime. But what it does is it creates a culture of the right kinds of people. And when you have the right kinds of people working on a problem, you have less problems working on a problem. And you have the right people who are doing the right things. And I think that that's something that, again, it's easy to say that culture wins, but when you're in that moment and somebody has all the technical skills, but they don't really fit the team, do we really make that call? Do we say, gosh, you know what? We could plug them in and they could do the work. It would be a nightmare working with them, but gosh, we need to do that. And we don't. We take the pain. And I think that that's really important, because it also says something about our culture that we're willing to make sure that we have the right folks. And so I just want everybody to take a moment and think about that. About half of our team is new. Think about the folks who are here today and the folks that are new to the Business Council, and think about that as it relates to the job that we have to do, which is really, really big. Mayor Collins, I really appreciated that he recognized how challenging it is, and he's probably glossing over how hard it is to be a mayor. It's not just about fixing potholes and plowing the streets. It's actually much more difficult than that. So Mayor Collins, we appreciate what you're saying about how hard our job is. You have a hard one too, but our job is really tough. Every decision we make, we're on the hot seat for. Everything that we do in a community is scrutinized and loved on one hand and questioned on the other. And to do that, you have to have the right team. And I think that that's where it starts. And if you don't have that and you don't continue to build that, it doesn't matter how much money we have. It doesn't matter what programs we have. And it doesn't matter how much support and policy we get. If you don't have the right team to start with, none of that's going to work. And so while we put the performance and human resources things in the consent agenda, I really want you to think about that. I want you to pay attention to that. I want you to recognize how important it is to us, and realize that is a big deal. And it's easy to say, but it's hard to do. Now, as long as we're on that theme, I want you to all take a step back and remember how hard it is to be a board member for the Wyoming Business Council, because it's really easy for people to say, why did you guys fund that project? Or gosh, you guys are doing this, you guys are doing that. What are you doing? And what I think a lot of times it's easy to say and easy to question the things that we do, but it's much harder to have the strength that you all have had, that I've seen over the past 3 years, in changing the course of what we fund and what we don't fund. And if you think about it, we've used this number quite a bit. I think the number is actually, it's growing each board meeting, that we have not recommended about $22 or $23 million worth of projects in the last 3 years. Now, that's not how it's always been. And it's easy to say, well, we need to change course. The Business Council needs to focus more on ROI. It's easy to say those things, but it's much harder to do. And so we've done that. We have continued to analyze projects with a true economic development focus and a focus on return for the state's investment. And we have narrowly, and we will continue to narrowly focus in on those things that make a difference, that create great opportunities for Wyomingites that build capacity at the local level, and that also get rid of those barriers to growth. If it meets those three criteria, it has a shot. It's not a sure thing. It has a shot to get funding from the Business Council. And it's easy to say, you guys need to not fund certain projects. It's easy to say the Business Council needs to focus on ROI, but it is really hard to do. And we continue to do that, whether it's our team who's out analyzing projects and talking with communities and saying, look, you need to pay attention because we have focused in more. You need to understand that these aren't projects that we do anymore. And whether it's our investments committee who dig into the details, the fine details of a project to make sure that there is a level of ROI that we appreciate and that we care for, and that it meets those three criteria. And then this board as a whole to make that recommendation in public, to put that out there. It's a really hard thing to do. I think we've seen that in action. We've seen it work well. We've seen it where it doesn't work so well. And we realize that that's how it's going to be for us. And so when you think about easy to say and hard to do, realize that you're doing that. You are doing the hard work of making great investments with the state's money. A few years ago, when we were kind of looking at this and Governor Gordon came to us and said, hey, we need to change course. We need to care about ROI. A lot of things have been done in the background to do that. But I remember in part of the interview process for this, somebody said to me, the Business Council is seen as the place where you can go easily get money to finish a project. And we don't want that anymore. And that made sense to me, because to me, it made sense that we should use our money that the state has provided us, and we should make the best investments possible. We should make it so that we do create great opportunities for Wyomingites, that we build capacity at the local level, and that we get rid of barriers to growth. And again, it's easy for me to say that, but it's a lot harder for the folks on the ground when they're analyzing a project. It's a lot harder for the investments committee, and it's a lot harder for this board to do that. And we've continued to do it, and we will continue to do that because the state not just requires us to, but we see the impact that it makes when we do that. And we realize that we can do a lot more good impact on the state when we do the hard stuff. So I guess what I'm saying is I want to take a step back and have all of us not pat ourselves on the back, but realize the work we're doing is challenging, and that we're going to continue to do it, and that the decisions are only going to get more challenging. And realize that that's the good thing about being on this board, is that you're not a rubber stamp board. You don't see things and just sign off and let it go. You dig in, you do the work, and you care about it. So I think as we kind of think about this, and I'm not sure if Ben or folks can share this slide on the screen or not. I want to share our strategy if I can. So let me see if we can share that or not. I think that we were able to. Maybe not.
Here, Josh, I can work on it. Just 1 minute.
No worries. We don't have to look at the specifics, and all of you have probably seen this strategy, which has some nice 80s colors, olive green and a little bit of mauve here and there. And we've tried to change the color scheme, but you've probably all seen it. It's a one-pager. And on that one page, there are many different ways that we can help the state create opportunities, build local capacity, and get rid of barriers to growth. There are many different ways on that for a reason, because we don't know which tool we're going to need. And the metaphor is sort of like we're taking off from St. Louis, Missouri, and we're heading west in our wagon train, and we don't know exactly where we're going, and we don't know exactly how we're going to get there, but we have everything we need to do. But that doesn't mean that we use the same tool for every problem that we encounter. And I think our strategy is a lot like that. Our strategy has a number of different ways to solve problems. And we have to use those specifically and carefully for the problem at hand. And unfortunately, it doesn't always get viewed like that. It gets viewed like this. Oh, here we go. Got a strategy pulling up right now. It gets viewed as, oh, well, gosh, my project meets one of these bullet items. We fit the strategy. But that's sort of like going into your garage and pulling out your table saw and trying to fix your car with it. It's not the right tool for the job. Or utilizing a crescent wrench as a hammer. And I have done that with limited success, but it doesn't always work well. And so our strategy needs to be viewed as utilizing the right tool for the job. And I think over the last few years, what I've seen is that we have continued that discussion. We've continued to make decisions in that way, that yes, it shows up on the strategy, but does it apply to the problem we're trying to solve? And when it doesn't, we've stepped up and said, yep, we see that that does actually have a bullet item. That project meets a bullet item on this strategy. But we also realize that that's not the challenge that we're really trying to solve. So the answer is that we're not going to recommend funding. And in other cases, we say, actually, it does match perfectly, and it does create those great opportunities. It does build local capacity, and it does get rid of a barrier to growth. And we're going to utilize this particular part of the strategy. So this is not a, if I fit, or if I throw a dart and it hits one of these, then it works for me and this project will fly through. This is much more of discernment. It's much more nuanced. And that's something that I'm really, really proud of. It doesn't make it easy for the communities and the folks that we're working with, but economic development isn't easy. Economic development is really hard. You have to do a lot of analysis before you decide to solve a problem. You have to make sure that you understand the problem. You have to work through all of the issues that you can, and not just before, but after that project gets done. And that's really what we're encouraging. And I think that that's what we're seeing. And our communities, quite frankly, are stepping up to that. And many of them have already been doing that. And so I think it's really important for all of us to realize that this strategy and our rules and our statutes, they're flexible for a reason. We have to utilize all of these tools in the right situation, which sometimes requires us to do the hard work of saying, yes, we see what you're saying. However, it doesn't solve the problem that we see, and it doesn't quite hit that level of ROI that we all know is important to us. And so as we're analyzing the strategy, one option is to say, well, you know what, let's just cut it way down and really get focused in on what we fund. And I think that we're better than that. I think that we're stronger than that. And I think that we need the flexibility and then the strength to make decisions to utilize the strategy to its fullest. And so as we're making decisions today, and as we make decisions into the future, we're going to continue to do the heavy lifting and the hard work of appreciating the nuance and carrying it on our shoulders when we have to make those tough calls that seem to make sense and seem to match our strategy and seem to match our rules, but we didn't recommend it anyway. And that's because we understand that it's much deeper and much more nuanced, but we need that flexibility. And so thank you all for the work you've done so far. Thank you for the work that we're going to do moving forward. And thank you for guiding and continuing to set the vision for our team to be able to execute. And we're going to continue to get better, and we're going to continue to see the results of that. So as we move past that idea of easy to say and difficult to do, I want to take another moment, if I can, and appreciate Madam Co-Chair Erin Moore for her work, not just over the last year, but especially over the last year, in helping us do just that. So today is our co-chair's last meeting as co-chair. She'll be around with us for the next year, but not to second guess Kathy and to do that, but to support and to show and to provide that experience and expertise that a co-chair has to have. And one of the things, there are many things that Erin did this year, and I'm going to touch on a few of them. But the thing that I love the most about working with Erin is that she understood all of the different perspectives and angles that a project might face. And she was able to appreciate those and provide me some of the things that, hey, this could be a blind spot. We might want to take a look at this and make sure that all of those angles were covered. Because if you don't do that, you could be making a great decision, but if you're ignoring a piece of information that is important to that, you might miss out on something. And so I have really appreciated the conversations that she's been able to pull together with people from across the state outside of this board, with this board, to make sure that we catch all of the different perspectives that are out there, because it helps us make better decisions. Now, I will say, I don't ever want to play chess against Erin, because I don't think that I'd be able to hang. She probably sees the chessboard a lot better than most, and so that has been appreciated. The other thing that I think that Erin has done that was a continuation of what we've been doing, but also really diving in on certain topics and bringing in people for our work sessions to really make sure that we were fully understanding the gravity of our decisions and fully understanding the landscape of really difficult topics. So you can think about venture capital. You can think about the work that we did just this last week with workforce. You can think about how she's been continually asking for information about pathways to prosperity, the work that we're doing there. And all of those things she's brought so that we can communicate it out, not just to our board and to our team, but to the public. And she's invited people in and really started to continue to build that team that we know that are outside of our walls, outside of our board, and in the communities across the state. And I think that is a direction that I hope we continue. I hope that we're able to continue to have the challenging conversations. We're able to have the disagreements. We're able to really kind of talk through the issues that are at hand, because none of them are simple. They're all simple to say, but none of them are simple to do. And I think that that's something that I really appreciate, and I'm not going to miss it because she'll still be around, but I'm definitely thankful that we've been able to have this year and have Erin as our co-chair. And so I thought what we could do is maybe it's not a roast, but we could open it up to other board members to share their thoughts and appreciation for Erin. Thank you. Ms. Tomasi?
Well, of course, I've got a lot to say, but I am going to try to keep this short and not too smushy, because I can't tell Erin and the rest of the board how much I have appreciated working with Erin as the co-chair. She is going to be a really hard act to follow. She was such a communicator. I know when any of us had any differences or any opinions that we wanted to, she would call or she would talk to you outside of the meeting, which is so valuable to all of us, because let me tell you, not everybody does that. Another thing about Erin, she thinks so strategically, as you said about the chess. She absolutely makes such smart decisions from that. And people that she's talking to, she makes them smarter. And boy, what an asset that is. What a great thing that is. And in that vein, again, with difference of opinions, she can diffuse the situation with her smart communication and with the clear explanation, so that everybody kind of understands, okay, this is where she's coming from. And maybe I should be thinking that way, which happened to me a lot, Erin. And then I'll, like I said, I'll make this very short, but she was so inclusive to ask opinions and ask, why are you thinking that way, etc. And she acted like she kind of understood and I know she did. I know that we had some difficult conversations, but always we ended up professionally and I hope very good friends. And she just made me a better board member, which is about, and a better person, which is about the highest thing I can say about anybody. So that's that. And I wanted to say this in person, dang it. And I do have a little memento from this year for you, Erin, but I'll give it to you in Gillette. So thank you for everything you've done.
Mr. Klein?
Well, Erin, I hope you're not looking for chess partners because I too am not going to sign up to play chess against you. Yeah, I tend to be somewhat opinionated, and I also pride myself in looking at things a little bit differently. But Erin, you're one of those people that I think really digs deep, and I don't know that I can take as much pride seeing what you're capable of some days. And I've really appreciated the perspectives that you've brought, and you've changed my perspective on things. And I think that's not easy to do. You know, speak to anyone that's worked with me for a long time, and they would probably share that with you. But yeah, you're very insightful. I think you bring a different perspective, and we're very fortunate to have you around for another year. You bring so much experience, and yeah, you're somebody that I really look to for that guidance and leadership, as I've now, I think, entering my third year on the business council. And so thank you for everything. And like Kathy and Josh, I'm sorry that we all can't be there in person to roast you and maybe celebrate with a cocktail, but there's a meeting coming up in May, I think. So hopefully we'll have that opportunity.
Thanks, Mr. Klein. Mr. Arns?
Yeah, so all the same things. I'm a +1 on Alex and Kathy, and also glad you'll be around another year, Erin. And one simple thing I just wanted to comment on is I appreciate that you approach things with enthusiasm and a positive, just a good vibe, and usually have a smile on your face. And so we can do difficult things, but also have a good energy about us as we do those things. So thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Is there?
Ditto, +1, everything. Something I just want to say thank you, Erin, for listening. You're just that art of listening, and you take it to the top. And I just respect you so much, and thank you for serving.
Thanks, Pam. All right. Well, thanks, Erin. And so, Erin, we do have a plaque and a gavel for you.
Yeah.
So thank you for your service, and we're looking forward to another year with you on the board.
So, and Josh, if I may too, I just want to jump in really quick. I've had the pleasure actually of knowing Erin from her very first board meeting with the Business Council in Evanston. And it's kind of a funny connection because I didn't work for the Business Council yet at that time, but I was hosting the Business Council for a board meeting. And it was Erin's very first meeting. And I remember meeting you outside the bus before we went on a community tour. And so I feel very blessed that we've been able to work together. And I've learned a lot from you, Erin, and I look forward to continuing to learn from you. And I know we're going to run into each other in junior high and high school stuff. So, yeah, right.
Well, thank you, everybody. I will say that it has been an honor to serve on the Business Council Board and in the role of co-chair over this last year. And I just want to say, you know, the Business Council in its existence of 20 years is really impressive and part of, I think, the unique aspects that allows the council to change and address the issues of what's going on is because of this board. You know, the setup of the staff and the structure and the board allows some great flexibility and some great input from some amazing business leaders across the state. And I think there's just such unique elements of that that really help Wyoming. And I'll tell you, this board is so impressive. There's not a single one of us that doesn't bleed Wyoming and isn't dedicated and invested to its future. And the staff that we have are top caliber. They have been for the last 20 years of the Business Council. You know, it's such a unique organization, and to be able to sit on this board and contribute to that and you know, help hopefully make some impacts and carry on the strategy of co-chairs before me and be able to take things, you know, investments of venture capital and stuff that we've wanted to do for years, finally getting the opportunity to bring those to fruition. It's just a really cool, it's a really cool position to have and to be involved in, and just to sit on this board is amazing. And I thank you all, because the dedication and energy that you each have and bring to your position helps elevate me and excite me and, you know, helps drive everything. And so thank you so much for everything that you do and for this last year. I feel we've done some amazing things that have built on years before, and I just look forward to what's yet to come. So, and thank you all for the very kind words. So, and I look forward to the challenging conversations that we will all have as well in the next year. And Kathy is going to be an amazing co-chair that will build and evolve off of here, and the next slate of officers with Alex and Eric and team will be, it's going to be amazing. So thank you all and good luck to you.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for all of your hard work. And again, you're not off the hook because you have another year of hard work ahead of you. So now we have a couple other items. We talked a little bit about our team and some of the new folks here, but we also wanted to celebrate that Lindsay Orr, our accounting manager, will celebrate her 5th year anniversary with the Business Council in March. And so that's really exciting. I think all of you can appreciate, and most of you know Lindsay because of her work on all of our audits and keeping the books on what's happening with us. And it's not a simple task, but she does it really, really well, and she makes it look simple. And so, you know, quick round of applause for Lindsay, if we could, or I guess it's this way. I'm not exactly sure how you do that, but Lindsay, thanks for 5 years. Looking for a lot more from you. So thanks for being around. And then I'm also going to, if we can, maybe turn it over to Hava, if we could bring her in and talk a little bit about the new folks that came aboard and or coming aboard in the next few weeks.
Good morning, all. Can you hear me okay? All right. Well, I guess I'll talk. We have 3 new hires that I want to talk about, and it really kind of coincides well with the comments that Josh was making about our hiring process and the intentional time that we take to find the right people to serve on this team. As you all know, I mean, it took us quite some time to find our East Central Regional position and our loan portfolio manager role. But I'm really, really excited to report that we have those roles filled now. The loan portfolio manager we have a familiar face in a new role who's going to be taking that on. So our own John Wenling is actually our loan portfolio manager now. And I think what I want to do when I talk about these new folks coming to the team is go back to the idea of hungry, humble, smart. Sure, all of these folks have the technical chops to get the job done. But I think most of you, from your experiences in working with John Wenling, you can see hungry, humble, and smart pretty easily in his actions and his the way that he works and approaches his work. He definitely is one who has continued to seek personal and professional growth while at the Business Council, and continues to ask the good questions so that he can continue to take initiatives further. So congratulations, John Wenling. Very, very proud to have you in this new role, and looking forward to more. Equity portfolio manager. So we have, and this is a new face, we've hired Gordon Finnegan. Gordon has a background working for investment firms. In the equity portfolio manager role, he's going to be taking on a lot of the developing and strengthening the entrepreneur financing mechanisms. So think about the SSBCI program, the federal program SSBCI. But Gordon also hungry, humble, and smart. Beyond his investment firm experience and his board member responsibilities that he's had in different entrepreneur communities, he's got a heart and a soul for Wyoming and strengthening the networks of entrepreneurs within the state, and really is just a joy to be around. And I think a little bit crazy. He claims to be an ultra marathoner, so you might want to ask him about that. Finally, last but certainly not least, is the East Central Regional Director that we've hired. His name is Drew Dietrich, and he will be relocating here from North Carolina. Drew has an extensive economic development experience working in large and small communities. He's worked in Oregon and Texas, North Carolina, and he actually has just a heart and a soul and a connection to Wyoming. And he's actually been in touch with us for nearly 2 years, trying to find the right role for him. He wants to be here. So he and his family will be moving to Wyoming. He will actually be here, weather permitting, Monday. So we're really looking forward to having all these folks in their new roles and moving forward. If there are any questions about our new hires, I'm happy to take any.
Thank you, Hava. Appreciate you jumping in and walking through all of those. You could see that it's been a busy time, and as I mentioned, we're trying to do our best to bring the right folks into the team, and we know how important each of those roles is. So it's critical for us to make sure that we get the right people on the bus. So this is a lot of work that's being done. And again, our entire team really focuses in, and our interview process is a little bit interesting. And I think it does a good job of ferreting out the right folks, but everybody plays a role in that. So I think that says a lot. So thank you, Hava, for that. And again, thank you, Lindsay, for your 5 years and all the great work that you do to keep our audits clear and to make sure that we have everything in line. And of course, again, Aaron, thank you for being such a great co-chair and helping us navigate some good challenges that I think we've done a great job in doing. So thanks for your work there. And I'm happy to stand for any questions. And I won't mention that we are ahead of schedule.
Jesus. Right. We're building it all up for Alex. So. I will say very exciting, the things that are going on and the new hires that are coming on board. I know I worked with Gordon in past stuff with Business Council on the Kickstart program, and I think that'll be a real asset to have him on board and really helping get that SSBCI jump started and off the ground, and will be bringing some great knowledge to the team that I think hopefully will, no pressure, Gordon, but will, allow that to get going right out the get-go. So, so congratulations to everybody and welcome to everybody that will be joining the Business Council. It's a great organization. And so we'll all be looking forward to having you on board. So, okay. Moving right along. Wow, we are really ahead of schedule this morning. So we have the Wyoming Academy report from Mandy Fable. So if everybody will remember, this is the Economic Development Leadership course that the Business Council has been working so diligently on getting set up and established. And so Mandy, I'll go ahead and pass it over to you to give us an update on how things are going. And it seems like we have a lovely addition that'll be presenting with you. So.
Hi. We do. Good morning. Like many people, we are without childcare today. So my husband had a meeting from 8 to 9, which I thought would work well. But since you all are ahead of schedule, you get Stokes with you for the first 5 minutes. So,
that's okay. Actually, kids make it so much more interesting and it brings smiles to our face. So I will take child laughter any moment of the day.
Great. Well, we'll see if they turn into screams and if you still want them. But it's so nice to see you all. I know we checked in kind of in the very early stages of this project, and it's been such a blast to work with Amy and Josh and Brandon and other Business Council folks to kind of lift up what we're going to be launching. I have a few slides I'm going to share. Let's see if I can get this. Okay, can everybody see that? Perfect. Okay, so we're calling it the Wyoming Academy. There's no acronym, which is maybe the most devastating part of building a new program for anything in Wyoming without an acronym. But I'm really excited about it. Oh, I did put a little joke in here because I know what it's like to be on all day Zoom meetings and it's not that much fun. So I saw this the other day and thought it was pretty funny. Okay, my child just did a jailbreak, so we'll see what happens. So this isn't necessarily the mission statement, but this is sort of what we've come together and what are we going to be accomplishing. Come here, I'll read it to you. Yeah, come here. Sorry, y'all. These are many of the things that came from both Josh and Amy and even regional managers as well. So kind of what we're hoping the Academy will accomplish. You all have probably seen this concept and image from your time in business school. Here, let me grab my kid. Hold on one second. Come here, Jane. Come on. Come here. You want some stickers? Okay, now you just all got like 5 minutes to think about pie. So that's a nice start to the morning also. You probably heard this concept in business of don't fight for a piece of the pie, just grow the pie. And really in Wyoming, it can be a misleading concept because we can't always grow industry. We can't always grow population, things that limit us. And so as Josh and I have been designing this program, you want the pie, I bet you do. We've really been talking about how do we grow capacity? What does it look like to help people who are part-time economic developers really step into that role and embrace it? And how can we give them more tools, more resources, more connections? Perfect. Husband is here to save the day. And really like layer on their knowledge and their connections and their network. So we want to go from saying we just need more economic developers to saying we need more people who understand economic development and may do it in different aspects of their job. So these are some of the outcomes that we are hoping to achieve through this program. I won't read them to you all. You can read them. And again, this came from understanding the need, us trying to define the problem of what we're trying to solve through this program, and also thinking about what can we as Leadership Wyoming offer the greatest value in helping facilitate and provide. Okay, so what will this program look like? It's going to be 4 sessions that will start in June of this year. So applications are open right now. They're open for another week. I'll get to that in just a minute. We will have a cohort of about 30 people like you saw on the last slide, and we will meet in these 4 communities between June and April. And the plan is to spend 2.5 days in each area, 1 full day in a larger community, a half day, or sorry, another full day in a smaller community, and then a half day that we can play with different topics, speakers, experiences, etc. And then on the bottom half of this slide are some of the types of things that will be included in the experience. So for those of you who are familiar with Leadership Wyoming, which I know as many people in this room, the actual sessions themselves will have a similar pace, a similar flow, similar types of experiences, but the focus will be a little bit more around community development, economic development, and then also helping these leaders with real world situations that they might be facing in their own community, and brainstorming, problem solving, providing resources. And certainly we have found that a lot of the secret magic of Leadership Wyoming is the informal time, this network that gets developed and people you can call upon in times of need and just to have ideas and brainstorm. And so that will also be built into it. The team that's going to deliver this, so Leadership Wyoming is taking the lead on the operations of it. We're doing all the planning, all the logistics, running it, but the actual unified team when we deliver this programming will be Josh, myself, Amy, and my assistant director, Linda, as well as Scott Bollier. If any of you have had the opportunity to meet him, he's the new dean of the University of Wyoming College of Business. He's an economist by training, so he will get to kind of provide some unique perspective through his background in economics and also just having connections through resources at the College of Business as well. So Josh and Scott and I all got together, gosh, last week it was, and had really a nice time kind of talking about what this program is going to look and feel like. Something a lot of people have been asking, what are you going to teach? What are the topics going to be? This isn't a finalized list or any sort of finite thing that will definitely be the case, but these are the types of topics that we want to introduce throughout the program. So each session will have 2 to 3 topics around economic development specific to Wyoming. So we want to talk about economic concepts broadly, but then we want to narrow them down to what does this mean for Wyoming? What does this mean for our largest communities like Cheyenne and Casper? What does this mean for our smallest communities like Powell and Kemmerer? And how does each of these communities build in that community resilience that we all want and hope to build, but how can these people actually be boots on the ground to do that? So hopefully this has you intrigued. Maybe these are some classes you might want to attend. We think it'll hopefully be really engaging conversations throughout. Things that people have been asking me. So before we get to Q&A, I'll just throw them out there. As I mentioned, it'll be about 30 people. We're aiming for half graduates of Leadership Wyoming and half not graduates. And the reason for that is we have a network of nearly 1,000 graduates that's really easy and great to tap, to pull in, to kind of add some commitment and some people who've been through this style of programming before. But we don't want it to be only limited to that because we think there are lots of great people doing economic development who can benefit from this program. So that's why we're kind of aiming for that 50-50 balance. It may be 14, 16, we'll see when all the applications come in, but that's kind of the general goal. We're looking for lots of diversity around the state. We actually have pretty good diversity representation right now in communities across the state. There's no like one corner or one community that we don't have obviously we don't have somebody from every single community, but we have pretty dispersed interest across the state in our applicants so far. The cost of the program is $1,000. We've worked really hard to keep it affordable and accessible so that hopefully even the town clerk from a small community could apply and have it be covered by work. Travel and lodging will be a larger expense. We can also get creative with people on that if we need to. So we currently have 20 applications submitted and 20 more applications in draft, which means they've opened it, they've started it, they've got a few answers finished, they just haven't submitted it. So I feel good about that number. Again, we're aiming for 30. I wouldn't be surprised just from talking to a few people and having some emails fly around this week. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another 10 to 20 applications on top of the ones in draft format come in. So I think we're going to have a nice pool to choose from to run this initial cohort. Another question people ask is there homework? Is there a project you have to do? And we're not requiring necessarily that you have to come in with a project or be in the midst of a certain type of project. But our hope is people will have these things already in the hopper or in mind, and wherever they are on that process, they can engage with this group and hopefully move it forward. How can you help? I won't miss an opportunity to ask for your help. If you think of people who you kind of saw the structure, you saw the concepts, you saw the topics, who you think in your community would be a great fit, They have a whole week to submit an application. I think people could probably submit this application in 30 minutes if they made the time for it. So it's not a super lengthy process. You can go to our website, leadershipwarming.org/academy. And then once we release the roster, I'm sure the Business Council team will send it out to all of you. And this is something we really encourage our board at Leadership Wyoming to do. Reach out to people you know on the list. Tell them, hey, I'm really excited for you. I think it's going to be a great experience. And then ask them how it's going along the way. That additional layer of support and connection to the broader organization really makes a difference and makes them feel special. And that's, I think, a lot of what we want to do is take these people in their communities who are doing hard, thankless work that gets met with a lot of controversy, a lot of people who tell them they're not doing it right, and give them that morale boost and resources to do it in the way that's going to be good for Wyoming. So I'm only adding to your ahead of schedule-ness. I apologize, but I'm happy to answer any questions that I didn't cover here or that you couldn't hear me say with a loud kid for the first 10 minutes.
All right, are there any questions for Mandy? And don't worry, we've all been there. In fact, Mark was just there the other day. So
With grandkids.
with grandkids.
Round two.
Yeah, doing the juggle. So Ms. Tomasi.
Hi, Mandy.
Hi, Kathy. Nice to see you.
You too. Hey, I just have a couple questions. How are you marketing this? I mean, I know you want 30 people at each. How are you going about marketing this other than governmental agencies? Because maybe some business leaders and communities would like to participate also.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Tomasi. That's a great question. And I would actually say of our 40 people kind of submitted or in the hopper, I don't think we have, maybe we have one or two government folks. Most people are business leaders. I guess we do have maybe some more local government, but sometimes those are people who have a business job and also serve in that capacity. So we have been sending it to our Leadership Wyoming network a couple of times. So that's a reach outside of that sphere. And then we've also been doing some advertising on Facebook and LinkedIn. And then really what I'd say our most effective tool is just specific invitations to apply from myself, from Josh. Scott's invited a few people from his College of Business Advisory Board as well. So just really targeting the kind of people we think would benefit from this, really movers and shakers in the state. So we are not building this to be a rising leader program. This is meant to be the people who are rocking and rolling in their community, and we want to give them the jetpack to kind of make things happen. And so really that's the caliber of folks we have right now in the pool, CEOs of companies, people who've had experiences in trying projects, successfully, failed, all around. So I think word of mouth is probably the most effective. And so using you all, if you have those connections, and then those are the tools that we've used.
So can I kind of follow up with that? What role do you see the Business Council playing in this?
Sure. So I think that as we kind of release the agendas for the individual communities, and again, it'll be the same 30 people who travel through the whole experience from start to finish. And so if we're having a meeting in your community or in your region, we won't have you come to the whole programming, because really this is focused on the group supporting each other and growing together. So if we always have people moving in and out, it can be a little bit distracting. That said, we will always have a social event or a meal that you're most welcome to come to and show support that way. And one of Amy's big roles in this program is going to be, as people say, hey, I'm working on this project in Lysite. I don't know that we'll have anyone from Lysite, but let's just say that. Maybe there's a board member who has some roots there, has some connections there, has a similar path. Amy's going to be our kind of master connector to people on staff at the Business Council and within the board as well. So there may be a point that Amy or somebody else reaches out and says, hey, this person's working on this project. Would you consider being a resource or a mentor, that sort of thing? So we don't have a structured role, but I would say there will be informal roles for those who want to plug in. And if you don't, you just want to hear how it went at the end of the year, that's okay too.
Thanks, Mandy.
Thanks for the question.
Madam Co-Chair, I can also add just really quick that the regional directors have also been sharing and sending out invitations locally as well. So just wanted to add that to the question that Kathy just answered or asked. Perfect.
And I think that's definitely working because we've seen several names come through that we're like, wow, we don't even know this person, which at Leadership Wyoming, we're like, that's great. Like someone we haven't come in contact with who's interested. That feels like it's expanding the reach that we have as well. So that's been a great win.
Josh.
Thanks, Madam Co-Chair. Mandy, can you copy in if you didn't, or can we get the URL again for folks to see that, or maybe just flash that slide back up so that it's on the recording as well?
I think, it looks like I can go to, I don't know if I can go to everybody.
Oh, okay.
I can do it. Oh, you got it, Mandy. You just did it. Yeah.
Okay, if that went to everybody, yeah. And then from there, you have another link to get to the actual application through a portal. So it is a two-step process, but it is fairly straightforward once people get started.
Great.
Thank you.
Mr. Law.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Mandy, I was just curious, you mentioned it, but I might have missed it. So when are you putting a wrap on all of the applications? Because I've thought of a couple people, and I was going to contact them. So
February 28th. So they still have plenty of time. I would say in our regular application process for Leadership Wyoming, we get about 50% of our applicants in the final week. Nothing like having a pressure deadline to get there. So don't hesitate. They have close to a whole week to get it submitted. And if they run into some sort of submission issue and it's one day late, we'll still take it. But if you want to put that pressure on them,
okay.
The February 28th is the official deadline.
Sounds great. On a totally random note, have you found any snow this year?
Lots of snow, plenty to go around. Mark helped me store my snowmobile for the year that we lived in Sheridan, so he knows about my secret, not so secret passion of snowmobiling. That won't be one of the topics, but I mean, it could be. It's not currently on the agenda.
It might drum up some stronger interest now.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, including a snowmobile retreat.
Yes. You might, I mean, the board probably would, jump on to making sure we joined that one, but
yeah.
So perfect. Are there any other questions for Mandy? We have plenty of time. So Mandy, thank you for all your hard work on this and the staff as well. I know this is something that's again been on the list for a while now, and all of the hard work is coming to fruition. So we look forward to the implementation of this. And I was just talking with Amy, and certainly, we'll make sure everybody knows when these will be in your regions from a board, so that you're able to, participate as you can, or, where appropriate. And I think it'd be certainly interesting to pop in and be able to see, how things are going and kind of experience it from a board perspective as well. So, but Mandy and team, thank you all for your work. And I know, I had the opportunity of meeting and talking with Scott over at the College of Business, and I think that'll be a great addition as a fellow economist. He's very smart individual, and I think will be a great addition to the panel of speakers and helping to direct the courses. So great job there. All right. Any other questions or comments before we move along? Give me just a second to get my right screen up.
I'll just give a final thank you for the opportunity. We feel really honored and privileged that the Business Council trusts us to be a partner and to run this program. And we are looking forward to the adventures that it will hold as well. So thank you very much for the encouragement and the partnership.
Yes, thank you. All right, so moving right along, we have the regional director reports. And so I will
go ahead and pass it along to Heather to kick off our regional director reports.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to at least see you all, sort of. I was hoping to be able to welcome you to Cheyenne and Laramie County, but we are not in the donut hole that Laramie appears to be. John Jenks just told me the sun came out there, so we're not there, but that's okay. So it's nice to see you all. I was going to start my report off. I wanted to maybe add a little bit to what the mayor had mentioned. He kindly gave some appreciation to the Business Council for the work that we have done here, but I think it's also worth noting that Cheyenne and Laramie County have been very generous, have had generous voters over the past several years that have approved both a 5th and 6th penny tax that has, so from what I could tell, the 5th penny tax has been voted on every time it comes up since 1978. I don't know when the 6th penny tax became a thing that could be done, but I think that a reoccurring tax since 1978 is pretty remarkable. The 5th cent, just for a quick maybe if you don't know, is a general purpose tax, and that one is actually re-voted on every 4 years, typically used for road maintenance, traffic safety, drainage systems, some of that kind of stuff that has to happen but doesn't always necessarily fit in the general budget. That one was last renewed in November of 22, so we have a few years for that one to get some work done in Cheyenne and Laramie County. What I wanted to just kind of highlight, though, is the 6th penny tax in Laramie County. We most recently voted on that here in November of 21. The total of the projects on the ballot that were approved was about $35 million. Last week, during a meeting that I was at, one of the county commissioners reported that they were estimating that that tax is going to be collected in 38 months. So the way that works is the 6th penny starts, it actually started in April of 22. They make collections and then they sort of make projections based on that, figure out about when they think all of those projects will be paid for. And then at that point in time, they start thinking about what comes next and what projects come next. And typically there's a little bit of a break in a sense of tax for taxpayers in Laramie County. So that's usually when you see a lot of cars get bought, because people go and pay their taxes on their cars when it's only 5%, which is sort of funny. But anyway, I just wanted to highlight this a little bit. The ballot of projects that came up in the most recent election were for things like public safety, roads, infrastructure, building maintenance. The county voted to put money into a grant match fund and a large project fund for entities like Leeds and the Chamber and the DDA to work with the city and the county if there are pieces of projects that maybe can't quite get done, or things that would typically be thought of as more public infrastructure, for instance, an elevator on the parking garage maybe, or something like that, that would help with some other projects and push them over the finish line. So they basically gave them a small savings account to work with on that. Downtown improvements, other community enhancements, pretty much anything from removing Russian olive trees to build new greenway space, to build senior centers, to build an overpass. The voters of Laramie County have been pretty generous in what they see as opportunities to help enhance the county. So why does this matter? And why am I telling you something that maybe some of you have already heard or you already know? Yesterday, I had an opportunity to take our Insight folks around the community and show them some of the business parks in Cheyenne. But we were also able to point out some projects that were done through 6th penny money that help to enhance the usability of those business parks. So for instance, we completed an overpass that connected a neighborhood to a business park and then out to the interstate. So we're helping move workforce along. Like I mentioned earlier, we're building a new senior center, which is something that's important for our community as a quality of life piece. But what's sort of remarkable to me is how the Business Council actually helps to make these things happen. So sometimes we see a project from a company like Microsoft, the county asks for a small, really, amount of money to support such a large project. And maybe people ask us, why would you do that? But if you think about the amount of sales tax that then Laramie County collects from the other things that happen at Microsoft, the sales tax collected on their electric utilities is pretty remarkable, as well as the sales tax that they pay on new equipment and that kind of thing. So when we talk about ROI, that's where the county and the local community really sees the ROI, is where our sales tax dollars, are put to work out in our community and those enhancements that we see from that. This is definitely a way to help address livability issues that maybe, our quality of life things, lots of quality of life projects, which are great to see, but other enhancements in infrastructure that are necessary. And it leaves those funds that the city and the county have available for them to use for the things like the mayor talked about, potholes and housing task force. They have a lot of other things to worry about. So this just gives them an opportunity. And I think it's an important and unique way that our county does really get behind the growth that we are seeing. Cheyenne being location-wise, being the capital, being a hub for government activities. There's a lot of activity here and a lot of growth going on. And sometimes it's hard to support, but again, that growth pays sales tax, comes back around. So I wanted to highlight that as another piece. While you're not all here to go see some of the cool projects that have been done and are getting done now, maybe next time, maybe next February, we are 2 for 2 of not actually getting everyone here for the February board meeting. So we'll work on that for next year. But so that's all I was just wanted to tell you a little bit about, and I will pass it over unless anyone has any questions. So I'll ask for questions first, and otherwise I'll pass it to Kristen. All right, I'm going on mute.
All right. Are there any questions for Heather? Heather, I certainly appreciate you bringing up the conversation around how our communities are able to address certain issues. I think, as we talk about priorities and as we talk about directions and as we certainly talk about, things that communities need, there's going to be a lot more conversation around what tools are available to our communities in order to get all of the things that they need to do economic development, right? And not just economic development itself, but even the community development aspects. And so I think it's very helpful for us to be, having those conversations around what tools are available. What tools are we lacking? I know with P2P, we're having a lot of those conversations around, what tools do our communities have that they currently don't have access to? And I think that's going to be a big conversation, in this next year, especially, and going forward to start diving into some of those pieces. So I certainly appreciate you bringing some of that to the forefront and talking about some successes there and some unique ways of looking at how to solve some problems. So thank you. All right. And next up, Kristen is up for us.
Hello.
Good morning, Kristen.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Kristen Fong in the Northwest region here, and wanted to just give you all kind of an update on what's going on up here, besides the snowstorm and the windstorm. So Heather really got us started here. I think, we're talking a lot about capacity building, as always, and that's something that's going on in the Northwest too. I think of all the conversations that I have over, countless conversations with community members, business leaders, on boards, and attending board meetings with related agencies or organizations. And all of these conversations kind of add up to build stories about projects that may or may not come forward to the Business Council. And some of the projects you'll see ultimately as a BRC project or as a loan request, and some of them you won't. And so, we think about how do we form the project? how do we fit the pieces together in a puzzle to make sure that the community has a viable application when a project does come forward. And this is something that regionals do regularly, but when I think about building a project and communicating with a team that's working on a project in a community, I think about adding all the pieces together, like if there is an economic development tax, or what are the problems that are coming forward through a Pathways to Prosperities project. And so I guess I just wanted to share with you a story of a community recently that approached me. And this isn't the first time they've approached the Business Council to discuss a project. And I won't reveal the community at this time because I think we're going to see them ultimately come forward with a project. But what's really intriguing to me is the way that those pieces come together as we talk about the project and how they're now open to communicating with us about maybe we add on to the application, maybe we flesh out a marketing plan, maybe we talk more with other local businesses and facilitate more community engagement so that they have the ability to present a viable project when ultimately the time is right. So, Aaron, with your guidance on the board here, and the conversations that we've had kind of on a deeper level with the philosophy around business ready communities and how we want to push forward projects that will have economic impact and will make real change. Some of the conversations that were, that basically opens up the lines to have better communication and more transparent communication with communities as they, think through what is their return on investment and what does that mean for their community and what will that mean for their project going forward. So basically what I'm trying to illustrate is that we've got, all these layers that we build up through conversations, through community engagement, and through the training, that the regional directors receive, and through correspondence with our board about, what projects are viable, what projects are really impactful. And so I'm really excited. I feel like Pathways to Prosperity, the work with the Insight team, as we look at industrial sites around the state, and especially up here in the Northwest, I think it's really an energizing and really exciting time because all these layers are adding up. And I think each story that we add on to and each project that we either push forward or not, we're gaining more traction as we have these conversations. So it's an exciting time. Thanks.
Thank you, Kristen. Are there any questions for Kristen? I know she's spending a lot of time up in that region working with, various communities there, just really digging in and looking at what are some economic barriers and really using that P2P methodology, I'll say, the P2P methodology and helping them work through, okay, what direction should we be taking? What barriers are we trying to address? And how to really get some growth in there, especially in a really, remote area of Wyoming. I know there's a lot of challenges with the Northwest in terms of having a lot of accessibility and stuff. And so really good job, Kristen, I think, in digging in up there and helping really get those communities looking at, what obstacles that they're facing and what problems they're trying to solve. So thank you for that.
Thanks. Yeah, I actually wanted to add the Leadership Academy is going to be a huge benefit to the Northwest region too. I mean, to the entire state. But I think the more layers that we build like that and the more opportunities that we provide to get that training and to get that deeper understanding, the more capacity we'll see each community be able to grow.
Perfect. Great. All right. Patrick, you get to be up next.
Yeah. Madam Co-Chair.
Patrick.
Oh, you don't have to zoom in. Don't zoom in. Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, thanks for having me today to present my report for the West Central region. And, I came into this having an idea of what I was going to talk about. And then Josh was talking about things earlier, and I'm going to pivot just a little bit because, we being regional directors are scattered, kind of across the state. And we do have some difficult conversations at times. And this last quarter for me has been one of those quarters where there's been a lot of difficult conversations around what is economic development? What is growing capacity? How do we do that? What is BRC? What is the future of BRC and not just what was BRC in the past? And so I've spent a lot of time having some of these discussions, and, even though they've been very challenging at times, they've been extremely productive. And I feel like it's really helped build momentum going forward, at least for me and for the communities that I'm working with, because people are now focused on, okay, job creation matters, these high paying jobs. It's not just about, projects that make us feel good, but it's about something, what's going to really drive the economy, what's going to make a positive change. And so that's, it's been really good. And I just want to say a thank you to our team, because we have an incredible team at the Business Council. Heather has been a great resource for me. It's been very supportive. John Wendling, Noel, Bert, Brandy, Kylie, all of you have been really awesome. So thank you so much for just being so supportive. And I'm just so encouraged by that, because sometimes it is hard work, and you get into some of these conversations like, man, this is really tough. They're upset because they think it's this, and we got to talk about this. But then at the end of it, you're like, wow, now we can move forward, and we're all kind of pulling in the same direction. So I'm really excited about that. So that's a big part of the job. And I think that that's something that has to be highlighted, because each one of the regional directors is doing that on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis of like, okay, guys, this is what we've got to do, and really pulling everybody together to work in the same direction. So that's been a really positive thing over the last quarter. A lot of what I've been doing has been connecting people to resources. I've met with dozens of businesses over the last quarter talking about what resources are available. Between the trade show marketing and expansion grant, we've utilized that a ton. A lot of businesses in my region are taking advantage of that, going to different shows, expanding their markets. They've been very appreciative of that. And I think it's really done a lot to, build that relationship between the businesses, the chambers, and the Business Council, because they're like, yes, this is an awesome resource that we can utilize to actually move the needle for what we're trying to do. Connected a lot of people. We talked about it yesterday with workforce grants. Those are a huge resource, and getting them connected with the local workforce centers. That's been really good. The Wyoming Women's Business Center, and connecting people with those folks has been really good. And then again, just coordinating with our local chambers, local EDOs, and saying, hey, how can we help this business? Because I'll get those random emails. Hey, I have a business doing this. It could be mushroom farming. I had that one recently. How do I expand this business? What's out there? And then connecting all the people to the resources that are out there. One of the cool things in Fremont County is that 1/2-cent development tax. We've been, using that for economic development in Fremont County. It's been really neat seeing how the community has been able to utilize that and utilize it in conjunction and kind of parallel with some of the Business Council, funding options and different things that we have there. I had a really cool opportunity to go with Mr. Elwood and Miss Anderson from the Jackson Hole Airport, do a tour of what they're doing up there and seeing how they're helping Teton County, with economic development and the whole state. They've got some really cool stuff that they're working on, and hopefully, we can get involved in that again at some point. We've done things there in the past, but that is just a really cool resource for the state of Wyoming and what they're doing for tourism. And then of course, just economic development across the state. I also want to say a big shout out, Maven, they are moving in. So, that's a big BRC project. They have started the move-in process. Cade, Mike, and the crew are really excited. It's a great facility. If you're passing through Lander, stop by and check it out. Coordinate with those guys. They would love to show it off. We had the Harvard group up there a few weeks ago, and they got to walk through and see the new facility and then go to the older facility, the one that they were in, and see the difference. And it's just like, wow, this is making a difference. This is huge for the community of Lander. So if you get a chance, definitely go visit that one. And then another big thing, I know that you'll be hearing more about this, but Riverton did get approved for a Main Street program. So they're going to be an aspiring program, is through the Riverton Downtowners. So I want to say a huge shout out to Kayla. You've done awesome. Thank you for all your help and support. You're a rock star. But that's going to be huge for Riverton. We have a beautiful downtown in Riverton. It'll be great to see that progress and evolve over time. There's the people that organized it and put it together have a ton of energy, positive energy, and getting to harness that and see that go in a positive direction for the town is really great. So Kayla, again, thank you so much for all your help on that, and for the rest of the team. We certainly have the best team, and I'm proud to be a part of it. And so thank you for having me on it. But yeah, I'll stand for any questions that anybody has.
Great. Are there any questions for Patrick? I'm glad you mentioned the Maven project. I was wondering how that was going. And so that's exciting, very exciting to hear that update. So
it's a great facility.
So, okay. All right, well, we'll keep moving along. So Patrick, thank you so much. And Kylie, you are up next. I am sure there, is maybe one or two things that might be going on in that area.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair and Board for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity. And yeah, Erin, like you said, typically I talk a lot about the big energy projects that are happening in my area, because I do spend a lot of time helping the communities and companies in the area try and figure out how to navigate the big projects that are coming. And I think that's really important work. But today I'm going to focus a little bit differently because I think there are other things and other ways that the communities are working to support these big energy projects. From the SBA's website, about 98% of businesses in Wyoming are small businesses. And I wanted to highlight something that Evanston, the city of Evanston, is doing to help garner an ecosystem for entrepreneurship. About 4 years ago, the city of Evanston, the Chamber, Main Street, First Bank, UNA County Economic Development, Lincoln UNA Revolving Fund, UNA BOCES #1, and a variety of other business owners got together and wanted to look at how they could help increase the local entrepreneurship economy in their community. And so they started a program. They looked around and found one in Alpine, and kind of did what we call, and I say this nicely, R&D, which is rip off and duplicate. They connected with the Alpine community and asked if they would talk about their program that started an entrepreneurship program up there. And they connected. They talked about what would worked in that community and what wouldn't work in the community of Evanston. And they started a program called Jumpstart Evanston. It started 4 years ago. So we had one, and I am lucky I get to be on the board of that organization. And so I'm happy to help where I can. But it started 4 years ago. Right before COVID, we had one full session and then COVID hit, but they have been going strong for all 4 years. The program itself is 7 free business classes taught by local professionals, and the board of the Jumpstart Evanston puts together the program, puts together the classes, finds the coaches, and finds the funding to support the grants that are given to the winners of Jumpstart. And so the 7 classes are how to write a business plan, and they bring in SBDC to do that. They look at financials, legal issues, accounting, marketing and sales, how to expand. And anyone is welcome to come to the 7 classes, but anyone who comes to all 7 classes then can submit a business plan to a panel of 5 coaches and pitch their business for some local grant funding. And it's not huge, but this year they're offering $10,000 to any local business that wins. So I just want to give you a few stats about the program and what they've done in 4 years. They have had 4 full sessions. There was Zoom sessions included in COVID because that's what it took, but they did get that done. They are much more fun in person because there's a lot of collaboration. There's a lot of questions. The cohort of entrepreneurs becomes like this little group that networks together. They've educated over 150 participants. They've financially assisted 7 different businesses. They've gained over $30,000 in funding, and that is local funding, so strictly from the Evanston community. This year, like I said, they have $10,000. And I know those aren't huge numbers, but I think it's big number of people for a community the size of 12 to 14,000, and it grows every year. And so I think that's really important to understand. They also collaborate with a lot of partnerships. There have been over 200 volunteer citizen hours dedicated to the program. And last year, 3 businesses were funded. The small community has really come together to raise all of the funds, and it's for every small business. They welcome everyone to come. Even if you just want to learn about legal concepts, you can join just the legal class. So there are a lot of people who come to specific classes that aren't starting a new business, but have been in business for a couple of years and need a little bit of help. The coaches are open and available to answer and ask any question. And like I said, it's a free resource. So then they make connections and feel like there's a network of support when they are on their own starting a business. The Jumpstart Evanston also connects a lot with any additional resource around the state. So we talk about alternate funding from and bank funding. So loans, Women's Business Center, Lincoln UNA revolving fund. They connect with Impact 307, and this year are going to start launching UNA County Startup Challenge, which is a portion of Impact 307. So they're starting to create a funnel of entrepreneurs where Jumpstart can accept anyone. Impact 307 or the UNA County Startup Challenge has a little bit narrow focus. I've seen winners from those reach out to us to talk about SBIR funding and how that can work. So I think what I'm seeing is after 4 years, they have started to create an ecosystem and a funnel to increase the overall IQ of entrepreneurship in Evanston, in that community. I know this I always ask Heather, is this really my job? But I think this is a part of my job because I do think it's a way I can help build capacity. And I'm excited to see all of the collaboration that happens and the local community really take the lead on their own ideas of what they want to see in their community. I want to note that all of these small businesses do support all of the big businesses that come into our area. And really those are the, I guess, bread and butter of a lot of people that live in this community. So I just wanted to let you know a little bit about the Jumpstart Evanston program. I want you to know that this year, the pitch day for that program is March 22nd, and I'd love to see anyone. You're all welcome to attend. So please come to Evanston and visit. And I would love to take any questions on Jumpstart Evanston or any of the other projects in the area.
Great. Thank you, Kylie. Are there any questions for Kylie? So, Ms. Tomasi.
Well, and this isn't a question, but I have been also involved a little bit in Jumpstart Wyoming. I've been invited to be a judge for it, and I have attended some of the classes, and really the caliber of the projects is pretty amazing and very, very inspirational, and a lot of imagination goes into some of these things. And these folks are getting the help they need where they don't have to scramble around the state to look for it. They get it all in one place. It's an amazing program.
That is fabulous. And building that network across the state and seeing these programs pop up, I think is truly great, right? If we're gonna really help foster that entrepreneurial aspect in Wyoming, this is a piece of that we have to have, and that I know we've been working on building for a while. And it's extremely exciting to see some of these programs having the strength that they do and getting some of the entrepreneurs out there. And Kylie, I mean, especially thrilled to hear about the aspect of allowing existing businesses that are already there, that are, that have been established. However, as most of us that sit on this board know and very well understand, even once you've kind of been in existence for a period of time, there's still lots of questions that we have and things that you run into, and having that support network is crucial. And so I think that's wonderful that your program is not just focused on a startup aspect, but also, hey, recognizing that, in entrepreneurialism, even, years out, there's still new challenges that are faced. And that support network is really what helps those companies thrive and be able to continue on. So I think that is such an asset to be doing with your program. So congratulations to all of you that are working on that. And I think those programs across the state are just so important. So. All right. Okay. And last but not least is Brandy Harlow.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to have this meeting virtually because the roads are closed all of the way around me, and I'm fairly sure I can't make it out of my driveway this morning. I just wanted to talk a little bit about some exciting news in Campbell County and about, we've really talked about building local capacity, but sometimes it's more capacity. Sometimes it's not the lack of capacity. Everybody's been doing more with less. And so sometimes we need, we need more capacity. So this has been a project I've been involved in for close to 5 years. It started with Campbell County doing a higher education market study in 2017. And they saw all kinds of opportunities in Campbell County. And in that study, they were suggested to, or recommended to join the Communities of Excellence framework, which is part of that Baldrige leadership process of implementing projects. And a group of stakeholders met for well over a year and talked about, we have all these opportunities. How can we make these things happen? How do we diversify the economy? How do we help local businesses? But then everybody went back to their regular day jobs. We only have so much capacity in our days. And so about a year into that conversation, that group really identified the need that we need somebody that focuses on implementation, that is their day job. And so I was had the opportunity to be part of that conversation and to talk about, I know communities in Kemmer and Colstrip received federal coal impacted communities funds to hire impact managers to actually have people on the ground to do implementation. And so I was not going to use R&D as Kylie did, but we did. We ripped off and duplicated their ideas. We learned from what they did, what worked, what didn't work, brought a team together and applied to the EDA for funding. Of course, the first application was denied, so we rewrote the application and brought the team back together. And last fall, the EDA awarded $580,000 to Gillette College Foundation for 2 positions for 3 years. And they're calling it the Office of Economic Transformation. And really, it's just more boots on the ground to help bring people together. It's kind of re-energizing the community. They recently opened their office about 6 weeks ago. They hired a former Campbell County Commissioner Rusty Bell to be their executive director. He's really leading the charge and been out there. And really created that partnership across the community. He talks to industry folks. He's located at the local community college, and and then also works with all of our agencies and really does what we all do in economic development, is facilitating those conversations. The office is not just focused on energy and energy transformation. It's more about all opportunities, all of the above. So we've been meeting with local businesses the past 6 weeks. We've toured 2 coal mines, 2 mine sites that are close to reclamation, and looked at what they have out there for buildings and how can we reuse those? Is there an opportunity to reuse? There are huge amounts of power, rail, huge buildings out there. Can we make those into, is there opportunities? At least we're having those conversations now. So we also toured Legacy Innovations in Rosette, which is a small family-owned company that reclaims polypipe from the methane industry. And they actually process it down into sheets of plastic. And now they're making plastic boats, and they're selling them all over the country. And they're finding there's a huge market for plastic boats in saltwater because there's no erosion at all. So just it's been really kind of re-energizing to bring the team back together. And I'm super excited to work with Rusty and introduce all of you to Rusty and his team when you come to Gillette in May. The other thing we've been working on with Rusty and then with Derek Smith, I appreciate his help and his guidance and in Gillette sometimes. You know, we think about small communities and building capacity, but large communities, you know, they just need more and more capacity. And so we have a ton of economic development partners in Campbell County, but they all answer to their own boards and they don't have a dedicated time to actually sit down and talk to each other. So we have introduced the idea and we're facilitating a conversation on Monday for the first economic development partners meeting in Gillette. So we're hoping that that'll be something that'll catch on. And even if it's a virtual meeting, they can actually talk to each other and hopefully build more capacity by working together. So that was my quick report for today. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I look forward to hosting all of you in Gillette in May.
Perfect. Thank you, Brandy. Are there any questions for Brandy? Man, you guys are running a little too efficiently today. So great. Well, Brandy, thank you so much. And I know there's a lot going up in your region. There's just a lot going around the state that's very exciting. So thank you all for your guys' work and your efforts. I know that you all carry large regions with lots of communities that need your support, and we certainly appreciate the work that you're doing. So, all right. And again, moving right along rather efficiently today. We're going to go ahead and we have the operations standing committee. And give me 1 second because we're moving so efficiently. We got to make sure that we have, I think, okay, we're good. Okay, perfect. All right. So we have the operations standing committee, and I will go ahead and pass it off to Committee Chairman Arns.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Our committee's got 2 items for the board today. The first is the financial report. And I see Lindsay on there. Lindsay, happy anniversary coming up. And we'll turn it over to you for the Q2 fiscal year 23 financial report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Committee Chair. I don't know why my video is not showing. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Just real quick, I want to say thank you, Josh, for your kind words earlier. I can't believe it's been 5 years that I've been with the Business Council, but it's been really great. I really enjoy working here. As everybody else said earlier, we've got a great team. I've got a great accounting team in Katie and Angie, so it's been really good. And I'm hoping for more to come. All right, budget report. See, okay, so I am presenting the December 31st, 2022 budget report for our 23-24 biennium. We are halfway through the fiscal year. So we should be at about budget optimum on our general funds. You'll see we're at 7.58%, but that is being driven down by this $58 million business ready community budget. If we remove that, we're about 44%, which is pretty much where we need to be. We had a really great opportunity to get contracts encumbered last biennium. So if it hadn't been for that, we probably would have been at 50%. Looking back at this $58 million budget, we in this last quarter increased the budget by $33.7 million. And that was leftover budget from previous bienniums that carry forward by statute for things that maybe projects didn't use full funding, or we just didn't use up the full appropriation, so we can carry that forward. And also included in that 33.7 is loan payments, loan interest, revenue recapture, things that we've received back to the BRC budget that we can turn around and spend. So we just have to get spending authority on that cash. We don't encumber projects for BRC until the State Land and Investment Board approves. And as we all know, SLIB approved all 6 projects at the beginning of the month. And so those have been encumbered in February. You will see that about halfway used up in the next quarter. Moving down into our federal fund projects, we have a new grant on here. It is the ARPA State Planning Grant. That is funded by the ARPA program, but that comes directly to us from the Economic Development Agency. And that is going towards the Pathways to Prosperity project. In our agency funds, the Economic Loan Fund has an available budget of almost $26 million. And again, that 25 million of that is for large loan projects that we don't show as available cash necessarily. So you'll see almost 10.4 million in available cash. And that fund has earned almost $500,000 in receipts, loan payments, interest held on the funds held with the treasurer's office, things like that. And then we have the American Rescue Plan Act budget lines. These are appropriations from the state and local fiscal recovery fund. And we are as a subrecipient of the state in those. You can see that we've got some funding for broadband and 2.9 million for Pathways to Prosperity. So that is also going towards the Harvard project as well. Moving down to these bottom tables, our budgeted expenditures by funding source are made up of grants and loans primarily. This has changed a little bit from the previous quarter. Our grant budget is at 44% and loans are at. Our line item expenditure summary shows our budget makeup by expenditure type. You can see on our loan budget here, we are very underutilized for this time of the year. We just hadn't had any loans or anything encumbered yet. And that will change with the couple of loans that were approved by SLIB. As for our loans, our net receivable balance is 22.39 million. We've received $1.58 million in loan payments through this first 6 months of the year. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Lindsay. Any questions for Lindsay on the financials? So Lindsay, at the end of this quarter on BRC specifically, what would be a reasonable estimate for where we'll be in terms of percentages?
45% is what I just did the math to be a little bit ago.
Okay.
We encumbered 26 million.
So I think that's a positive thing to have significant developments and significant approvals with SLIB in this quarter. And to have a project like Jupiter go through and be 3/8 of the way through the biennium and not blow the budget, so to speak. That's more of a comment than a question. Sorry, you were asking for questions. Are there any other questions for Lindsay? Not seeing any, so we'll entertain a motion to accept the financials.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you.
And next up, we have the audit report. And Robert, I saw you on there earlier. We'll turn it over to you for the audit.
And thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity to come present. Hopefully everyone is staying warm. It's mighty cold out there. This page, it comes out of the audit report that's been issued. It provides a nice recap of everything. And so when we do perform the audit for the Business Council, there's two areas that we look at, and then within that, there's two areas that we look at. So the first thing that we look at are the financial statements, and we go through and we perform an audit in accordance with government auditing standards and generally accepted auditing standards as well. And when we go through that, we go through and make sure that the financial statements as presented are prepared in accordance with US GAAP. That's the standard setting organization. And so when we go through that, we look to make sure that the balances are not materially misstated and that the information within the notes to the financial statements are not misleading and the information is properly disclosed. So when we go through that, we come through and at the end, we issue an opinion. And this year, consistent with the prior years, we've issued an unmodified opinion. That's the highest level of assurance that we can provide, and it's also referred to as a clean opinion. So that's the type of opinion that you want to receive. Then while we're performing the audit of the financial statements, we're also required to look at the internal controls surrounding the accounting structure. And while we don't issue an opinion on the internal controls, we do bring to your attention if we come across things that we feel need to be reported. And as indicated here, we didn't come across anything regarding the internal control structure that would rise to the level of a significant deficiency, nor the highest concern, a material weakness. And that, again, is also consistent with prior years. And then while we're also doing that, we look to see, are there any violations that have occurred of material non-compliance? So that's a violation of laws and regulations, and we didn't come across anything. So the second piece that we also look at when we go through and perform the audit is we audit the federal awards that you received. Any organization that receives more than $750,000 of federal awards is required to have a audit performed of those federal awards under the Uniform Grant Guidance. And so again, we go through and we kind of look at two areas. We look to see, one, are there proper internal controls in place to make sure those federal awards are operated in the way that they are intended to be operated? And then we also look to see, were there any compliance violations? Were there things where they didn't abide by the laws? And so regarding the internal control structure, we found nothing that would rise to the level of a material weakness nor a significant deficiency. So we've issued what's considered the unmodified opinion, a clean opinion on that. And then audit findings if there were anything to be disclosed, we're indicating no, that we didn't find anything where any expenditures or any of the compliance requirements were in violation of the federal rules and regulations surrounding those grants. So the federal grant program that we looked at this year was the Community Development Block Grant. The listing of federal programs is on page 52 of the report, but it goes through and shows that there's 2.1 million of federal expenditures. The Community Development Block Grant was $1.9 million of that. And so that is, we audited the vast majority of the federal awards that the Business Council gets, and did not come across anything that would rise to the level of to be reported. And then as we indicate down there, there are no financial findings or federal award findings. So the audit went extremely well. I'd like to thank Amy and Lindsay and all their staff for having things ready for us and working with us. They were on top of it. So it makes our life a lot easier when things are in good shape. So things went well. So that's kind of the recap that I had. So if anyone does have any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Robert. Any questions on the audit?
Mr. Committee Chair, if I may, I just wanted to add, working with MHP is great, and we've got a really good working relationship there. And just again, big kudos to Lindsay and the accounting team. As Patrick was commenting a few minutes ago, there is a lot to juggle in our budget. There's a lot of buckets. There's lots of different money coming in and going out. Some reverts, some does not revert. And so there's a lot of different moving pieces. And so kudos to the accounting team, and then kudos to MHP for being that solid partner for us, and always, being available to as we have questions, and then being great professionals in the audit process as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. And yeah, it seems that we've had a smooth transition as well within MHP from Wayne to you, Robert. So thank you for that. See a couple hands up, Kathy, and then Josh.
Hi, Robert. I just had a question about the federal, the grants that you audit through with the federal government.
Yes.
So are we done with the ARPA money audits, or are they coming up again? What's the status of those? I see where you did the CDBG grants, but I just didn't know about the ARPA funds.
The ARPA monies are winding down. There's still some out there. In terms of the Business Council, I'm not aware that there's any more ARPA money there. Lindsay, you might have an idea if anything came through so far in fiscal year 23, but most of that stuff is winding down.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks. And let's see, Lindsay, did you have something to add on to that?
Yeah, I can touch on the ARPA question. We do have ARPA money coming with the SSBCI program. So that was funded through the ARPA grant. So that's going to be a.
Good. Okay, thank you. And Josh.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I might just have Lindsay talk a little bit at a really high level about the coordination that goes on between our agency and the state treasurer's office and timing of things like that. I know that in the past that's sort of, been interesting or whatever, but I just wanted to get a quick overview of how that coordination goes.
Yep. So as a component unit of the state, we are still pretty intertwined in the financials and things like that. As we kind of talked about earlier, we have our agency funds are held with the state treasurer's office. So the interest and gains and losses on those funds come into our financials. The treasurer's office and the auditor's office work their magic on that. It comes to us. We run it through our report, and our report actually then goes into the state's financial reports.
Thank you.
And I want to mention too, the audit report, the full audit report is in your board books.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any other questions on the audit? Okay, we'd look for a motion to accept the audit.
So moved.
Thank you, Kathy.
Second.
Thanks, Alex. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. And Madam Co-Chair, that concludes the Operations Committee report.
Wonderful. Thank you. Again, we are running very efficiently this morning. So I would like to just say thank you to the Operations Committee and to Lindsay and Amy and staff. There is a lot of complexities in the monies, especially when you bring in federal dollars. And it's so nice when we get to go through the audit, be free and clear, and we don't have any board members trying to understand in the middle of, in the midst of all of our financials, what the heck is going on because we have, some heightened concerns or anything. So it's just a huge kudos to the staff. There's a lot of planning and preparation and stuff that has to take place in order to get a clean audit like this and to be low risk when we go through that. And so I just want to say thank you and really recognize the level of effort that has to be done to make this operations conversation so smooth and efficient and quick, because that's not an easy task. So thank you to everybody that does that. So we are running really great on schedule this morning. I'm going to give us just a little bit longer of a break. I mean, it's kind of nice to be able to stretch our legs. And if anybody has to do phone calls, get your coffee, all of that kind of stuff. So we'll go ahead and convene back here about 10:40, if that works for everybody. That gives us just a little bit of time to take care of whatever we need to before coming back, and we'll still be on a good schedule and, no pressure, Alex, there. So, all right. But so we'll go ahead and just take this morning break and I'll convene back here at 10:40.
Absolutely.
All right, welcome back. Everybody got a little refreshed and it's still warm. So, okay, we'll go ahead and move things right along here. So next is the Services Standing Committee, and we have an interim committee chair, Derek Smith, that's gonna drive this for us today. So Derek, I'll pass it on over to you.
Well, thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and hopefully I drive it more successfully than a lot of people are driving out on the roads today. So have two items to report to the board. First one is project updates from our services team members. And Brandon, I think I'll let you take over and run this part of the show.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I don't necessarily have them on, can I please have some of the other pimentos from the service team Olive promoted to present her? I need Jill and Kaylee, Kayla, Amber, and Chance. If they're sitting in a waiting room or if they're already on, that would be fantastic. What we are hoping to do with the services committee as well as the rest of the board is do good reporting on just some of the exciting things going on right now. Instead of a general, here's the entire universe of things going on right now, we want to just give you quick updates on some of the exciting projects that the team has been working on and keep you informed in that way. We don't need any official action on any of this particular report. So with that, I want to toss it to Kayla Clare, our Main Street manager, to discuss the upcoming best practices workshop.
Thanks, Brandon. Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, thanks for having us today. I just wanted to chat really quickly about our best practices workshop for this year, 2023. Our best practices workshop happens each year in coordination with the National Main Street Conference. So that typically happens in the springtime, usually either in March or in May, just depending on when they set it, and it rotates around the country. So each year that conference location is different, which means our workshop is in a different spot, which is awesome. So we get to see lots of different communities across the country. Really, we've been from West Coast to East Coast at this point. This has been a tradition for quite some time. And so this workshop is a Wyoming specific workshop. We bring our Wyoming Main Street program is the one who actually organizes it with other help from Business Council folks and advisory board members, and we select communities surrounding that conference location. So this year, the National Main Street Conference is being hosted in Boston. And so we went a little bit out of the way this year and have been working with the Main Street Maine program, as they have a little bit smaller communities, more relevant to Wyoming, and it'll be really interesting to hear some of the topics and experiences that those Main Street programs have there on the other side of the country. And so that Friday and Saturday, March 24th and 25th is when our best practices workshop takes place. You can see we'll be visiting 4 places: Biddeford, Brunswick, Bath, and Lisbon across those 2 days. And at the time of writing this slide, I had about 35 folks, but we are closer to 40 to 45 now, which is really exciting. So we bring Main Street directors, local Main Street board members, volunteers from those programs, elected officials. And then we do have a few extra additions as well that aren't necessarily part of any of our Wyoming Main Street programs. So we have a gal from New York who's coming with us, or meeting us, I should say. And then we have some other folks, I believe, from maybe Nebraska and some other areas too. So it's really cool to share this experience that we put on for our communities with some other attendees as well. And so I just highlighted a few of the topics that we have this year. Of course, there will be tons more that our attendees will get out of this, but one of the big focuses is redevelopment of old industrial districts and industrial buildings in some of these communities, and learning about what that entails from start to finish. And then also talking a little bit about organizational structure in graduating from a volunteer organization to a staff-driven one. And this is a concept that some of our Main Street communities are dealing with as well, in terms of trying to graduate to that next step of employing a staff person and really taking that Main Street program to the next level. So with that, that's all I really had to share. Otherwise, this slide also contains some of our goals for this year as a Wyoming Main Street program. I won't read through those, but just wanted to shout them out. The goals actually are developed from an annual survey that we put together and send out to our Main Street network. So this is feedback for our program on how we're doing with the services that we deliver and how we can improve on those. And so with the help of our Main Street Advisory Board, we've come up with these 3 big goals for 2023, and hopefully I'll have more to share, maybe in Gillette or beyond this year. So with that, thanks.
All right, thank you. We'll go to the next slide, Ben. Next we'll have Kaylee and Chance to talk about some of the efforts we had at SHOT Show this year.
Brandon,
Fantastic.
real quick.
Yeah.
Kathy, do you have a question for Kayla? I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I do, and I'll make it real quick. Kayla, I could see the Main Street program being a really good connection along with the Leadership Academy that we just heard a program on. Do you interact with them at all? Are you planning on doing that? Explain to me how there could be a connection there.
Sure. I think that there's a lot of similar focuses, like you said, Kathy, with capacity building and training our leaders. One thing that I've really encouraged our Main Street folks to do is to apply and and get interest in the academy, especially, and other leadership opportunities as well. There's a ton of resources out there for our directors and our Main Street programs to access. So that might be the academy, that might be other leadership groups or organizations in Wyoming. Of course, we try to offer some things with Wyoming Main Street, and then of course, there's also things like IEDC and WIDA as our partners as well have a lot. So I think more than anything, I play the role of facilitator and connector. So just encouraging those folks to, reach out to those individual programs. And if I can help facilitate that, then that's my role.
Thank you, Kayla.
Thanks, Brandon, for the brief interruption. We'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, no problem. I am going to toss this right now, I believe, to Chance and Kaylee to talk about SHOT Show.
Great. Thanks, Brandon. SHOT Show. So this was actually Kaylee and Taylor and I's first show, and I have to say it definitely lived up to the hype. There was 55,000 people in attendance, 2,400 exhibitors this year at SHOT Show. From a recruiting standpoint, we had 15 really quality meetings. 7 of the leads that we received are still considering expanding or relocating to Wyoming. Thus far, that last point has sort of changed. So we've had one community visit already. We have another one scheduled for the middle of March, and then another one scheduled for the first week of April. So great return on investment there. We had the opportunity to host 4 startup companies in our entrepreneur space. That was enormously valuable to them. They really had great chances to make those connections to expand their businesses. And, it just really displayed how our state stands behind those entrepreneurs and gives them every opportunity to succeed. The governor's delegation day was enormously busy, but it was great. Governor Gordon got to come with us on, I believe it was 5 recruiting meetings, and those connections are huge, and it just displays kind of the accessibility of our state leadership. And there's obviously tons of BRE activities, and with that, I will turn it over to Kaylee.
Thanks, Chance. So we hosted 3 companies within our Wyoming booth space with kind of that BRE focus. So really helping them get their foot in the door and expand their market through the use of trade shows. Like Chance said, this was a really great experience. This was my first large scale trade show. So really awesome to kind of learn from some of the veterans who'd been there year after year, and just really kind of tap into trade shows as a tool for helping our businesses expand their markets. The other thing too is I think we went into this with an eye of just kind of using trade shows as a way to kind of put a system in place to help folks get involved with trade shows. So really went in and just tried to soak everything in and learn everything and figure out how we can build a system around this so we can continue to use this as a tool. I think that's all I've got there.
Leave now, Kaylee and Jill, probably primarily Jill, although I can't remember what we talked about here, talking about some of our efforts in the indoor ag and food promotion arena.
Good morning,
Jill,
everyone.
and I'll follow up.
So just to kick off the agriculture section, many of you know that I handle agribusiness. My position is kind of unique at the Business Council, where I am more of an industry person compared to some other positions. And so with that brings urgency to really build local capacity. So we work on that a lot through leading conversations, leading efforts, being collaborative on our team. And I will say the Business Council is very good with collaboration. We work together and we bounce things off each other very regularly, constantly chatting about ideas. And so kudos to the team for that. I would say it stretches out of the Business Council as well within industry, nonprofit groups. We've spent a lot of time with the legislature building relationships there through Ron and the strategy team, communicating out our efforts. And so that's been great too. So let's talk about some things happening in the next quarter. We'll dial it in that way, like Brandon said, with some projects. Haley, I think I'll toss it over to you first with what we're doing with the National Restaurant Association and the Taste of the States. This opportunity came to us last year because the National Association of State Departments of Agriculture gave us a free booth. So last year, Wendy and I were able to go check out the show, see what it's about. And then we decided to double down on that and take 4 booths this year. So Kaylee, you want to tell us about that?
Sure, yeah. And I should clarify, NRA is the National Restaurant Association. So food, not guns. That's thrown a few folks for a loop the last few weeks as we've been doing some promotion here. But we're taking a little bit of a SHOT Show approach with this show as well. So we'll actually be hosting 4 Wyoming companies. The first year, we're going to help them out with some of those registration costs just to help them get their foot in the door and just get some experience at a large scale show. So we put together just a super quick little application form to help kind of organize some of those companies that are interested in attending. Helps us sort through maybe who's ready for a show like that, and also kind of create a queue in case we do need to move to kind of a wait list format. So this I think way of getting the word out was really great on that idea of building local capacity. So once we had kind of that form created and that information all in one place, we were able to distribute that out to our partners to share with their specific contacts. We're able to send that out to regional directors to share with their regions and specific contacts. So really a great way to kind of trickle communication down through those channels that we have. So we'll be, I think that closed last Friday. So this week we're going through some of those and just connecting with those businesses one-on-one to see where they're at, make sure they can commit to joining us for that show in May. And then we're also looking at kind of a graduation policy, if you will, so that businesses can attend a show over a few years, and we'll help them out with some of those registration costs the first few years. And eventually they'll start taking on some more of that financial responsibility as they have a kind of a longer game at that show, if you will. Am I missing anything there, Jill? I think the idea here, like I said, is just creating a system around this. So next year when we attend, we don't have to recreate the wheel. We have some steps in place and have just a little bit more structure.
Thanks, Kaylee. Kaylee's been a great addition to our team. So thanks for all your super skills at being detail oriented. I definitely appreciate that. So yesterday, Josh was asking some questions around markets and what is the market driving. And I think in the ag sector in particularly, we focus in on that a lot. And so where's the market taking us and what barriers to growth are there to capitalize on that market, right? So a couple examples of that are, of course, indoor ag. You guys all worked very closely on the Plenty project. Saw that firsthand, very involved. Behind the scenes, there were a group of people at the Business Council working on research while that project was in motion. And now next week, we'll actually be hitting an indoor ag conference to continue that research. Who are the players in the game? What are the opportunities with those players? What are their needs? What are the barriers to getting them here? All those types of things. And this visual here is nothing but a visual to help kind of wrap your mind around some of the things going through the process of looking at exactly how do we capitalize on those opportunities. So when you think about a business early on, relationships are super important, as you all know, and those don't just happen 8 to 5. So a big thanks to my team, our team really, for the late nights, early morning meetings, weekends given up with their families, because that's what it takes to really roll that ball forward. While we're talking about indoor ag, we obviously loop in that local community. So for instance, with Plenty, Laramie will be very involved in that effort. The indoor ag and tech sector will also bring in many members of our team and other state partners as their roles evolve around maybe policy. There'll be education there as this emerging industry continues. So big effort there. It'll continue for a long time. Another place the market is driving us is Food Taipei. So in June, we will be going to Taiwan for the Food Taipei show. Kaylee's also helping with that, with the process and analyzing how exactly do we best maximize our efforts there. This particular process came about because of the Western U.S. Trade Association and our ability to really manage and leverage capacity with other states on missions. Being that I am only one person, we don't have a division that's solely devoted to ag trade like a lot of other states do. So we rely on these type of cooperatives to really leverage our efforts, and Food Taipei is one of those. So if you know of any companies that are looking to expand their market, there is still room. Please let us know. With that, I think I'll wrap it up. Brandon, if you have anything to add or if there's any questions, happy to answer them.
I can't see everyone, so if there is a raised hand, just go ahead and speak up. But if there are no questions, happy to move on. And thank you, Jill. Kaylee.
Brandon?
Yeah.
And Mr. Committee Chair, I just think it's important to talk about that Taiwan, the relationship that we've built there, and the experiences that we're having. I know from a business council perspective, this is international trade is in an area that the legislature encouraged us to get ourselves into and start dabbling in and start figuring out what opportunities there is for the state. I think Taiwan has been a really good partner in that entry of that. And I think it's important that just to mention and I think continue to build on this as we move along, about the things that we are learning. We discussed a lot in committee what the experiences that businesses are having. We've had certainly some success with that office. There's definitely, it's a start, and everything starts small with baby steps, right? But we've definitely got some businesses that are utilizing that and getting entry into there, and also building some internal expertise into that international trade pocket. And I think that's really important to recognize and just to mention. And so, I would say if there's anything that you guys want to elaborate on there. And then I think it's just really important to mention and from a board perspective and what we've been working on this last year and all of the work we've had with Plenty, I think there is a great effort, not only from us and the Laramie community, but also from Plenty themselves to really make that an ecosystem and a cluster, as we say, for the indoor ag. And there's some really great opportunities there. And I think you and your staff are putting some really good effort into making sure that we utilize and that we get the most out of that investment that we're doing there and really see that build. And so I think those are two key projects just to kind of highlight and really show the work that your staff is doing. But certainly, anything that you can elaborate there on lessons learned from Taiwan that you want to talk about, or just some of the small wins that we are seeing in those avenues.
Yeah, absolutely. I can take a stab at that, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the question. And, so the Taiwan office has been, a growth journey. That sounds silly, but anyway, for all of us and for companies in Wyoming to try to sort of explore that market. I think also taking it back to, what do we sell in Wyoming and what do they want to buy in Taiwan? The trade office probably has multiple purposes for the country of Taiwan. They like to encourage states to have those trade offices in there for the economic ties into the largest economy in the world. Why would they not? So, you're all likely familiar with the project we had where we were working to supply Wyoming beef in a consistent manner to Taiwan. That's had, really at the end of the day, fully fell off a cliff during COVID. We weren't able to slaughter animals. We weren't able to ship them. That whole thing sort of went away. And then the hotel that we were serving is being redeveloped, I believe, as condos. So that that opportunity sort of went away, but it's in a lot of ways been a good opportunity for us to look at some of the other companies. Our successes, really our biggest successes, have been in the spirits arena. Backwards Distilling out of Mills has had great luck there, specifically with their milk can product. Services team did a little extraordinarily brief retreat last week to Casper, the well-known resort destination in Wyoming. And so we went to Casper just to get away, to think about some things that we need to talk about, whether it's our grant programs and that we run in the division. And we wanted to talk about indoor ag. How do we start being responsive there, start putting together some plans on what our next steps are there. One of the other things we did was take a couple of tours of just interesting companies. Backwards Distilling was one of them. Great story, right? Like sort of an inspiration, a bootstrap kind of a company that started itself there. That particular milk can product has been very popular in Taiwan. I think it was very popular on the services team. Really good product if you want to taste it. Kind of, I describe it as like alcoholic horchata. It was pretty delicious. If that makes any sense to you. But anyway, so those spirits companies have been doing really well. The Big Loss Meadery out of Gillette has also been doing really well there. Interestingly enough, sort of opening up new markets for those flavors. There's a market for all things American, so people are willing to try. Mead has not been a popular spirit in Taiwan, but has done really, really well there. And we're getting to the point where we're shipping well, not even getting to the point. We exceeded the point where we're shipping economic quantities, multiple caseload, pallet loads of both of those products over there. So that's gone really, really well. And with no assistance from us at all. That's totally a economic decision by those companies to continue working there. But then we've also had some interesting success so far in partnerships for some of our SBIR technology companies. CellDrop out of Laramie, which is a company that originated in the Impact 307 incubator, has had some great success there, partnering and different research there, as well as sales for some of their products that happen to actually have, I think, we call it a first onshore market there that actually is slightly stronger than ours here. Another great success going on there that ties in directly into a BRC project that you guys had funded is Maven Optics out of Lander. We just completed connecting them with the supplier for the Taiwanese military that supplies the optics to the Taiwan military, and completed the sale there. I don't have those numbers. In fact, I might not have them at all, but a great success. They're completely facilitated by the fact that we had an office in Taiwan. And so now a Wyoming company is supplying optics to indirectly to the Taiwanese military. So pretty cool there. Anyway, so that's just sort of the Taiwan office. In general, Aaron, I think looking at markets and looking at indoor ag, that was one of our big discussion points last week. And I think, without a ton of it, we sort of had, I don't know at what point in our discussion, but a little bit of a light bulb moment when we realized, because we went in talking about what do we need to do to make sure we can take advantage of plenty. And that is a big headline, but we also came out of there going, no, we have two different things. Plenty is now a company in Wyoming that is an existing project. And so there's all the different elements of how you put that together. And regional director, with regional director led product there. But we have a bigger thing now. We have an industry, an indoor ag industry. And so then that becomes sort of the effort of the services team to work on that for recruiting, for existing industry growth, for entrepreneurship, and trying to put together when do all these things need to happen. So it's just been kind of a fun thing to think through. How do we need to do this? Because it's not often that you get to develop a new cluster in your state. So I think it's been a great project there. So hopefully that answered some of your questions, Madam Chairman. And we're good.
Nope, that's perfect. And I think really helpful. I mean, there's a lot that was learned through these and the Taiwan project especially. And so I think it's important to recognize that. So thank you very much, Brandon, for elaborating.
Yeah, and we continue to work on the learning from that. I think a huge piece of what we're working on right now is trying to better understand that market and seek new opportunities constantly. So we'll continue that work. So if Mr. Committee Chairman, it's your pleasure, I will move on to additional slides.
Absolutely. I just, and Brandon, to add one comment that I think is an interesting side effect while we're going to the next one. Not only do these partnerships in the Taiwanese market and that opportunity help those businesses in Taiwan, it also helps these smaller startups to be viewed with a larger sense of legitimacy here in the United States as well. I mean, I've talked with Backwards and with Big Lost, and that's one of the things they both told me was that it was a lot easier to go to a distributor that's, say, in Kansas, saying that they had this in place with Taiwan versus without. You know, there's viewed this higher level of legitimacy in their business that helps here locally as well as abroad. So it's a great side effect. So Brandon, with that, please go ahead.
Very good. All right, so the next thing we want to report on is broadband development. And I'll apologize, Elena Zempel, our broadband manager, is actually giving a presentation to the Wyoming Business Alliance right now. So you get me with that. But as you can see on the slides, just want to give you kind of a quick update on this, not a ton of detail, but the programs that we're working on, working toward implementation on right now. Still the Capital Projects Fund, which is another name for that, is ARPA 604, which you may hear. Then another name, which we have added, which is what we'll open the program up as, is Connect Wyoming 2.0. We have really exciting news on the CPF Connect Wyoming 2.0 front. We did get approved for our funding, and you get to be the first to know. A press release will go out sometime soon, I believe, from the governor's office, announcing that we've been approved for $70.5 million in that Connect Wyoming 2.0 program. So that's really exciting. We can finally take some motion there and open up a program. Next steps in that, Elena goes back and listens to this recording. She may have a stroke. I'm sure I'll miss steps, but the basics of the next steps of that is that we need to complete the program guidelines for that program, as well as the application, and through that process, and then hopefully can get that program opened and take applications from providers around the state. Should be actually a fairly simple process to get that done. So hopefully soon we can have more information on that, and maybe even some timelines for getting those open. But really exciting news to finally have that CPF funding awarded to us. If you'll recall, that was actually allocated in last year's legislative session, but all that did was trigger a whole humongous process of federal applications that we have finally successfully waded our way through. So big kudos to Elena, and then also David Johnson, our contractor, for all the work that they put into that. It's been extraordinary. So really appreciate that. I want to make sure to give them some public kudos on that. Next program, of course, that we'll be working on is the BEAD program, which is funded through the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. And I know I missed what one of those I's mean, but you all know what I meant. Then also as part of, or not even part of, as a separate bill, but that will work currently with the BEAD program, our digital equity program. All of this work, of course, because we do happen to have a one-person broadband office, all this work is really necessitating contractors. Of course, you're aware of David Johnson, our technical advisor, CTC McKinsey, which is the contract that you had approved at our last board meeting. They will be taking care of the BEAD and digital equity administration and development of all of the running pieces of that. They will be the face of the Wyoming broadband office, seamless and to the customer. And so we're hopeful to be able to get those contracts done and signed very soon, as well as finally Lightbox, which you're also familiar with, who's doing our mapping. That project is vital to being able to administer the CPF program, the Connect Wyoming 2.0, as well as for us to be able to challenge the FCC maps. The FCC has developed their own maps, which we need our own map to be able to make the comparison. Then we can put in a full challenge to the areas that they think need served, adding on the ones that we think they missed. And so that's a big important piece there. We're fully under contract there and working through the different pieces of that. So that's kind of the contractor's update. Just so you're aware, the administrative funds that we've received to date for this CPF, which again is Connect Wyoming 2.0, has $2.875 million in administrative funding tied to it. And then the numbers there at the bottom, $536,000 for digital equity and $4.899 for the BEAD program. program. So anyway, those are the funds that will be utilized primarily by the contractors to put these multi-year programs together. So any questions on broadband? Also, I can't see any of you, so if there are questions, we'll just say them, please. All right, hearing none, I am going to pass the services report to Amber Power, our Community Leadership and Engagement Manager.
Great. Thank you so much, Brandon, and thank you, board, for the opportunity to just give you a brief overview of what we've been doing in terms of the community services, or what we have been previously talking about in terms of community development. And since this particular position is focused specifically on communities and development, we are looking at it really trying to understand what that looks like, not only in that economic development and what that looks like in terms of our mission for the Wyoming Business Council, and what our goals and services need to be to align with the mission. We are also looking at it to really better understand how we can integrate and collaborate not only within the Wyoming Business Council services team, but then also with our peers and across the Wyoming Business Council, and also with our partners outside the Wyoming Business Council, so that we can align some services to help address some of those community needs. Just as a really quick background, this really came about when I initially came on board and really wanted to understand what this would look like, what this position would look like, and how I could best help support the mission of the Business Council through the community development programs that we did offer. And so just in a lot of talking, not only with communities, doing a lot of research with our partners such as EDOs, with chambers, with our previous, I'll call them clients, through the community review process, and some of the other services that we've offered that have been very successful, getting some feedback from them on what their needs might be in their specific communities. Again, this is community development, so our focus really is fundamentally on capacity building. But just brainstorming with Brandon a lot on some of the information that we've been getting back from all of our various partners. It's actually outgrown the community development services department, or what we'd call the community engagement and leadership, to look at more of a holistic approach. And it's pretty exciting to get to figure out how and when we can collaborate with our services team to create a process that can actually be integrated into communities. And we're hoping to give them the process based on the P2P and the PDIA process that we're learning through that PD or the P2P process in our work with Harvard, to help them understand and implement the process themselves, so that we can actually go in, teach them not only how to identify a particular problem, but then leave them with the process so that we don't necessarily have to continue to go back to those communities. So again, our focus is really to understand how to best meet community needs, obviously working incredibly closely with the regional directors, finding ways to support them in their missions and their goals in their capacity building efforts, how we can work together, and when it makes sense to work together with the regionals and with all of our other partners or our other peers here in the Wyoming Business Council, and to really help provide those services to those communities, to really meet them where they are. We do a lot of strategic planning out of this department with communities to help them understand not only who they are, but really what makes sense for them. But we found that a lot of communities don't even know where to start. Some communities have a good start, but need a little bit more help as we walk through what that looks like when we're talking about strategy, we're talking about problem definition, we're talking about which resources might look like, and other communities are well on their way. And so really understanding where those communities begin to, or what their problem is, and where they need, and then again, where we can collaborate. So again, this really is a community-driven approach. And we just want to, again, work together with our partners and then really utilize a lot of the resources that we have here in the Wyoming Business Council so that we can collaborate. And apologize ahead of time, but synergize some of our not only our resources, but our services that we offer so that we can really relieve the project focus of some of the things that we do, avoid those one-off solutions that sometimes we may be inclined to focus on, or communities might be inclined to focus on, and really, again, provide them with that skill set that and help educate them and engage them in a process that can be repeated as they walk forward as well, just so that we can best support them and teach them how to walk forward and do what they can do best for their communities.
Very good, Amber. Thank you so much. As you mentioned, it's sort of been an exciting concept to think through as we've discussed. It's one of the things we were planning to discuss in our team retreat last week, and we didn't get to. So I think we're looking forward to putting together sort of the system to look at a community. What are your businesses doing? What are your just the whole thing. What's the business community look like? What's the entrepreneurial community look like? All the different pieces that we focus on, what do they look like in that community, and how can we help them go to those next steps forward? So I think it's a fantastic kind of change, like Amber mentioned, taking us away from just a sole community development focus to putting the whole picture together to help community take their next steps. So anyway, very exciting. Mr. Committee Chair, that concludes our projects report, unless we have additional questions.
I actually did have one question for you and Amber, Brandon. When we're into that community services and we're doing these profiles and evaluations, how do we pick, or how do we determine which communities we're working with and what that order is? Is it they come to us through the regionals, or how does that process work?
That's a really great question. And I think that there are several avenues in which we can, several entry points for those particular communities. So originally we were thinking that it might be the community review process. And for those of you, just a quick recap, we've performed about 87 community reviews across the state since 2000. It's been a very successful program, but it's, so we were originally thinking that might be the entry point, but there are a lot of communities that either don't currently have the capacity to embark on such a massive community review project. So there could be a lot of other entry points. We're hoping that we can work really closely with the regional directors as well, because they do know their communities so well and what their communities need. So the whole focus would be really creating a customized program. If we can initially begin the concept or the discussion with those communities on what really their need might be. So if we have a community, for instance, it says, I don't even know where to start, just start there, right? Just start with an open-ended discussion. It may just include the leaders. It may just include a couple of people. For instance, in Sheridan, that discussion includes their economic development task force would be a good place to start. Other communities, it might just be a few people that are kind of sitting down to get the discussion rolling. So there's not really a one easy entry point. It's really based on where the community is and what their needs are at any given moment. And then we want to hope to plug in the tools as we go through and help them walk through that process. So it really is reflective of that problem-driven iterative adaptation process, where we begin with the problem and then we start slowly and start to build on what that looks like as we work with those particular communities. Brandon, did you have anything else to offer on that?
I don't. That's exactly, well, it's not exactly what I said. That's way better than I would have said it. So perfect. Thank you, Amber.
Yeah, thank you, Amber. Josh, I see you've got your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I wanted to just highlight that idea right there, because I think that's a really an important component, and it's also really daring, because when you go in with a program in mind and you say, I'm going to introduce this program and here it is to community, take it and do something with it, you're coming in with a solution when you haven't even identified the problem. And that approach that Amber and really all of us in some way take, but Amber takes with the community it's much more daring. It's a little bit more treacherous, and it's tough because you don't know what's going to come out of that. And it's a little unfamiliar for people. So I just want us to kind of recognize that not only, again, is that easy to say, oh, we're going to go in and do this stuff, but it's hard to do. And we're going to keep doing it. Because I think ultimately then we get down to the spot where we're not pushing a solution, we're solving a problem. And frankly, we're not even really solving the problem. In a lot of cases, the community's solving it on their own. It's not because of the solution that we bring, but it's more about the process to identify the problem and solve it in the right way. And so I really want to make sure that we all kind of continue to see that theme throughout what we're doing, because I think it makes a difference, but it takes a lot of bravery, it takes a lot of skill, and it takes a lot of grace from us as a team, as well as the communities around, to kind of understand that that's a little bit different than they're used to. So thanks, Amber, for putting a fine point on that.
Great. Well, do we have any other questions before we move on? Okay, it doesn't look like it. So we'll move on to our next item, the SBIR Matching Grant Quarterly Report with Taylor. Just as a side note, this is normally something that would be handled in the consent agenda at the beginning of the meeting. However, we didn't get to it as a part of our services standing committee meeting. So we're reviewing it at this time with the greater board. So Taylor and Brandon, we'll hand that off to you, gentlemen.
All right. And I actually apologize. I do not have Taylor on the phone. On the call. He is attending an IEDC course today. And so I will pinch hit for him with this SBIR quarterly report. Ben, if you can pull that up, I believe it's in the board materials that can be scrolled through. Nonetheless, I'll start as he works to get that pulled up. So the SBIR Matching Grant Program has been an extremely strong program in the time that we've had it. It's been a very successful program for the state and for the companies that have utilized this. Just as a general reminder, what this does is takes a company that is doing research through the SBIR program, which is federal research dollars that they allocate towards certain very specific needs in all of the different agencies. A company in Wyoming will apply for those funds and receive them. We then award matching funds to these companies based on the phase that they're in, either phase 1 or phase 2, which is kind of how those projects work. Phase 1 is a more preliminary phase. Phase 2 is more into product development, customer development, that sort of thing. So we match on both of those. It's a $100,000 match in phase 1, as well as a $200,000 match in the phase 2 award there. Fills one of the gaps in funding in the state that we've had with entrepreneurs. It's non-dilutive, so it's very attractive to companies. Just helps them in those very fragile stages at the beginning when they're working on research, developing their product. We focus these funds on commercialization, especially in the second phase when we're doing the match there. I think over time, a lot of companies have discovered that they can really live in that SBIR grant zone and never really produce a full company that makes a product and grows it in Wyoming. So we focus on commercialization and growth as well as jobs with these companies when we're making these awards in there. If you look in the report, in the next page, you see calendar year 2022 did see a marked increase in applications. There's a chart there showing the increase over year. 2023, again, this is calendar year, not fiscal year. 2023, we have so far approved 1. Most of the grants that you'll see coming into Wyoming companies are done through AFWorks, the National Science Foundation, and NASA. We did get the chance to do a match this year on a first for Wyoming, a grant with the U.S. Navy. So that was kind of an interesting and sort of exciting piece there. As we mentioned before, most of the grants that we provide are matches to a phase 2 award. And so where we sit right now, we anticipate 2 additional applications in this fiscal year before the end of June. That would leave us with about 80% of the funds being utilized. And as you can see further down in the report, that balance then would be about $160,000. I do want to note we are asking for your approval of this report, but I do need to make one edit to it. The report references biennial funding. It is actually annual funding into this program. So if the two applications come in that we anticipate coming, we assume we will have about $160,000 left to be responsive to any other applicant that may come in. So with that, that is the report, and we would ask for your consideration and approval of that report.
Fantastic. Do we have a motion to approve this report with as amended, as Brandon just mentioned?
So moved.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, let's go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? All right, I believe the motion carries and the report's approved. Thank you all very much. And Madam Co-Chair, that concludes the Services Standing Committee update.
Right on 11:30 on the dot. That makes the math a lot easier. All right, so we are running ahead of schedule, which is great. We're going to go ahead. Okay, a couple of things. So next, we're going to, assuming that I have a motion to go into an executive session, we will go in executive session to talk about some personnel matters. And so what we'll do from here is we'll go into executive session with a motion. Everybody will have, there is a link in your emails to be able to get into the Google Meet for executive session. Cindy and Chuck Brown, if you'll let us know if you're able to join via that Google link, or if we need to accommodate for phone. Okay, Amy just sent the phone number so that if you need to join by phone, you can do that. If not, just plan on joining via the link. You want to go ahead and probably close out of this Zoom meeting so that we don't worry about running those two in tandem. And so we'll go into an executive session. We'll then break for lunch and then come back. So once we break for executive session, everybody who is watching, please plan to just take your lunch break at that point in time, and then we'll all convene back. We'll go ahead and convene back at 12:30. We are running just a little bit ahead of schedule. That should give us enough time for executive session and also to give council members the ability to eat just a little bit before we convene back in here. So if anybody has any questions on that, I will certainly take them. And if not, I will take a motion.
Madam Chairman, move to executive session to discuss personnel matters.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Kenyon and a second from Ms. Thayer to move us into executive session to discuss personnel matters. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, great. So we are adjourned for moving into an executive session.
And then into lunch.
And then into lunch. And so everybody who is not council members, please enjoy this extra time for your lunch, and we will see everybody back here at 12:30.
And just as a reminder, Madam Co-Chair, for council members to please disconnect from this meeting before you go into executive session. Yes.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. And I'm going to tap the gavel because I didn't this morning. And you do need to do that. This is opportunity. Okay, so a couple of things. We were just in an executive session, so we need to reconvene, and we will go ahead and start with that reconvening by doing roll call of board members. So Amy, if you would go ahead, and I'm going to give her just a second because she is trying to get everything up on play to be able to do that?
Okay, Madam Co-Chair, I am ready to go.
Okay, perfect.
Mr. Aaron's,
I'm here.
Mr. Brown, and I did see Mr. Brown still in the participant room. I think he's here now. Mr. Brown, can you hear us? I think he's coming on. Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Yep, we can. We can.
Very good.
Thank you.
So obviously I'm here.
Okay, Ms. DeVore? Here. Ms. Johnson?
Here.
Mr. Kenyon?
I'm here.
Mr. Klein?
I'm here.
Mr. Law?
Here.
Ms. Moore? Present. Mr. Smith? Do we have Mr. Smith in the participant room? Okay, we'll give it a minute and I'll come back.
I think he's coming right now.
Okay, Ms. Thayer?
Here.
And Ms. Tomasi?
Here.
And Mr. Smith, I see you now. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Madam Co-Chair, you have a full board. Everybody is here.
Okay. Perfect. So we're going to go ahead. So we're just out of executive committee. And then I will go ahead and take a motion for consideration of the discussion of the executive committee.
This is Mark Law. Can you hear me? Let's see, am I off mute?
Yep, you are
Good.
off mute.
Sorry about that. I was scrambling. I would make the motion, Madam Co-Chair, that the board accepts the will of the executive committee for as discussed.
Great. We have a motion for consideration of the executive session discussion. Sorry, the second was Ms. Thayer.
Correct.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, great. The motion carries. All right. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for some small adjustments, but we're back right on schedule. So we'll take that. And I will go ahead and pass it off to Ms. Tomasi, who is our co-chair for our strategy and execution standing committee.
Well, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Yes, we've had a great strategy execution committee meeting a couple weeks ago, and Sarah is in charge of the strategy committee as far as she's the chief strategy officer. So Sarah, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Committee Chair. I'm happy to be here today. Just a few things that we'll walk through today, and really excited to share with you all of the things that we've been up to in the strategy group and with the strategy execution committee. Let me see if I can put this into, actually, I'll just leave it like this, easier that way. You can all see that screen, can't you? Awesome, good job. I'm used to telling people good job, for instance, 1.5 years old. So yeah, like I said, lots going on in the strategy division this quarter. So today we'll hear from Wenlin Liu, who is the chief economist at the Economic Analysis Division. He's going to give us an economic update and really use his expertise there. And then I'll just give a short introduction and overview of what we've been up to in the strategy committee, and then we'll just dive a little bit into a few highlights, which include the Code of the West campaign that we're looking forward to introducing here, the work that we've been doing around the direct air capture industry with the Department of Energy, and also our P2P work streams. So with that, if I don't know if Wenlin is on yet. Yep, there he is. I see him. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Wenlin. I think you can either share your screen or Ben can share your slides for you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me share my screen.
Sarah, you'll have to quit. Okay.
So Sarah, we can't, oh, okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Can you see it?
Yep, we can see it, Wenlin.
So you can hear me, okay?
Yes, we can hear you as well.
Hey, great. Yeah. My name is Wenlin Liu, and I have been with the Economic Analysis Division for many years. And I'm just going to give you some, I call it illustration. So demographic, economic, and revenue trends and conditions. So I promise it's going to be pretty simple and straightforward. So have everyone will learn a few things, hopefully. So let me see. Yeah, when we talk about economies divide the economy into different industrial sectors. Probably some of you quite familiar with industries. This is employment distribution for US, which is left, and Wyoming. So when we compare US and Wyoming, what's the largest difference? You can see that the mining for US is only about half of 1%. For Wyoming is 4.5%, 4.6%. So actually back to 2008, that proportion was almost 9%. You know, it's been mining definitely has been declining for many years in Wyoming. And other difference, even construction, on the right-hand side here is the ranking when we compare with other 30 states and District of Columbia. So absolutely the proportion of mining is, we are the largest, even larger than Alaska or North Dakota or New Mexico or Oklahoma or West Virginia. We are the largest. And even construction, we are ranking the highest. And even government, we only lower than Alaska and Washington, D.C. We rank third highest. On the other extreme, some of the services and manufacturing, we rank more at the bottom. Only Wyoming's manufacturing only higher than Hawaii, New Mexico, and Washington, D.C. So otherwise, these professional business services, educational, private educational, and health services, we rank at bottom. So that's measured by employment. This is gross domestic product distribution for US and Wyoming. So if it's measured by gross domestic product, the proportion is a lot larger. It's almost 16%. Again, back to 2008, during that time, Wyoming's natural gas booming time, that proportion was almost 40%. That's been declined to just less than 16%. So why the measured by GDP, the mining is that much higher? That's because the wage rate in the mining sector is one of the highest in industries. You know, the average wage is over 90,000. And the other thing is the mining business pays so much tax. They pay the drilling business, they pay the mineral severance tax, they pay federal mineral royalties, and they also pay property tax based on production. They also pay sales use tax for some of their materials, supplies, and services. So that's why the measured by GDP was a lot bigger. So here's the, in terms of economic diversification, it's not a new topic. It's ever since 1960s, we already talked about diversification. I think when Business Council first time was established there's some kind of one of the tasks was to diversify Wyoming's economy. I think there's some language there. So how we measure diversification, we assume U.S. economy is the most diversified. So we just compare each state's, individual state's economic structure with the U.S. So I calculate Wyoming's diversification index, which is the red line, and you can see the blue column is Wyoming's total employment. And anytime our employment increasing, our diversification goes down. That's because Wyoming's economy was driven by mineral extraction industry. Anytime we were booming, that means mineral extraction industry is booming. So the diversification goes down. Anytime our mining is somewhat weak, our diversification increased. And then since 2006, 2008, you can see our mining sector has been gradually declining. Then our diversification has been increasing. I think Governor even did a State of the State speech. They did mention our diversification. We are most diversified in the past 50 years, since 1970. And that's because during the past COVID years, 2020 and 2021, the mining sector was really down because the demand for energy was collapsed. And meanwhile, some other sectors have been increasing, recovering pretty good because so much federal dollars injected into the economy, and also the economic reopening after COVID generates so many jobs. So that's why our diversification has been never been that high since 1970. And this is the employment. I compare second quarter 2012 to second quarter 2022, just past 10 years, how employment changed for economic different sectors. And you can see as mining declined that much, wholesale trade information, also government declined. So the reason Wyoming was not diversified is because we have a higher proportion of mining and lower proportion of manufacturing and professional business services. But past 10 years, it could offset as mining decline, government decline, other services like manufacturing increased double digit, and even financial services, business services also increased. That's why you can see our economy has been more diversified, particularly in the past 10 years. So here's the, generally speaking, diversified economy is more robust and more relatively more stable, and it withstands any single sector downturn. It also recovers better if any one single sector goes down. So, however, I like this quote. This quote has been probably 20 years ago. Research is mixed as to whether it's better for state or local economies to become more diversified or remain specialized in sectors where it has a comparative advantage. So of course, for Wyoming, where is the comparative or competitive advantage? It's the mineral extraction industry. Besides mining, also probably any other outdoor recreation related, hunting, fishing, hiking, camping, and all that. It's given our open space and less densely, sparsely population distribution, low population distribution. That's our advantage. That's our competitive advantage.
Hey, Wenlin.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. So how this data is really, really great. Do you mind talking a little bit about how we have been recovering from COVID, especially in this past year in 2022 and the beginning of 2023, and how that sort of fits into this longer term picture?
Yes, I will show you a little bit.
Great.
Next one. Yeah, this is just employment for U.S. and Wyoming. Wyoming is the blue column, U.S. is red line, and since 1973. So you can see Wyoming's growing economic trajectory completely different from the U.S. And there shows our booming in 70s and early 80s has the bust in mid 80s. And there's another boom, natural gas, coal-based methane boom, and there is our bust. And the other one is interesting, you know, that if you remember back to 2015, 2016, the energy downturn really hurt Wyoming, but for US is nothing, straight continued expansion. But anyway, after COVID decline for both US and Wyoming, the US economy comes back a lot faster than Wyoming, the recovery in 2021 and 2022. And you can see here, US line. By 2022, end of 2022, US already come back, has more jobs, maybe 1 million more jobs, more than pre-COVID. But Wyoming still several thousand less than pre-COVID. So the main reason is because our slow recovery of mining sector. So we'll show you, this is the annual employment. This chart shows the monthly employment for Wyoming is the blue line, and for US is the red area since 2007. So again, that's our booming as the bust. And then that's our another downturn in 2015, 16. Then here's the COVID. And Wyoming is the COVID downturn never as bad as US average because we didn't close as many businesses as many other states. So when it's coming back, you can see we come back a lot slower than US. Again, US by end of 2022, already more than 1 million jobs more than pre-COVID level, February 2020. But for Wyoming, still about maybe a couple thousand or 3,000 less than February 2020. And that's the monthly employment. This is the monthly unemployment rate since 2007. You can say most time Wyoming's unemployment rate is lower than US average, except some of these are the Wyoming's downturn time because the energy price down. And then this is COVID. So Wyoming's unemployment rate never been that as high as for the US was almost 15%. So for Wyoming, we went up 8-9%. So when recover again, Wyoming recovers somewhat slower than US. And now for US and Wyoming, the unemployment rate is about 3.5%. So it's still very low. For the US, that's still lowest in 50 years since 1969. Here's why our recovery is slower. This is a mining sector employment since 2000. And that's our booming time in 2000, from 2004 to 2008. By 2008, the employment sector has as many as 30,000 jobs, but gradually coming down. You say every time after the downturn in 15, 16, the production come back pretty strong, but every time the mining sector after a big downturn, it just come back is different. Their operation is different. They don't have as many workers as anymore. Same thing this time after COVID downturn. You said the mining sector lost about 6,000 jobs, but coming back only added 2,000 jobs so far. Just recovered a lot slower. Again, the mining operation is a lot more efficient. They use a lot more automation, and they just don't have as many workers. That's why I'm the mining sector employment. And here is the active oil and gas rigs, drilling rigs. So you can see back to 2008, we have over 100 rigs. Many of them are coal-based methane in Johnson County, Campbell counties, but we dropped that much. Then 15, 16, another big drop, then slowly coming back. Then COVID year dropped to almost nothing by summer of 2020. And then slowly coming back. You know, it's one thing interesting, regardless, last year, 2022, because of the war, Ukraine-Russian war, as you all know, the oil price and natural gas price was record high. Even that, the drilling did not do as high as we expected. They're coming back, but very slowly. Even now, back a few, about 20 weeks running. Still a lot lower than 2019, almost more than 30 weeks. So that's why our mining employment is still relatively weak. Here's the by Baker's Hughes rig count by February 17th. They count every week. That's our oil rigs and natural gas rigs. Only 18 weeks. And this is the probably I don't have time to go through all these slides, but Sarah can stop me if you have a few minutes left. Some of these just pretty straightforward and just for your information. But anyway, this is the population. Blue line is the total population since 1970. The red column is net migration. Net migration is the in migration minus out migration. In migration is people moving into Wyoming. Out migration is people moving away from Wyoming. So this is the net. So you can say that's booming time, 70s, 80s, early 80s, mid 80s, the bust. So as many as over 10,000, 20,000 each year moved away from Wyoming. So net. Then that's our coal bed methane booming time. Then after 2015, 16 downturn, we had almost 5 years in a row, we have net out migration, means more people moved out than people moving in. Then since COVID started, 2020, actually we have net new migration again. Generally speaking, Wyoming's migration is driven by employment. And the employment is driven by mineral extraction industry. However, since COVID started, it's very much different. It's not driven by economy because our employment didn't increase that fast. It's driven by COVID factors. I think it's many professionals, they do choose to, after COVID, consider the population crowd. They do come to like Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota, even New Hampshire. So they choose to live in lower cost and lower densely populated areas. So we did affect some because of COVID factors, made new migration. And population, we lost a few years, 2016, 17, then gradually, slowly increasing, about back to 2015 level.
Hey, Wenlin.
Yeah.
Just one question about that net migration figure, because that's a really important shift in our migration patterns, right? Where in the past they really followed employment and therefore have followed sort of the boom and bust cycle. And now we're seeing that sort of break away from that correlation a little bit. And it sounds like that's sort of due to that too. So there's different forces acting on that, right? Do you have any other information or data that tells us kind of where our maybe what occupations our population is growing in, or what demographics our population is growing in?
That's a good question. So one thing is economists or demographers all asking, if this population trend, COVID factor will continue. That means many people do work at home and used to be going to office, but now working at home. If this trend is going to continue or somewhat continue. So we know that many people during COVID 2020, 2021 work at home, they went back to office, but many others still working at home. So probably some of these factors will continue. The other thing is that we observe overall we still a few thousand employees less than pre-COVID. However, besides mining decline, government declining, wholesale trade declining, our professional business services do actually we have more jobs, professional business services and leisure hospitalities, and even retail trade or even health services. So all higher than pre-COVID. So that means that's one of the reasons our economy is increasing and diversified because of these services are increasing. So wow. I also observed there's some professionals like business and like computer coding, and we do probably a few hundred people come probably work at home in Wyoming in 2021, 2020, 2021 to come to Wyoming.
Right, that's great. So yeah, a lot of the data that you've shown us has shown that our, our recovery is slower than the rest of the nation from COVID. However, those sort of are maybe some early signals that that when it comes to resilience, when it comes to diversification, that there could be some positive signs there. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Some of these professional services, they are increasing jobs.
Great.
And the other thing about population, besides the population change, besides in migration, out migration, another factor is number of births versus number of deaths. It's interesting. Birth is of course increasing population. Death is people staying away from population. So you can see even as short as back to 2008, the birth minus death we call natural increase or natural change. You can say back to 2008 we had almost 4,000 net change, natural increase. However, over time, as more young people moving out, then fertility rate continue to decline. Number of births have been dropping since 2014, 15. And meanwhile, number of deaths, because of population aging, number of deaths continue increasing. Then COVID comes completely magnify this condition, not only Wyoming, nationwide. The past 3 years, there's no natural increase, population increase from birth and death. The number of deaths dramatically increased and number of births continue down. So now past 3 years, birth and death almost even. So having said that, not only for Wyoming, even countrywide, US-wide, the population increase or labor force increase is going to be slower in the future. So any state, I always say that any state wants to develop their economy, they want to increase their economy, increase labor force, almost like competing among states. One state increase, another state have to decline. That's just the fact in the future because the overall labor force increase rate will be a lot slower than past 10 years, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. So, yeah, if someone says, yeah, our population will increase by 2%, that's really impossible. I mean, maybe in a few states like Idaho, Utah, Colorado, but mostly it's not going to happen. So after all that demographic employment, here's the mineral severance tax since listed by fiscal year 1980. You can see our booming year in early 80s. Here's the oil, natural gas, and coal. Here's our first years. Then we have natural gas boom here in from 2004 to 2008 and 9. And then we have this downturn years in fiscal year 15, 16. Then we recovered somewhat. Then COVID comes fiscal year 2020. And then this after Ukraine-Russian war, the both natural gas and oil price broke records. That's why our severance tax increased over 60% in fiscal year 2022. And that's our, if it's measured in inflation adjusted constant dollars, even fiscal year 2022 was 40% less than 2008, and even 20% less than 80s. So we were still a lot less revenue. So there's our boom bust fluctuation revenue picture in Wyoming. That's mineral revenue. So when if you drill on federal land, you not only pay federal mineral, you not only pay mineral severance tax, you also have to pay federal mineral royalties, and which probably 70% of our mining is in federal land. And that's the federal mineral royalty. Similar picture as the fluctuation as mineral severance tax. This red column is called coal lease bonus. That's from coal lease. You can see for some years we had as many as each year $200 million from coal lease bonus, but for past many years we have no more new coal lease. So that money goes to new school construction. We used to build so many new schools, but now we only build a few, one or two, like Jackson and Larry and Cheyenne. So similar picture last year because oil price, natural gas price surge, and the federal mineral royalty surged almost 60%. But again, the same thing compared to 2008, we were more than 50% less.
Wenlin, just a question for you. This is really helpful and definitely does correlate, right, the tie that we have so dramatically to the oil and gas and mineral extraction industry. So as we sit in our business council chairs and as we also give direction to Josh and the staff, and Josh and the staff are brainstorming direction. When you look at other economies and other things around, what from your economic perspective, where do you think Wyoming needs to make investments in order to attract the industries, or which industries would you recommend based on kind of economies and that might align well with Wyoming, that we should be doing investments to get ourselves a little bit better balanced in terms of the diversification? And I would say balanced outside of, I mean, we know tax structure and everything, you know, is one element of it. But when we see those cycles of the employment patterns and our losses not making up for because of the changes in the extractive industry, where would you guide us to be looking at investments to start gaining a better economic balance?
You know, that's again, I think our competitive advantage, besides the mineral extraction industry, probably is somewhat natural resource related. Now we have open space, we have lots of area. I mean, tourism industry, recreation is we have advantage. So as far as the manufacturing, you know, it's been increasing. Hopefully, as the country, you know, as the U.S. even Biden administration or even next president, we try to pull back some of the advanced manufacturing back to the U.S. So hopefully we can gain something there. Otherwise, you know, as the remote work become possible, then we can attract more professional business related business or industries into Wyoming. That people don't have to be physically working in the industry. Again, given the demographic, I mean, we have to be taking baby steps. I mean, it's impossible. Let's say we have a huge manufacturing or huge business move to Wyoming, need a couple of thousand employees. I don't think we can immediately satisfy. We have that many labor force. So if all Wyoming is anything, you will have a couple of hundred employees, new employees. That's already pretty big. So the other thing is, you already mentioned, it's not ironic, but that's the fact. Even our tax structure, the more we diversify away from mining, that means our revenue will go down. So it's just given our economic structure, particularly revenue structure, the state legislators have been talking about revenue structure for many years. And the only real revenue increase was our 4% statewide lodging tax, which started January 1st, 2021. That's the real tax increase for many years.
That's great. And actually that I think a lot of those ideas that you just shared with us are really in alignment with our P2P work streams, actually. And I want to make sure that we give them enough time to talk through the progress on that project. Are there any other kind of final points that you believe are really important to share with the board today?
I think that's pretty much, this is pretty much the information for you. Here is the same thing, the state valuation, similar as the mineral severance tax. Is the non-mineral valuation. You can say our mineral valuation, some of these years, 70% of valuation for mineral, and after fiscal year 2020 dropped to below 40%, and we come back to 50% by 2022 again. just a few things. That's the sales use tax. Sales use tax even also driven by mineral extraction industry. Every time down and up is driven by mineral extraction industry. However, for COVID years, sales use tax didn't decline much because so much federal dollars coming into the state, and also the travel tourism reopening of the economy. So the sales use tax is relatively a lot more stable than mineral. And here's the Wyoming's general fund. You probably heard Wyoming is about 2/3 or 3/4 of revenue is from mining industry. If you account for the investment income too, this is from permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund income. And this permanent fund, Wyoming, is about $8 billion. So that's the income from it. Because the principal is feed by mineral sales tax too. So if you account this as mineral revenue, so these are mineral revenue, you can count 2/3 of general government operation revenue from mineral extraction. So that's for government operation. This one is for state government funding for K-12 education through school foundation program. You can see for school foundation program is also 3/4 of them are from investment income. This is another permanent common school permanent land fund income. The principal is almost $4 billion. So that's the investment income. Here's mineral income, and the property tax. About half of the property tax is from mineral production valuation. So that's 3/4 of income is from, revenue from mineral for K-12 education. So that's pretty much just overall Wyoming's revenue tax facts. And this is probably some of you saw this one. I had the estimation for 3-person family, if they own a home, how much tax we pay and how much government service on the average. So 8 times that high. Why we like that? Who is paying? Of course, mineral extraction industry is paying paying tax for us, pay the revenue for us. And this is the percent of tax burden, a percent of income compared with other states. Wyoming is only higher than Alaska. We only pay 5.3% of major tax burden: income tax, property tax, sales tax, and auto registration as percent of income. So we enjoy the low tax burden as residents, no question. And this is the chart shows you our rainy day fund. How many days our rainy day fund lasts if without any revenue? So Wyoming has the highest. We can run more than 1 year. Actually, this is before. Now I think our rainy day fund called legislative stabilization reserve account about $2 billion. So we can run 500 days without any revenue for government operation. So we that much savings. Yeah, this is just you can see later just oil production and price since 1970. You can say the record high price in 2022. And that's our natural gas production and price since 1970. You can say natural gas price production declined 50% since 2009. And even last year continued to decline. And that's our coal production and price. The coal production declined 50%. But we had a couple of years increase because natural gas pricing was a lot higher. So many power plants switched from burning coal to burning natural gas. But that's temporary. We know it's going to continue to decline because more power plants is continue to shut down. Just to you one more. This is the population distribution. I compare Wyoming with US by 5 years age group. So when you compare Wyoming and US, what's the largest difference? Wyoming is very far. That's our baby boomers. The baby boomers population are age 57 to 76 years old. You say we have a lot higher proportion of baby boomers than US. On the other hand, we have a lot lower proportion of Generation X, which is next generation. So what it means? That means we do not have enough labor to replace baby boomers when they retire, which they are retiring right now these years. So what it means, that means our unemployment rate will continue to be lower. This gap is as many as over 10,000 workers.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Madeline. This has been really, really useful and so much data. There's so many rich insights that we can take from this. And we will share these slides out to board members. I've had a couple folks ask for those slides. Since we weren't able to get through them all, I know we're trying to stay on schedule though. And I think this is a great sort of tee up for what we've been working on in the strategy group. So any last questions for Wenlin before we let him go?
No, Sarah, just I would like to make sure that we can get these slides if possible. And thank you, Mr. Walu. That was very interesting, and it is a great segue into our P2P project. So thank you very much.
All right, sure, great. Yeah, I will post this on our website, PDF you can download.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
So Sarah, do you have any more to report? And I know that we're going to be talking about the P2P project, and I think maybe Amy might have something. So Sarah, I'm letting you take over the direction of this.
Yep, will do. Yeah, so can you see that outline slide again, everybody? No,
it's board governance, Sarah.
Oops, wrong one. That was the one that I was stealing slides from. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. Someday we'll get this right. Yeah, so thank you to Wenlin. That was really, really useful. And it's so important to have that sort of basis. I will take about 2 minutes and talk about trees again, because everybody knows that when we talk about strategy, we talk about trees, right? That's our new tradition. And last time, remember, we talked about resilience and how trees always find the sun and always keep growing upward, even when the ground is shifting beneath them. Today, we're going to kind of hone in on one core component of that resilience that we talked about last time, which is working together, because that's really been a theme for the work that we have done over the past quarter in the strategy group. So whenever I think of trees, or most of my life, we live in Wyoming, so there aren't that many trees around, but I have always thought of them as sort of independent beings. But it turns out that researchers are finding in the past couple of years that healthy forests are actually these really intricate systems that are all interconnected, and every plant in a forest relies on other plants. They're connected via these really complex kind of networks. And this is an example of what the connections between trees in one forest looks like. You can see like the green ones are the older trees, the lighter green ones are the newer trees. And so there's all these really complex intricate networks. The older trees share nutrients with the younger trees that don't have access to as much. And it's all sort of around this interdependence. I've shared this picture with you all before. This is just sort of a way that we kind of use. It's a snapshot to highlight all of the different partnerships that we have across the state. And that we know that we need to have to execute Wyoming's economic development strategy. And in reality, it's not just us who's at the center of this universe. All of these folks are connected to one another as well. And so it really kind of looks like a forest where we're all sort of interconnected to each other. And that is really what this network is really what helps us stay resilient and helps us thrive. And I wanted to just highlight that because a lot of the work that we've been really focused on this quarter in the strategy group really comes back to building and strengthening those networks across our partners, within our own group, across the business council. And we really believe that that's a really core kind of fundamental function of the strategy group. So Amy will talk a little bit about the Code of the West campaign that we've been working on. That's really all around building these connections. We've been working on the direct air capture DOE opportunity together with the School of Energy Resources and the Wyoming Energy Authority. So really deepening those partnerships in a really concrete and meaningful way there. Our P2P work streams, which include workforce, housing, federal grants, energy, and there's a whole bunch more that Eric and John and Heather will talk through, are really looping in all of our partners. And so especially when you think about workforce and housing, those may not be things that are our sort of central focus at the Business Council. And so what's really critical in those is bringing in the partners, developing this sort of ties and networks and teams that are inclusive of more than just us at the Business Council. Ron's whole world is developing partnerships, and the legislative session is sort of the big game for Ron and for partnerships. And we've had a pretty positive one so far, and are continuing to just build those relationships there. And then finally, we've got a new markets and industry manager coming soon. So we're adding one new sort of node to our complex ecosystem right within the strategy group as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amy to talk through the Code of the West campaign quickly.
Thanks, Sarah. And I do have a few slides. I promise to be fast. I won't take up too much time. But I did want to just share, and good afternoon, everybody. Madam Co-Chair and board members, great to see you all. Let's see here. All right. Can everybody see that fine? So we mentioned this, we shared it with the strategy committee a couple weeks ago, as Sarah mentioned, and Code of the West, it really is all about what Sarah is talking about, from tying in connectedness and community, and really role modeling, leading by example. So this is going to be a new communication strategy that we are hoping to launch very soon, and we're wanting to really work with partners throughout the state. Those collaborations, those partnerships are being developed, but it's going to focus on spotlighting individuals, businesses, communities, and organizations around the state that embody one of the 10 principles that are the Code of the West. These are the 10 principles. In March 2010, Wyoming adopted the Code of the West as its official state code, and we were the first state to do that. And it's from James P. Owen's book, Cowboy Ethics. And it really just outlines these 10 principles designed to inspire, act as reminders, and ground us in the Wyoming way of life. And that's really what we just want to kind of elevate and center our conversation around, and also use it as a way to talk about success stories throughout the state. Again, role modeling and leading by example, letting those speak to our Wyoming way of life. We're going to really focus on modernizing this campaign and tying it to the work that we do every day, and the culture that Josh and Hava talked about at the beginning this morning of our internal business council team, and just showcasing that to the state. Really trying to take a very positive, optimistic view about this, and a forward-looking view as well. Being able to put out there some examples, and I think there's going to be a great tie to Pathways to Prosperity and things like the Wyoming Academy and other things that we're doing around the state that we can highlight. We will use this and commit an ethic per month, starting hopefully next month is our goal. If we can get it all pulled together, we'd love to start it by 307 Day, Wyoming Day. So stay tuned. But we'll have posts on social media. We'll use our What's the Point videos. And if you haven't seen it yet, go to our social media channels today. And we just released the video with Eric Protzer and Josh talking about pathways. And it's a great, very engaging conversation. And a lot of it relates very closely to Code of the West and everything we're talking about here and wanting to do. We'll have it be something that can be a theme through our partner messages and also in some of our internal use too. But like Sarah mentioned, focusing on how we can partner with other organizations, other entities around the state, highlighting them, spotlighting them, individuals, businesses. And so really my call to action is if you know of a business or a person or an organization in your region, your area, that is doing something amazing that embodies one of those 10 principles, please reach out to me and let me know. We want to find and highlight those that are maybe flying a bit under the radar, that we don't always spotlight and shine the light on, and make sure that we can help tell the story about Wyoming and how, we live this Code of the West every day. So I'm happy to take any questions, but I don't want to take up too much more of your time.
Well, thank you, Amy. I think that the Code of the West program that you're heading up is a great example of gathering people in and networking throughout the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's something that's just constantly permeating my thoughts. I was in Leadership Wyoming in Cheyenne last week and meeting with all kinds of people, and I kept saying, oh, we could highlight them, or, it's something that's getting me very excited. And so I'm looking forward to launching it and having everybody involved. So thank you.
Great. Any questions for Amy? Okay, back to you, Sarah.
All right. Thank you so much, Amy. I'm so excited about that. It's going to be really meaningful, I think. Really quickly, I'm going to give you all a 1-minute update on the work that we've been doing with the School of Energy Resources and the Energy Authority on direct air capture. And then we will turn it over to the Harvard team and John and Heather to talk about our P2P work streams. So we have been working on developing the direct air capture industry in Wyoming. It came to our attention, about this time last year because the Department of Energy has a significant amount of funds that are available for developing this industry. And it leverages a lot of the same infrastructure that we have built out and invested in for point source carbon capture, use, and storage. And so we've been really trying to explore this industry, trying to understand if it could help develop Wyoming's economy, create good jobs and things like that. And sort of what we've found is that there is potential in this industry. It could create jobs for folks. It could create economic resilience. It could also help meet the state's net negative goal, which Governor Gordon put forth 2 years ago, as well as, it really leverages a lot of the strengths that we have built up through our core industries, like Wenlin was talking about. But we've also found that there are some really fundamental key questions about this industry. First is direct air capture needs lots and lots and lots of clean energy, and how clean energy scales to meet that demand is a question for us. Second, the long-term market, the short-term market is pretty, we can kind of wrap our heads around that, but the long-term one is something that is a question for us as well. Third, this is really new technology. And so understanding how that will work in Wyoming and in the places where it's most prospective, which Wyoming is one of those, is a key sort of pathway as well. And last, but certainly maybe it should be first, is we need to better understand local stakeholders' viewpoints on this new industry. And so to do this, like I mentioned, the DOE has lots of money set aside for development of the direct air capture industry. And so we are, together with the UW School of Energy Resources, applying for funds. We're taking a really conservative approach with this, and we're just applying for a few $1 million. And the objective is really to understand if and how this new industry could benefit Wyoming, and really the rest of the region, and to de-risk commercial scale projects here if we find it is a great opportunity for Wyoming. And so we're doing that in two ways. We're going to work on an input analysis, mainly focusing on clean energy with the National Renewable Energy Lab. And we are also working on a feasibility study for a direct air capture pilot center. So many of you probably know about the Integrated Test Center up in Campbell County. This is a similar model to that. It's designed to for companies to test this type of technology so that commercial projects are de-risked and to encourage commercial projects here. So I will leave it there. I'm happy to answer any questions about this effort. It's a pretty kind of in the weeds kind of technical one, but it's a really it really kind of comes back to that relationship network building kind of theme that we've got going on in our strategy group, because it is truly taking unique skill sets from both the School of Energy Resources, the Energy Authority, and the Business Council to put this together, because it's taking a technology that's really been in the laboratory and moving it into the commercial realm. And so the partnership between those agencies is really critical here. So happy to answer any questions about that before we move on to P2P.
So are there any questions for Sarah? Sarah, this is such a complicated property of information here. It's maybe one of these days we can delve a little bit more into it.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, now I think we can turn it over to Eric, is on from the Harvard Growth Lab.
Thanks so much. Josh, I saw you had your hand up there for a second. Did you want to jump in before me quick, or you want to go?
No, go right ahead, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. Right back. Hi, everybody. I think most of you I've either met or talked to or seen in a Zoom call at this point, but if you don't know, my name's Eric. I'm a senior fellow at the Growth Lab at Harvard, working on the P2P project. And today, the focus of what we want to talk through is just to give an update, as well as more clarity on what are these work streams we're pursuing, so that you can get a sense of what is going on in the project and where is it headed. So I'm just going to talk through things. There was some information we sent out ahead that was in, sort of a document format. It was a document called Workstream Overview. I don't know if that's circulated or not, but if not, we can resend it so everybody can get a look at that and get all the detail there. So to give a bird's eye view of the project and where it's ultimately headed, we started off with the first couple of months thinking really hard about, does Wyoming have a growth problem? And if so, what is it? And we landed on, in our growth perspective, it being that Wyoming's economic composition is not positioned to sustain a high quality of life for all parts of the state going forward. And that's intimately tied to some of the questions that came up earlier when Dr. Liu was presenting about economic diversification in Wyoming. And the ultimate goal of the project, so if that's the starting point, the ultimate goal is what are actions that the state of Wyoming can take, and we want to help in everything to make sure that happens in order to move the needle on that, in order to move the needle in the right direction of an economic composition that is better placed in order to sustain a high quality of life and economic life in particular for Wyoming. So that's where these work streams come in, is in getting from point A to point B. So they say, okay, we've got a problem, we want to solve the problem. So let's organize a couple of different topics that the Harvard team is going to work on, but in close collaboration with people at the WBC and other agencies within Wyoming. And each of those work streams is going to be sort of a collection of things that are related either to a constraint in the Wyoming economy or to a set of opportunities in the Wyoming economy. So you might have seen, for instance, that when Sarah was showing her slide there, she had a couple of bullet points listing some of those work streams. And so the major ones that we have so far, and it's not set in stone, we're opening new ones as we go, are around the housing system, energy opportunities, the fiscal system, workforce development, and further diagnostic testing that is just searching for additional constraints that could then become work streams. And finally, something that we call economic complexity, but what you can really think is actually just identifying economic diversification opportunities in a really rigorous science-driven way. And so the idea behind some of those work streams is that we chose the ones that are constraint oriented because they seem to be either from the data or the interviews that we've done talking to all these different businesses and state agencies and people throughout the state. There seemed to be some initial evidence that there was some kind of a blockage in the system that is preventing business diversification, preventing business growth. So one example is the housing system. So for example, when we talk to all these different businesses throughout the state, I'd say that at least 80-90% of them, when we talked to and we asked what are your top business constraints to further expansion, they'd mention, well, we can't hire anybody because there's nowhere to house them. And of course, that's sort of well known as an issue throughout the state. On the flip side, some of the one of the more opportunity focused work streams is in energy specifically, and that's leveraging the economic complexity methodology of figuring out what are the diversification opportunities that Wyoming has, and then applying it within the context of energy, because that is an area that Wyoming has a comparative advantage in and a lot of expertise in. And so we've been working, for example, with the Energy Authority on trying to suss out what are the different potential diversification opportunities, for example, related to the drive for nuclear energy, or we could look at other forms of energy too. So I can give maybe a quick overview next. That's just sort of like the logic of how we're choosing those things. And I really want to emphasize that as we're discovering new potential constraints, we're open to adding other work streams as well. And the point of those work streams is to do analysis, first of all, to see, is this really a constraint? If so, what about it is particularly constraining? What are the issues? For example, like everybody talks about how housing is an issue. Well, why? Like, is it land prices? Is it construction costs? Is it that you got something quirky in the regulatory system? So we've been doing a lot of work trying to nail that down in particular. And then ultimately, what those work streams are going to do is they're going to lead to action points. Where either there's some kind of new coordination that needs to happen, or it could be anything really. It could be a legislative change, a regulatory change, just changes in the way people work together or think about things. In some instances, it could be a concrete investment. But the point is to ultimately move towards really well-informed actions and implement those so as to fix those constraints and pursue those opportunities. So with that, I can give a little bit more detail on each of the particular work streams, just to give a sense of what's going on in all of them. Some of them I've already described a little, like the housing system. What we're doing there in analyzing the housing system, like I said, is convincing ourselves that this is really a constraint, and then nailing down what are the aspects of that are really blocking the system. And then we're already starting to devise potential solutions. Those haven't moved towards the sort of engagement and implementation phase quite yet, but we're already in the phase of thinking about those things and trying to design those things so that we can quickly ramp up towards getting those actions. In the fiscal work stream, that's something that people talk a lot about in Wyoming, is that it's got a unique fiscal system, and we've been trying to think a lot about not just understanding the ways in which the fiscal system potentially interacts with economic diversification, such that in certain cases it may limit the investments that could happen that would actually be conducive to business. But we're trying to think through, are there ways that you could make changes? And we know this is a very politically sensitive topic, so we're not trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater or anything like that, but trying to think really practically, are there things that could be done in order to, even if it's just changes at the margins, move the needle a little bit there, so that if there are fiscal investments that need to happen, or if there's a form of revenue that would be really beneficial, is there something we can do there? So that's housing and that's fiscal. With regard to workforce development, that one is kind of a very holistic work stream that is thinking through the state of workforce on a whole in Wyoming. So the conventional approach to that is thinking through well, what's the education system, and how are we training people in the right ways to have the right skills that they need. We're also thinking a lot about things like, what are migration patterns, so that you not only are training people in the right way, but you're retaining the workforce that you need to, in order to position yourself for the industries of the future that Wyoming is going to need to be competitive in. And then there's also the energy work stream that I mentioned. That one is more of an opportunity work stream, because that, like I said, that is one in which Wyoming has a competitive advantage, and we're using some of our in-house expertise to explore where there could be a push from that. And then finally, the last two, one being diagnostic testing as an umbrella. Oh, sorry, I missed one more. Another one. I'm sorry. Another one before I get into that is around the grant system in Wyoming that we're now looking at. So that's one that has emerged more recently as our understanding of the state continues to evolve. So that's something where we've heard a lot about how people struggle not only to apply for grants because of limited capacity, but also to manage the grants once they've been approved, in order to make sure that if you get a grant, you're still keeping up to the requirements for that grant, and so you can keep the money flowing through. So we're opening a work stream around thinking through a grant application and management system, and how would that work in Wyoming, and what are the comparators out there? What are the changes that could be made to pursue that? The diagnostic work stream, then, that was the one I was mentioning before, sorry, is about, like I said, trying to just continuously identify, are there additional areas that are constraining the economy of Wyoming? And if we find those, then we'll open up a new work stream on them. And then finally, the economic complexity one. And that is the one that I mentioned, that is really about using data science tools in order to figure out what are the economic diversification opportunities that are both attractive and feasible for Wyoming. We've put a huge amount of work into enabling, data sets and algorithms around that. We've now got data that covers all of continental North America, Canada, the US, and Mexico. And so we're able to compare Wyoming's economy and its economic composition to remote places all over North America, in order to search for opportunities that could be comparable. And we're building out tools in order to not only nail down what those industries are, but to be able to answer questions about, if you wanted to pursue that kind of industry in question that looks like a good opportunity, what are, say, the missing occupations that aren't in Wyoming? And what are the missing supply chain inputs that aren't in Wyoming? Things like that. So that's just a general overview of the work streams that we're pursuing, and sort of the rationale for why we're pursuing that. we're very happy to hear feedback and think about opening additional work streams. And I would also mention that some of these are quite general in scope. So there may even be specific issues that you guys may have in mind that actually could fall under the purview of one of those work streams. So if there's room for discussion there, we are all ears. Thank you.
So Eric, before I ask for questions, I just want you to know you went through that very quickly, but I know the time constraint is there, but I'm just so happy to see. We have talked about these problems in Wyoming for as long as my lifetime. And I am so happy to see maybe some actual information, some actual data to go with these issues, and maybe find some solutions to answer some of these problems that we all have talked about for years and years and years. So thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, Cindy, you have a question.
I do. I don't think this is any surprise to anybody, but one work stream I would really please take a look at is transportation, especially air transportation. It takes me, if I want to fly to Cheyenne, have to get on at 5 a.m. in Rock Springs at the Rock Springs Airport, and then go to Denver. I land in Denver at 7 a.m. I cannot fly to Cheyenne until 9 o'clock at night. So it takes me 17 hours almost to get to Cheyenne if I need to fly. And wow, what a trip. So if someone could give me a quicker way, I'd love it. We don't have rail that can go back and forth. Give us some alternatives and maybe look at those alternatives. Because if we can't get from point A to point B, neither can our suppliers, neither can our business people. I mean, that was one of my challenges as a business person in Wyoming. So kind of take a look at that maybe as one of your streams. Housing is important. I'm not saying it isn't, but I think transportation is one of those issues we need to take a look at. Thank you.
Those are great points. I want to say, first of all, thank you so much, Kathy, for the kind words. Really, really appreciate it. And I really do hope we can move the needle on these things. Cindy, those are fantastic points. And I want to reassure you, it's not something we're sweeping under the rug. Our plan on that specifically is that we're using this, these huge data sets that we've created in order to analyze how is specialized toward versus away is Wyoming's economic structure on different kinds of supply chain inputs, and you can include transportation in that analysis. And so what you can do is you can analyze even for different parts of Wyoming, not just the state as the whole, but different parts of Wyoming, and you can see, okay, this place really specialized away in its economic composition from economic activities that are intensive in, say, rail transportation or truck transportation or even air freight. So that is the plan for investigating that. And for one, I promise you we can absolutely share the results that we get. And if it does come back and the data says that this is also a really severe issue, then that is the red light that tells us open a work stream.
So somebody at the Business Council office, and I don't know who it is, has their hand raised. Erin?
Hey, Kathy, it is me. Hey, Eric, thanks. Thanks for joining us today and walking us through that. Can you talk to us a little bit about, the last time we were talking with you, right, we had the draft, the draft had come out and we're going through this conversation of work streams. And I'm just wondering if you can fill in some gaps here about how we got to these chosen work streams from our draft to now, okay, this is it. Can you fill in those connectors that give us some insight into that process?
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, there's kind of two different categories of work streams. Like I said, there's constraints and there's opportunities, and the approach is a little bit different for each of them. So, I mean, the opportunities one is probably the simplest. So I'll start with that. And, you know, the opportunities work streams, that's really the, you know, the economic complexity / just general economic diversification work stream. And that one's just obvious. It's just, you've got to consider, like, let's really rigorously determine what are Wyoming's economic diversification opportunities, looking at everything that's possible. So that is fairly obvious. And then for another opportunity work stream, that's the energy one. And that again is probably not super surprising, given that Wyoming does have a lot of expertise in the energy industry, and it's you know, getting these big investments coming in, for example, in the nuclear plant in Kemmerer, things like that. So that's the rationale between those kinds of things. If there was another really major you know, opportunity work stream that we identify, we'd probably pursue that too. And it would probably come out of the economic complexity analysis. Like, say, for example, that, I don't know, hypothetically, the data tells us that Wyoming, you know, if it really invested in these strategic assets, could get a, I don't know, biochemical industry. Like, say, you know, you build off plenty and you build big from there. Then we'd probably open up that as a work stream too. Now, on the constraint side, that's a little bit different. On the constraint side, the logic there is that we're searching for some kind of preliminary evidence that the issue is in fact a constraint on the Wyoming economy that is preventing business growth and preventing business diversification. And there's two ways that we use to identify those. One is just really simply through interviews with different businesses and state agencies around the state. And we don't like to solely rely on that, because, you know, people sometimes have opinions and everybody's got a different opinion and not everybody is right all the time. But if there is a really large degree of consensus around something, then we might seriously consider that. And that, in the case of housing in particular, seemed to be the case. So that's one way we identify that. But then the other key way is that we look at the data. And we see, is there evidence in the data that something is really constraining? And we have a set of tools that we use to identify, is something constraining? And it's a little bit technical, but the main idea is to search for something, search for evidence that something is in high demand and low supply. So that means that everybody wants it and there's not much of it there. And if that is the sort of situation you see, then it means that, you know, if you alleviated the supply constraint, if you expanded that supply, the businesses would get a lot of the stuff that they're demanding. And as a consequence, there would be a large payoff. So, for example, in like the housing work stream, some of the initial indications there were like a statistical analysis that showed that if you look at the trend of median house price versus population size for every county in the US, then every single county in Wyoming is above the trend in terms of it has a higher house price than you would expect given how many people live there. And that's like a preliminary signal. And we've built on that since, and we've developed more evidence that, you know, it seems like there is high demand for housing and not much supply of housing in Wyoming. Another example is, you know, for instance, in the fiscal system, there's a bunch of different examples of the way that the fiscal system as it's set up, you know, in some way constrains economic growth and economic diversification in Wyoming. Sometimes it's just a lack of money with which to do you know, the investments you need, but it's also about incentives that are there. Like we hear from different businesses that you know, the way that regulations are set up, or the way that government sometimes operates, is that every time that a decision is made about whether to invest in something, there's the consideration of, well, it's not mining, so if we do this, we're going to bring down state revenues. And as a consequence, not all of the policy gets aligned with the pursuit of economic growth and economic diversification. Does that help to answer your question about the kind of thinking that went into those work streams?
That does.
Excellent. Yeah, super.
Any other questions for Eric?
I just quickly emphasize, like I said, if we find evidence of other things also being constraining in that same way, we'll pursue that too. But yeah, any other questions, I would be very happy to answer. Okay, well, if not, then you guys have my email. I think some of you even have my personal phone number. So just connect with me if there's any other thing you want clarity on. Very happy to jump on a call or whatever. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, Sarah, anything else?
No, I just a couple of things to emphasize on P2P. First is that this is the workstream conversation is going to be an ongoing one, just like Josh talked about yesterday. This is never going to end. We're going to continue to start new work streams and to close down old ones and things like that. So thanks for that great explanation of how those kind of come to be, Eric. And then second, I just wanted to highlight that John and Heather are leading the workforce and housing work streams respectively. I'm not sure if they've got anything to add because Eric did such a good job describing those, but anything that you guys would like to add, John or Heather?
Thanks, Sarah. No, nothing in particular. I think Eric did a great job. I just kind of what's been mentioned, that this project is not just a business council project. This is truly a state of Wyoming project, and bringing in other government agencies, statewide organizations, regional organizations, and really drilling down to that local level to kind of play into that building local capacity thing that we all always talk about, right? So no, I think Eric did a good job at explaining the workforce and federal grants work streams. Heather, anything to add on housing?
No, I think one of the things, I guess, maybe for everyone to kind of know is that we're still doing a lot of learning and it's actually been really great from the perspective of, somebody who's done some of this and heard some of this over the years and sort of starting to put together all the pieces and the people, and that's being driven by the Harvard folks a lot of, we want to talk to these people, we want to talk to these people. So I think one thing I'm really excited about in the housing work stream specifically is starting to take a look at that bigger picture, like John said, of like where does everyone sort of fit into this? I think that's something that's sort of missing right now. So there's still, data collecting going on. There's still ongoing meetings, both meeting new people that we sort of realize, oh gosh, we should bring them in and we should talk to them, as well as sort of follow up with others. We've met with everybody from, developers to tiny house builders to, we're meeting with the Wyoming Planners Association tomorrow, I think. And so just really getting into a lot of those different places. So it's really been eye-opening. And, I welcome any of you if you have specific questions, or if you have a contact or a person or an organization or anything that you think, oh I wonder if they talk to them. Please don't hesitate to reach out to one of us. We're happy to bring you in and or just take that information and run with it however makes the most sense. So please feel welcome to ask questions and join in. I know Kathy has said that she'd like to be in the housing discussion. So watch out, Kathy, because I think I spammed your email a little bit earlier with some invitations and probably more to come. So
Ditto what Heather said. If you have any interest in workforce or federal grants, feel free to message me.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Great presentation. Anything else?
I think that's it from us,
And
Kathy.
I'm handing it back to you. And we just messed up your whole being on time. So, but it was great information. So sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Very important topics, and obviously P2P, and thank you to Wenlin Klug for joining us today. That information is very important for the board to be looking at and assessing, and then also taking in and looking at directions going forward. So those tackled with the P2P conversation are exactly what we need to be thinking through here as a board. So thank you very much for that, Kathy and Sarah and team. So, all right. Well, we'll keep moving along, and now we are at Investments Standing Committee, and I'm going to pass it off to Committee Chairman Klein to take it from here.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and thank you to the co-chair of the strategy meeting for taking the blame if we do go over our adjournment time. But we'll try to get us back on track here. We'll see how we do. So we have 3 business-ready community projects to review, totaling just over $6 million from Campbell County, Town of Sundance, and the Casper-Natrona County Economic Development Joint Powers Board. The board is, I think, familiar with how we generally do these, but for those participating, I just wanted to share. We'll start with Noelle Reed. She'll review each project from the Business Council's perspective and share the Business Council's recommendation. We will then provide an opportunity for each applicant to have the opportunity to share their thoughts on the project. We will then open it up for public comment from those not affiliated with the project that want to advocate for or against the project. We will ask that those comments be limited to 2 minutes, please. And then once we have closed that public comment, that will cease all public comment on that topic. We'll move to the next project. And then once all 3 projects have been reviewed, then the board will review them in order, propose a motion for approval of each project, and make a decision. So hopefully that is clear to everyone. And since we don't have any other administrative functions in the investments committee, we're going to move right into those business ready community projects and Noelle Reed. So Noelle, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Co-Chair and members of the board. I will walk you through the projects that we have today. The committee chair talked about the projects that we have. So here's an overview of the requests and the recommendations and how much funding is remaining if awarded. The first project that we have before you comes from Campbell County. Campbell County requests a $2.6 million community readiness grant to construct the sewer system build out for the Pronghorn Industrial Complex. The recommendation for this project is to fund as requested. In 2014, Campbell County Commissioners purchased 250 acres of property east of the complex for industrial use. To make this property ready for industrial development, the following infrastructure is needed: extension for the access road, water, telecommunications, electrical, and the sewer system. All of the infrastructure except for sewer is being funded by the Economic Development Administration, or the EDA. Campbell County is requesting BRC funds for the sewer system that was not awarded by the EDA. Without a sewer system, a business would be limited in the amount of water they can use and discharge as wastewater. Of the total 250 acres owned by the county, 160 acres will be developed for industrial use. Of the 90 acres not being developed, about half of it is located in a floodplain and the other half is adjacent to the college rodeo arena and is utilized for grazing purposes. The plan for the property is to develop 4 to 6 large, 20+ acres each, shovel-ready industrial lots. The need for this project has been identified via several community plans, and the economic distress in the region is well documented. The recent completion of phase 1 of the Business Council's Gillette Vision 2040 encouraged resident and community stakeholder participation through surveys, listening sessions, working groups, and town hall meetings. The Vision 2040 for Gillette cited industrial diversification as the most prominent need for the community. This project is also part of the Carbon Valley Development Plan designed to make Campbell County a hub for alternative carbon products and a leader in the effort to diversify Wyoming's mining industry. A large economic cluster has also been developed in the region. Recently, the EDA funded the formation of the Gillette Community College District Foundation's Office of Transformation, which will focus on bringing public entities and private industries together. The goal is to take development from ideas and research at the university to pre-commercialization phases such as prototype development, testing, and design. The next phase is manufacturing and commercialization, which will occur in the Pronghorn Industrial Complex. The community envisions the future tenants will form a network providing job creating commercial development, education, skills training, and research. Furthermore, Wyoming's Innovation Center will feed future tenants and commercial business to the complex. And the community has conducted considerable research and due diligence to ensure the project's success. The University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources Integrated Test Center, Atlas Carbon, and UW's Coal Refinery Project and UW's Carbon Safe Project all support the mission of this project and how it will enhance their ecosystem. Furthermore, the EDA has been a strong partner with the county for several years, funding the Wyoming Innovation Center, the Office of Economic Transition, as previously discussed, as well as this project. Other partners in this ecosystem include the Western Welding Academy and the Gillette Community College District. The EDA has an ongoing investment in marketing and branding of the Carbon Valley aimed at bringing international exposure to the development of alternative energy products and the repurposing of coal to meet modern industry needs. There are also letters of support beginning on page 106 of your board packet. The state considerations that we looked at included the October 2022 Craig report, which forecasts the continued overall downward trend of coal through 2028, showing the need for diversification of the industry. This project, in conjunction with other Carbon Valley projects, will support that diversification. Additionally, this site has been accepted to the Business Council's Industrial Site Analysis Program. This program is in partnership with Insight Consulting, and it will help communities attract, retain, and expand their business landscape. This project also aligns with the state economic development strategy by adding value to one of state's core industries, natural resources. Specifically, this project will drive innovation to create new markets for Wyoming's extracted goods, encourage development of new technology to create new expansion opportunities, and transform disruption into new economic opportunity. Finally, the BRC funding leverage for this project is 41%. The items that we found compelling of this project include that the project does have multiple funding sources. There is that potential to transform disruption into new economic opportunities, potential to create new markets for Wyoming's extracted goods. There is that local cluster development that is already happening, and they are participating in the industrial site analysis program. The only concerning item that we had on this project was that not all 250 acres are developable. But as stated earlier, the recommendation is to fund as requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Noelle. Do we have a representative from Campbell County that is prepared to discuss this? If somebody's present, I think you can just request to be a panelist. Brandy, you're raising your hand. Did we lose Brandy?
Nope, I just couldn't find the mute button, sorry.
Okay.
I just wanted to add while we're moving the Campbell County locals onto the panelists that this has been a long project that they have really thought through. They've done a lot of research on this project, and Noelle talked a lot about you know, the cluster of energy and carbon products, but there has been a lot of interest from local businesses wanting to expand that can't find acreage this size, that are not directly tied to coal to products stuff. So this is not, I don't want it just to be in a box of coal to products. This is really an industrial park that'll be open to all kinds of opportunities.
Great, thank you, Brandy. Do we have representatives from Campbell County as panelists now?
Hello, this is Matt Olson. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Matt. Go ahead. If you could just say who you are, and we'll give you a few minutes here.
Okay, well, thank you. My name is Matt Olson. I'm the Executive Director of Public Works for Campbell County. Definitely have to give a shout out to Noelle. Great job on presenting that. and also to Brandy for what she said. This has been something that's been in the works for quite a while. This property came available back in 2014 timeframe, like Noel said. The commissioners jumped on it with the idea of some large acreage developments that definitely seem to be identified as a need in this area, and also the proximity to city utilities. There's some other lands that the county certainly owns elsewhere, but they just aren't as readily available to the services that can be hooked up to this site. So I do have other team members on here. I guess I'll just take a quick second and run down who all is on. So we have Kristen Young, who's our grant specialist with Campbell County, and Denton Knapp, who is the administrative director for the Board of Commissioners, Del Shellstad, County Commissioner, Colleen Faber. I'm not sure if she was able to call in. She's the chairman of the board, but she's traveling today. Jim Ford, County Commissioner, is on. Tyler Sass was also going to try to log on, but he was traveling a bit today himself. Well, there's Tyler. I see Tyler. Tyler's with, he's the CEO of Western Welding Academy. Mike Cole, he's the City Utilities Director for City of Gillette. And Rusty Bell, the Office of Transformation, former County Commissioner, also has been involved in this project for a significant amount of time. And Phil Christopherson, the Director of our economic development, energy capital economic development. So many of us on here today to hear what you all have to say and hopefully answer any questions you all have. And I'll open it up for questions, I guess.
Thank you, Matt. There is a hand raised from Miss Tomasi.
Hi, Mr. Olson. I just am wondering, this is the first phase of the project, am I correct? You have a couple phases of this project?
Well, what we are doing right now with the EDA project is to extend the Box Elder Road and provide utilities such as the water and the fiber and the electric, all of which are right there at the intersection of Fox Park and Box Elder, adjacent to this project. That is going to basically get us to these lots that we want to develop. And so I guess you could say that's phase one, but it's pretty much the entirety of the park. You could say that future phases would occur as the park starts to fill in. And we would look at maybe some surrounding lands to bring into the park that are currently owned by a public entity, the Public Land Board, which is a joint powers with the city and the county. So anyways, there's, when you say a phased project, really it's getting the road in, getting these utilities in, partnering with you all to put in the sewer is a big one. That gets us the park built.
Okay.
Filling it in when it gets when tenants move in would spur more development.
Okay, so if that additional development started, how would the city pay for that? Would the county help? How would you pay for further development out there?
Further development, I believe, would be as properties are being sold, that money would be basically as kind of a recapture function, could go into developing. There's another access road that needs to be put in. There's the possibility of looping the water. So those dollars can then be leveraged for some of that future build out. Some of it will also be accounted for in this initial phase too, in terms of access off of the road extension.
Okay, thank you.
I see a hand raised at the Wyoming Business Council office.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I'm just wondering, so the other day we had the opportunity for Insight to talk to us about the sites across Wyoming and some of the things that we as a board should be considering when we're looking at projects such as this, and important considerations that we need to be taking into account when we do investments such as this one. And so I just wanted to kind of talk through some of those and ask some questions in regards to what we heard yesterday on advisement, and just find out, are we, and this can be from you or Noelle or even Wendy if she happens to be on, but is the plan for this ensuring that we're not doing overbuilding, making sure that we're just taking into the considerations that we've been guided by of bringing all the infrastructure and everything up to the property to allow flexibility for how the internal setups of the sites actually get established based on the needs of the company that's coming?
Yeah, I can take the first stab at that. So regarding let's say water and power, the city can provide, and Mike Cole is on, he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, the city can provide, they have a lot of ability to provide maybe up to even 20 megawatts of power or something, depending on what the user needs. But without really knowing right now, there's going to be some assumptions made in the initial build out. Now, then that client comes in later that really needs a lot of power. That's something that they may have to negotiate with the city, and that's addressed at that time. Same with water. There's plenty of water capacity there. Can provide at least up to 400 or 4,000 gallons per minute of water, which is plenty. But that can be certainly limited by what's available with sewer. So in terms of are we building too much? I don't necessarily think so, because the infrastructure is already there. We're going to extend it. We're going to have access to these lots, and it can be scalable. So what's going to be put in initially, say for the sewer system, is based on some assumptions, but it's also going to leave some wiggle room, if you will, to where if another lift pump is needed or something, because this is going to have to be lifted and a force main over to the treatment plant, just based on the topography. It's going to be scalable, but we're not going to put in the Cadillac now. We're going to put in something that's very based on assumptions and what's in the area. It's going to be suitable for a majority of what would be needed. But if there's that certain company that comes in that really requires more, we're not going to have to tear everything out to accommodate. Does that answer your question?
It just kind of, and let me be just a little bit more specific. Are we taking sewer, water, infrastructure to the property line, or are we taking it into the business park and building out inside the business park?
The intention would be to actually build out the system inside the park.
Okay.
I see three more hands raised. Just a clarifying question on Ms. Moore's question. So go into the park, would it go into each lot, or would it just go to the lot lines and then you would extend as needed within the lot lines?
I think there's going to have to be some as needed. Ideally it'd be to get as much of it in as possible, but without knowing what the future really holds, there's going to be a certain stopping point where we're not going to take it any further.
And that's good to hear. I think our concern and what we heard yesterday was that some business parks have been overbuilt historically, and that they bring infrastructure in that's in the wrong location, not needed, too much, too little, and it doesn't allow that flexibility. And I think to satisfy Ms. Moore's question, we'd like it to be as flexible as possible, and that it's not overbuilt, but that it does ultimately have the capacity to ramp up or ramp down based upon the tenant's usage.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mr. Cole, I think your hand was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to echo Matt's comments. I'm the utilities director for the city. Worked with Matt very closely the last 4 or 5 years on this project. Want to just assure the board that this is definitely not going to be overbuilt. We are essentially extending utilities primarily to market these lots, and then work with the potential tenants in terms of whatever their capacities would need to be. The EDA grant covers some basic road extensions, water main extensions, and power extensions. This application for sewer is just basically to get sewer to these lots and have that force main to our treatment plant. We have this particular piece of land is probably the best suited in all of Gillette for this type of industrial development. And the reason I say that is because we are on the very edge of our city limits, right near the city's power plants, right adjacent to our transmission lines. You know, initially we can start out with 1,000 amp services or larger. We can ramp up to 5 megawatts, up to 10 megawatts, up to 20 megawatts as needed based on the tenant's requirements. Of course, those increased capacities would come with some additional transformers, but we're not building that right now. We're just getting the core infrastructure in the ground to have it there. Likewise, on the water system, right now we can provide up to 4,000 gallons per minute. In the future, we'd be able to loop water mains and also rely on some non-potable water if there's some manufacturing opportunities. We are immediately downstream of our wastewater plant, and we've got 3 million gallons per day of treated effluent that we could put to use. Lastly, on the sewer system, this is just basically to serve the water demands and have the core infrastructure in the ground. Additional pre-treatment, additional treatment, additional capacity would come later. I think it's wise for the business council to, ask these questions and fund, the minimum necessary. But I can assure you that that's what we are intending to do with this application. And I'll turn it over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Commissioner Shellstad, I think you're up next.
Hi, thank you. So just want to, I guess, give you a little insight on what our motivation was initially for this project, and that was to hopefully facilitate a landing spot for coal to products outside of thermal energy and the research that's happening in Campbell County now, both with the Integrated Test Center and the Wyoming Innovation Center. And our motivation was to say, if somebody, gets the golden ticket basically and comes up out of research with a marketable product, we don't want them to leave Campbell County to manufacture that product, or the state of Wyoming for that matter. We want to keep them here, and really there is no shovel-ready sites of this size in Campbell County now. So we went to work trying to figure out a way to help those researchers have a landing spot, and our focus really is on that. I know Brandy said something about we're really opened up to anybody in the community, and I would say that's true, with the focus being on the researchers that are researching the Integrated Test Center and Wyoming Innovation Center primarily. The last thing we want to do, and we've had several comments from the community, is compete with local developers in this endeavor. Like I said, there is no shovel-ready sites of this size right now. Our real motivation is to make that happen. So thank you so much, and and we look forward to hearing your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Ms. Thayer.
I want to thank the county and the city for this project. I do have a question. Shovel ready, 4 to 6 large parcels. Do you have any prospective businesses for these lots so far? And can you talk about that a little more?
So, yeah, this is Matt again. Part of our EDA grant, we did list with several conversations with Tyler, Western Welding. They're definitely interested. You know, I'm not going to speak for Tyler and say that they're, you know, for sure moving out there, but they're, you know, if it's built, it's something he's really got his eye on. And of course that really develops a very specific skill set of workforce with what they do, and they have a great thing going. You know, I've been recently appointed to our local economic development board, and you know, you hear things about, even, you know, big thing about economic development is not only sure landing that great firm from out of town, but you know, who do we have here locally that is just killing it and wanting to expand? And you know, you hear through the grapevine, there's some other companies, you know, L&H Industrial, they're a worldwide company. They are really doing phenomenal things, and they're kind of out of space. And so you hear a lot of this, but what you always do hear that's a common thread with all of them is some of our parks only have these, you know, 5 to 7 acre lots that have kind of an old pole barn on it, and it's just not going to suit their needs. They need something that they can really go out and build their large shop and really do their expansion that way. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Durrell.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I think Pam actually started a couple of the questions that I had, and they really do align with that whole, okay, what happens next? And it's not what happens next, but what's happening now, because you're not going to fill the business park after it gets done. You should start filling it while it's getting done. But that's just kind of, I think, how we need to look at it. And so I guess I want somebody to tell me that story of how that's going. And you started that, Matt, with mention of Western Welding Academy, with L&H, with what we would consider BRE, you know, the business retention and expansion element of that. So if you can talk to us more about the concerted efforts to that, I think that's important. The other part of it, actually, it's now 3 questions. The other part is I wanted to understand a little bit about that EDA grant, what kinds of strings are attached there, what kinds of coordination there needs to be, and just make sure that, you know, with this, you know, it's basically a pretty good chunk of money. Are you going to get where you need to get and be ready to roll and start that sort of, how are you going to fill it and flip it, I guess is what I'm asking. And then finally, somebody does need to speak on competition, because if there are 3 other industrial parks in Campbell County right now that are open for business and we're going to be scooping them, I can tell you that a number of elected officials do not like to do that. And I agree with them. Competition is something that we do need to understand. So if you could address those areas, and I apologize for taking up so many questions there.
Not a problem. This is Matt again. Josh, great questions. I may throw some of this to Kristen. I'll take a stab at it. So regarding the strings attached with the EDA grant, their investment is certainly in the road and the infrastructure that they are putting in, which would not include sewer, but it would be the fiber and power and water. The county already owns the land, and so the land, as it's developed and as those, you know, interested businesses, which I think it's in the EDA grant, a part of who's going to assist the county in getting businesses located out there is our economic development, and, you know, Phil and his team. So as these start to be, and you're right, I mean, if we can pre-sale some of these right now, or just have people just lined up ready to go, that's great. but as that process develops, you know, the county can sell those lots, and there's no strings attached with EDA, which is great. That's great news for us because as we all know, EDA usually has a very significant time commitment on their investments, and the land, at least from what we understand, and Kristen has really done an excellent job on fleshing this out. The land we have a lot of leeway on. It's where we would run into an issue is if we put in this infrastructure that EDA is paying for and we developed something like the county went and built something out there. It's not serving an economic development purpose. So, and that's not our intention at all. Yeah, and I guess Phil or Kristen, anything I missed on that you want to add to?
I'll take a stab at it. I'm Phil Christopherson, CEO of Energy Capital Economic Development. Let me unraise my hand here. We our primary focus is business retention and expansion, working with existing businesses in the community. A great example of that is Tyler Sassy with Western Welding Academy. They are a vastly growing business. They need places to expand to. And quite frankly, there is no place in the community for him to go. We have a number of potential parks that people want to build out, but they're waiting for that first anchor tenant to commit to come there. But in working with Insight, one of the things that we've learned is if you're waiting for that anchor tenant, they're not going to come. You need to have that site shovel ready. And when you get that site shovel ready, they will come. So we put out two business parks in the community. One is Fort Union Industrial Park, where Atlas Carbon is located. The other is Pronghorn Industrial Park. We have a number of business parks in the community. The problem is they're all full. The second problem is they're all pretty much small sizes, 5 acres. You're lucky to find a 10-acre spot. To find a 20-acre spot for a local developer to go out and commit that much time, money, and effort, and then sit and wait, it's just not attractive to private developers. So this project has been in the works since 2014, when we had the opportunity to bring a large industry, a coal to products project. They weren't able to raise the capital they wanted, but that kickstarted this project back in 2014. So hopefully that answers the questions you have. I'll be glad to answer more if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Christopherson. I think the next hand up was the Wyoming Business Council. I don't know if that's Madam Co-Chair or someone else in the room.
Alex, Kim had a question. We had some in here in the room, but can you, let's go ahead and let Tyler speak first before we ask our questions.
Great, Mr. Sass.
Hey, I just really want to thank you guys for having me here. You know, I'm so appreciative of the fact that you guys are data driven and you really look at the numbers. Western Welding Academy, we've been here about 3.5 years. We've got, you know, talking about pinch points of business, and you know, we start on average 15 new students every Monday, and there's 300 people applying for these 15 spots. We take students from all over the country and we bring them right here to Campbell County, and then we send them back to their home state. We definitely retain some of the best talented people. My whole goal and mission here is to provide the labor resource for the manufacturers here in the state of Wyoming. And you know, it's one of the things we really worked on was what do employers really look for when it comes to employees? They look for work ethic, accountability, and integrity. And so, you know, with that, we give them a skill set. We built out this proven model. It works. It's exceptionally effective, and the employers are just in absolute love with it. But we also are going to scale to other trades with our existing model that we've learned how to teach this work ethic, accountability, integrity. We're looking at electrical, carpentry, machining. There's quite a few other skills out there that are really in need for manufacturing and anybody that's just building anything. They need these people. So there's a couple hurdles that we've really got to achieve before we can really start. Housing's one. I heard you guys talk about housing. That's incredible. We're working on another piece of property for putting some dorm rooms in, and that seems to be moving forward. Once that is done, the next big thing is build out a big campus. A lot like Mitchell, South Dakota. There's a tremendous amount of manufacturing over there, and the reason is because they've got some incredible trade schools that are training people, and people are a resource. And when it comes to attracting businesses to move to Wyoming or businesses that are already here, what's the biggest thing that we hear everybody complain about? You can't find any help, and the ones that you can find, they don't show up on time or pass a drug test and some of those things. And that's what we're really focused on. And as we build out our existing campus, a lot of people don't know this, but it runs 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, 3 8-hour shifts. We've maxed this thing out. We need to we got to solve the housing thing, and then we're going to build out a big campus. And we love this area where this industrial park is. I'm really excited. Get the sewer in, because it's a lot of water that we'd be using every day, and it's something that we really need. And as an organization, the amount of people that we bring here from other states, and then I'd love to talk to somebody about how we retain the best of the best and put them to work right here in Wyoming. So with that, that's about all I got, unless you got questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sass. Back to Ms. DeVore. I think you had a question next, and then I see Mr. Ford has a hand raised. Thank you for your patience.
Some of my questions may have been answered. My primary question, of course, obviously, you all see that we spoke with Insight yesterday, who essentially taught us from a site selection standpoint some very important do's and don'ts. And there's nothing like always finding out that you've been doing a lot of the don'ts. That's always like but with that being said, their focus was primarily on outside site selection teams and industrial parks that might be being built out, hoping to attract new entrants into the market. And if I understand, what you all are telling us is your primary focus for this business park is for retention and expansion of existing companies, which means you already hopefully know what their needs are, what their necessities are from a capacity standpoint, a lot size standpoint, all of that. We definitely learned yesterday that if you do not know that and you are expecting to attract people from outside through site selections, you do not do a lot of the things that we are doing in this project, like put in additional roads. And Aaron was asking questions about bringing utilities and infrastructure past the line. Essentially, you're creating lots for what you believe would be there. That would eliminate us on a site selection aspect if we were looking at a company using a site selection team to select a place outside of where they are today. So I guess my end all question, coming back around to that, is, are all of those assumptions correct? And is that truly what you are trying to do, and you are not intending to try to hit the radar of site selection companies outside of Wyoming?
I'll start off. This is Matt again. I can definitely, I see, I understand your question. I guess my thoughts on that are it's a little bit of both. We definitely have some needs in the community where they really do want to expand, but the type of business that they have, I'm just going to kind of pick on Tyler a little bit with the manpower and the resources that they can provide. They, that can definitely perhaps even help entice another company from outside that wants to manufacture some kind of widget, and they know that manpower is here. And and also kind of going back to what Commissioner Shellstead was talking about, there's some potential for maybe some of these carbon to products kind of thing, that can happen, and someone coming and wanting to take it from like a laptop to a bench top to kind of some scaled up type of operation at the Innovative Test Center, and then seeing that pathway where then they can go and have labor and land available to, that can even kind of help with that. That doesn't maybe tie in directly with insight to this project, but it's kind of telling a story of how this park, the multiple different angles that this park can take to fill in both here at home and also nationwide. Anyone else want to jump in and add to that?
I would be happy to add to that. Our primary focus is business retention and expansion. We like to work with the local businesses, keep them here. We are also focused on business recruiting. We are trying very hard to follow the Cheyenne Leads model. I think you're all probably familiar with that. We've taken a trip a year for the past couple of years down to Cheyenne Leads, taken board members, elected officials, several people down to see what Cheyenne Leads has done. That was all before the Business Council started the Insight program, which is a great program. That Insight program has given us a good look at what we need to do to be able to effectively recruit outside businesses. Oddly enough, the same thing that we need to do to recruit outside businesses are the things we need to do to help our local businesses expand. So if we're doing one, we're doing both. So the fact that we have Tyler Sassy on here and that he wants to expand the park demonstrates the viability of this park as a business retention and expansion effort. The fact that we're looking at the Cheyenne Leads model helps us to create the recruitment model to be on the radar for those site selectors. So we're working very hard for all of those things.
Thank you. Appreciate those additional comments. I think Mr. Ford is up, and then Mr. Bell, and then I don't see any other hands raised. So in the spirit of brevity, I think we'll try to cut it off at that unless there's something very pressing.
Sure. Very good. So yeah, we'd just like to echo Matt and Phil's comments that it really is and both in terms of, retention and expansion and looking for those outside partners. But to circle back to Mr. Drell's question about competition and how we think about that or view that in light of this particular project. From a county perspective, from Energy Capital EDC's perspective, from the Office of Economic Transformation's perspective, we don't look to particularly compete with the existing landowners or developers because this pronghorn property is unique, has unique characteristics that are not available in other properties in this community. As Mr. Cole mentioned, of course, the scale of the power and the water services, the lot sizes, those things do make this property unique. And the other thing that we view this as is an opportunity to supplement the inventory of properties here in Gillette for any and all customers, to include those other folks that are already landowners, those folks that are in the development cycle for industrial properties already, for other folks that have, say, industrial parks. I'm one of those at Fort Union Industrial Park. I don't view this facility at all as competition with what I do for my day job at Fort Union. So you can take that from the horse's mouth that it's not competitive, it's unique. I think that one answer to that question about competition is to say that we, as the project proponents, the public-private partnership here, we don't have to necessarily sell right to the end user. There is very likely a need for this intermediate developer, and that would come from the pool of folks that are already in that business in this community. We're going to have land, we're going to have utility services, we're going to have an open gate for folks to go ahead and build on top of that well-established foundation. And it could be any realtor, any industrial developer that's already in this game that would benefit from this project by getting a jump start 6 months, 12 months, maybe even 18 months worth of time frame to have a subdivision in place, to have streets, water, sewer, power, and go ahead and develop your project, right? We want those folks as customers too. So Josh, I hope that answers some of that question about competition. Would stand for follow-up on that if you have it.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Mr. Bell.
Great, thank you. I appreciate all this conversation. I think other than Phil, I'm the only one on this call that's been involved with this since 2014. And so it's an exciting time to see some of this come to fruition, hopefully. And certainly, I can't say a lot of the things that have already been said better than have already been said, but I do believe that this has the flexibility, and the build out for this has the flexibility, like Mr. Cole and Mr. Olson were talking about. You take your utilities to the lot line. That first tenant that picks lot A, B, C, or D, or picks that area that they want, gets that build out. Well, then there's going to be utilities, and then obviously the site selectors have a less of a property to select, but it's still there. You know, the great thing about this is that we have potential tenants, and we also have property to have out there for site selectors. So great conversation we're having. I certainly could stand for any questions, but I might not be the best one to answer all of them. So, but I'll try if you have anything for me.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. And if you wouldn't mind just identifying your role in this.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I am the new director for the Office of Economic Transformation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Bell. Great. Well, with that, and seeing no additional hands raised, I think that we'll move back to Ms. Reed. And a big thank you to all the members and representatives from Campbell County for your patience as we work through this, but very insightful and helpful. So Ms. Reed, we are on to project number 2 from the town of Sundance.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. The town of Sundance requests a $2.8 million community readiness grant for the final phase of full restoration of the historic Old Stony building. The recommendation for this project is do not fund. The sandstone building was constructed in 1923 and was officially added to the National Register of Historic Places in 1985. At that time, the Crook County Museum District purchased the building from the Crook County Commissioners to preserve it as a historic site and expand the business options for the town. In 2017, the City of Sundance applied to the Business Council for a community readiness grant. The original request was for the full renovation of the building, but the project was broken into 2 phases on the recommendation of the Business Council Board. A grant for phase 1 was funded at $2.4 million. Phase 1 included full renovation of the basement and sub-basement, as well as the first floor. During phase 1, all the windows and exterior doors were replaced, and the building was re-roofed and made ADA compliant. The Business Council has also funded the community's Central Park project, which is on the same corner lot as Old Stony. Total funding for prior Old Stony projects equals about $3.2 million. With those investments, the assumption was that they would move the economic needle in the community. The basement of the building features the Crook County Museum gift shop and the 1887 art gallery, the leased offices of United States Senator Cynthia Lummis, and the Crook County Museum District, a rentable conference room and public restrooms. The sub-basement houses the archives for the museum. This second phase of the project will focus on the 3rd floor of the building. The 3rd floor features the original stage and auditorium area, as well as space for a catering kitchen, flexible conference room, meeting spaces, and public restrooms. This area will be designed to provide entertainment and meeting areas. The space is also large enough to accommodate weddings, dinners, and other celebrations. Community plans have identified the need for increased amenities and services. The downtown Sundance master plan has identified Old Stony as the anchor for the downtown area. Furthermore, the Sundance revitalization roadmap identified a need for increased amenities and services in the area. There is also potential to restore a historical building. However, this is not a goal or a priority of the Business Council BRC program. The community does have a goal for this project to increase sales tax by 1% each year. Devil's Tower National Monument in Crook County is a tourist destination, and the city sees potential to increase its sales and lodging taxes by marketing itself as a premier destination for meetings, conferences, and conventions. And there are also several letters of support included on page 110 of your board packet. The state consideration, the project aligns with the state's economic development strategy in the following ways. There's potential to add value to core industries in tourism and outdoor recreation. The compelling items for this project was that potential to add value to the tourism and outdoor recreation industry. The concerning items for this project is staff felt that this project fits better as a community project instead of a community readiness project. There is not a strong tie to direct business development. We did not find that the plans were sufficient to leverage that tourism industry. The BRC funding ratio for this project is 95%, and there is that prior Old Stony project funding of $3.2 million. Recommendation is do not fund. Happy to answer any questions, and I believe there are members of the community online as well.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. We appreciate the review of project number 2. And if anybody is on the call or probably being let in would be my guess. If you could just raise your hand if you represent the town of Sundance or any affiliated entity. I have a Miss Wood with a hand raised.
Hi guys, I'm gonna leave this video off. My internet's really poor here today. So if I leave the video off, it may work a little better. I thought Mayor Brooks was going to be in. Brady, do you happen to know where he is?
He looks like he's online.
I'm here.
Take it away, Frank.
Hi, I'm Paul Brooks. I'm the mayor of Sundance. I understand the project is expensive. I understand the things against the project. I will tell you, I've also been on the Sundance City Council since 1988, and back in the day, Old Stony was on the printed version of the Business Council's folders of the day or advertisement of the day. I guess first thing, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Brooks. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I've screwed this all up. Madam Chairman and members of the board, my name is Paul Brooks. I'm the mayor of Sundance. I'm here to advocate for this project. This project has been on the books forever. We've got it started. We've done all the work to the building. Unfortunately, by not doing the 3rd floor, we have an incredibly unenergy efficient solution in our community. I wish I was Gillette. I wish I had the access to staff that could quantify what is going on economically in my community. I can't. I can tell you that we get a lot of requests from various state agencies and things to have their trainings and meetings in Sundance. I think part of it's the community. I think a lot of it is the fact that it would be Sundance by day and Deadwood by night because of the proximity to Deadwood. But I'm not at a point where I can thumb my nose at any opportunity. So that being said, I'm advocating for this project. The museum has done very, very well in this building. And there was some reference to the park next to the building. What that building and park have done is and I don't know how it happens because we don't advertise it particularly, but I'm assuming it's some kind of a traveling software or TripAdvisor or something turns people off of the interstate. They didn't used to come through town. Now they go through town. They stop at that park. The kids play in the park. The parents visit the museum. And it's helped our museum to be a lot more used facility, which is good. The other thing that I'd like to tell you, and this is from a person who's been in government for 35 years. When I was young, you got a job in a community and you moved to that community and you did your job and you lived there. Now people are mobile. And so I have great industry in my town. I have Powder River Energy. I actually have the National Forest Service there. I have a hospital there. I have a school district there. What I feel is that without things like Old Stony, without things like the park, without things, you know, of that nature, those people are never going to want to live in my town. They're going to jump on the interstate and drive to one of the surrounding communities. So it's my belief, in order to make Sundance grow, I have to provide amenities that people want in order to facilitate them moving there. And unfortunately, because there's a lot of communities within 40 minutes of my town, I lose a lot of those families, which that takes a lot away from a community. When a family comes in and interviews at Powder River Energy and chooses to live in Spearfish, South Dakota, because I don't have the amenities that they would like, that's a killer for me, because I've spent my life trying to build a town here. So at that point, I'll yield the floor. You guys can ask me questions and I will do my best to answer them.
Thank you, Mayor Brooks. Ms. Tomasi.
Hi, Mayor Brooks. I remember this project, and I know at the time there was a lot of talk about the economic opportunity that just the first phase of Old Stony plus the park outside Old Stony was going to provide the community. And I just have a question. Do you see well, I have two questions actually. Do you see a difference economically before and after the phase one? Like, have you seen any other economic growth from the first phase?
If you drive around Sundance, you're going to see, especially out by the Kroll project, which was a business council project, you'll see at least 4 new businesses that are there. One of them is a metal business that builds sheds and little barns. One of them is that's associated with it, rolls out tin and flashing for buildings. We have Kroll's. We're in discussion with Kroll's at this point about they have a road products division, and with the infrastructure money, they are building a road division, and they don't want that integrated into their concrete business. So in fact, you know, we've just completed changing the, I guess annexing isn't the correct word. We have changed the zoning on some property to facilitate.
Mr. Brooks, you're on mute now. If you could unmute yourself.
Are you guys there still? It's like I went dead.
Yeah, we lost you there for a second, but you're back now.
Okay, sorry about that. Internet. I work in the internet. That's my real job. Boy, I'm happy today. Anyway, I see with the Kroll thing, you know, we're going to rezone that property. We're going to get a road products division there. So that's 3 businesses that will, 2 which are on the ground, boots on the ground, working right now. This road products thing is going to be similar in nature and employment of the Kroll Ready Mix Maintenance Facility that you guys funded several years ago. Downtown, our storefronts are full. The park, I understand there's skepticism about the park, but you know, when a small town dies, it's because they have torn down businesses. And when they, you know, the business catches on fire, they tear it down, and pretty soon that town looks like it's dying. My town doesn't look like it's dying, maybe because I have a park and I have Old Stony, but my town does not look like it's dying.
So the second part of my question, Mayor Brooks, is, so what other amenities or vision does the community have for itself? I know that when this project, the phase 1 was brought before, there was a lot of talk about remote workers, and because Sundance is a beautiful community. But what has the community itself done to kind of enhance itself?
Well, one of the things we lucked out, my other career is with the telephone company Range, and we have built out fiber to the home in the Sundance community. We have a lot of niche businesses. One of the problems that we see in Wyoming, or at least in our corner, is we provide a lot of service to people in the immediate area because of the fiber, but they use the town for their the town is where they go to obtain service, right? They come to town to eat, they come to town to buy groceries, they come to town to use a hardware store and so on. So the advent or the addition of the fiber's been very, very good for the town of Sundance. Once again, I don't have the depth of staff it would take to quantify what that's done on a dollar basis. I just don't have that. I wish I did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brooks. I don't see any other hands up at this point in time. Ms. Wood.
I'm not hearing her.
Thank you. Thank you, co-chairs and board. I understand very well that this project does not meet those base requirements and criteria that you guys have now adopted. I do want you to think about the fact that Sundance is not only rural, but rural and remote. And I think the studies that were shared earlier today in this meeting and some of those reports very much noted that anytime you have rural and remote and less populous, that you have limited opportunities. And Old Stony isn't just Old Stony. It is absolutely a symbol of what those opportunities are for our small communities in the state of Wyoming. Mr. Dorrell earlier today referenced that the Wyoming Business Council had a reputation previously for being known as a place to go for easy money. I would challenge you not to think about communities coming to you for easy money, but communities coming to you because there aren't other funding sources in the state for projects like Old Stony. It isn't just about the preservation of a building. It truly is about saving communities and the values that they embody, and that includes economic development. The opportunity with Old Stony that comes for economic development is a huge one for both our county and our region. Crook County does not currently have any events facilities of any kind. So if you are going to host an event of any sort, including weddings, you do so outside of the county. And I think that hopefully people can recognize that that industry alone brings in a lot of money. The Black Hills of South Dakota have over 50 wedding venues within 2 hours of us, and every single one of them is booked almost a year in advance in full. So the opportunity is there. There's no way for us to quantify what that opportunity looks like in jobs, especially into the formula that the Wyoming Business Council needs, and we recognize that. But I do hope that you'll look at this project and understand that it is about more than just those solid jobs. It has the opportunity to create a pretty big economic impact in a very small region. It would allow mothers who are now stay-at-home parents to open catering businesses, opportunities for events and rental businesses that don't currently exist. So there is opportunity here. I would also like to point out that there are now 5 rented offices from phase 1. Tyler Lindholm has left Senator Lummis's office, and his new business that he is with is renting another office. So again, all 5 offices downstairs are full. So I think there is opportunity for economic impact. This is a need that has been identified in the community that Mayor Brooks spoke to, is it's very difficult for us to bring people into our region without having those amenities in place. And again, I just don't see where there's many places in the state you can go to have support for these type of projects. The Wyoming Business Council is kind of the last ditch effort to get something finished. So I hope you'll consider this project. I understand that it's a do not recommend from the panel, but it does have merit and it will have economic impact.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Appreciate your comments. If you wouldn't mind just letting us know who you are.
This is Mayor Brooks again. I don't know what's happened to my screen. One of the things I'd like to also discuss with you guys really quick, and it's something that affects about 70% of towns in the state of Wyoming. A town in this state to be self-sufficient, you know, to have the rate base to support itself has to be 2,200 people. The rest of us, the towns beneath 2,200 people, rely on the direct distribution, which is at the will of the legislature. In my town, I want to get to 2,200 people. It's a hill I'm prepared to die on, is to go there, because I want to be self-sufficient. I don't want to have to ask for money every time there's a project that comes along. You know, the only two major sources of sales tax, which sales tax funds towns beyond the direct distribution, the only sales tax that I truly have is the grocery store, and they've made groceries exempt from sales tax, and the John Deere store, which they made farm machinery exempt from sales tax. So the fact of the matter is, I would like to do more for myself. I don't have the tools. And projects like Old Stony, well, they seem like they're very, very expensive for the bang for the buck. They're kind of my only way out. I mean, I'm painted into a corner here. I cannot do enough bake sales to finish that building. So I get the fact that we're not recommended. To parlay onto what Andrea said, you know, at the city, we get nonstop requests to use our park for a summer wedding. People don't take our park because if the weather turns inclement, we have nowhere for them to go. The auditorium portion of the third floor would give us the alternative. We would pick up those weddings that we can't even attempt to take on today. So there is some value in that thing. Once again, the frustration, we're too small to quantify that value. And I'll cede the floor. I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Brooks. And I just asked Ms. Wood, if you could just identify yourself so we know exactly who you are.
Yes, my apologies. My name is Andrea Wood. I'm the chairperson of the Crook County Museum District.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Wood. Appreciate that. We have a hand raised from the Wyoming Business Council office.
Thank you very much, Mr. Committee Chair. To both Ms. Wood and Mayor Brooks, one of my very first meetings was the first time we saw Old Stony. And then the second time we saw Old Stony come back through, I'm positive I cried. Positive. And I told myself today I'm not going to cry because you guys are so passionate about this project and so passionate about the value Old Stony brings to Sundance. I've gone up there and toured twice over the years during phase 1 and phase 2. And I think it's remarkable what you've done. It is beautiful. Here's the bottom line. This is a third ask. And we were in fact, I'm almost positive we were very clear after the first ask that we would not entertain a second application, but we did. And it was a really challenging conversation. It was a hard conversation, and honest to God, it got approved because of our heartstrings. But guys, we don't have that luxury anymore. We didn't have that luxury on the second ask. Between the time of your first grant that came from this council board and today, we have turned down multiple projects very similar to yours. Look at Sinclair. And their initial ask to us for $3 million for the, what was that building? Now I said it, the theater building. We cannot continue to say yes when we can't show that the investment pencils for the state. As much as our hearts want us to, and as much as we love your project, as much as we have loved other projects that we have said no to, we cannot, on the third ask, have any recommendation other than to not approve. And I am so sorry because we love your project. We've been partners with you for years on that project. But we also have to be disciplined business people and apply business acumen to what we do. And I recognize that there are not other sources that you have had access to for this, but our role is not to be the place of last resort. Our role is to fund viable, strong economic development projects that pencil. So I hate that we have to say that, but we do have to say that. That's our job. And I recognize that you are here because that is your job. So I appreciate everything, but I also recommend, I understand why the staff has that recommendation.
This is Mayor Brooks once again. I understand where you're at. I appreciate where you're at. I mean, every one of us in politics has to tell people no, and we don't like it. But what I would like to ask, if you were me, where would you look as a path forward? Because I feel like I'm painted into a corner with no path forward. We've got this far and we cannot complete. Do you have a path forward?
So, and I'm going to take this for Kim as she has to step out of the room here. But I think one of the things, and Josh and team will certainly work with you all on this. One of the aspects that we are so diligently focused on, and why we're focused on, just as Kim said, the ROI and the economic impact, is we're trying to make it so that we're able to move needles in communities, and communities are able to be economically viable to move some of these needles on community projects. And so what we've encouraged other communities that have been in a similar situation is to work with Josh and staff and to identify what are the problems that we're trying to solve for economic development that create the hurdle that doesn't allow you guys to grow beyond where you're sitting. What is that prohibits that economic growth for you to get to 2,400 and to be able to be self-sustaining? And so what we're encouraging, and where we are putting our focus and our investment is working with small communities and saying, let's figure out what those hurdles are, and then let's remove those obstacles. And so that's what we would look for a path forward through this. And once you've removed those hurdles and you have that economic viability, that opens up doors for the community projects that are there. And so that's where we're trying to push and where we're trying to focus our investment. And so that's really where we would encourage. And we're also encouraging, right, to have the conversation to make sure that we recognize what tools, what financial tools you heard in the P2P2 conversation that we had earlier. We are really wanting to have the conversation as a state, as a whole, around what financial tools are necessary for communities to get through those hurdles and fund the things that they want to fund for their communities. And so what we would encourage from this conversation is joining us in that path and having those conversations to figuring out how we address the obstacles that you face.
Madam Chairman, I would tell you, I think you're headed in the right direction. The peer-to-peer conversation is a solid conversation. The housing is a solid conversation. We could grow Sundance exponentially if we could find a way to build houses, but the way the framework for subdividers is, it is incredibly difficult to get a subdivider to build a subdivision of any consequence, because they'll sell half the lots, and that half the lot number is about the break-even point. So the fact is, somehow or other, I believe there's a change needs to be made definitionally in the business council's model that says, hey, you know what, we don't create wealth. But in fact, in this case, maybe we don't create wealth, but we guarantee, we're going to hold some lots in that subdivision so that you're made whole, Mr. Subdivider. I think little things like that could be very valuable. If I could grow my town to 2,200 people, I would have an economic development division that had enough resources to do anything. I appreciate what Gillette's doing. I question the fact, let me give you a real number. If you take the Sundance budget and divide it by the amount of people, I spend about $1,650 a person running the town of Sundance. I can tell you of the big 5 towns, because I used to be the president of WHAM, that of the big 5 towns, the minimum spends $23,000 a person, and the best run town in the state spends $38,000 a person. I am at a substantial financial disadvantage to those people. I understand what you're saying. I understand that you can't do it. I would plead with you that if I could get this thing behind me, we could move forward. If it's not in the will of the business council, I totally understand, and I appreciate you giving me the time to speak. And at that, I am done for today. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate your continued comments. Ms. Wood, thank you for your patience. You've had your hand up for a while.
No problem. Thank you so much. I just wanted to echo what Kim and the Business Council folks said about this project in particular, and about the changing criteria and what you have to look at moving forward for Wyoming. I have full respect for that and understand it. However, I think you also noted that there are multitudes of projects that you have turned down in this time period for projects very similar to this one. The very fact that you said that tells us so much about what is going on in the state of Wyoming with regard to communities of this size and their ability to build that infrastructure, to build that capacity. Guys, we just don't have it. And if the answer is not the Wyoming Business Council, then I need your help advocating to find out in the state of Wyoming, what is the answer? Where is that pathway? Because I'm going to tell you, when I get online and I go looking for grants for projects like this, and I look at our surrounding states, every single one of them does a better job at supporting the arts and supporting the communities and these type of community projects. We are awash in money, even on bad years, compared to our neighbors. So what are we going to do in the state of Wyoming to support our communities in projects like this that don't have the direct economic impact immediately that you are looking for in this agency, but certainly has economic impact long term? So I understand where you are today. I understand why this is a do not recommend, but I hope that you will see this as a symbol of what needs to be fixed in our current system.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Appreciate your comments. And at this point, I don't see that we have any other hands. So I'm assuming there's no further public comment. Give it a minute to see if any hands raise. Okay. Well, at this point, I think we can move back to Ms. Reed and move on to our third and final project. Thank you to everyone from the Town of Sundance, Ms. Wood and Mayor Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So the third and final project comes from the Casper-Natrona County Economic Development Joint Powers Board. They are requesting a $600,000 business committed grant for the acquisition of a manufacturing plant to allow for Foslock Environmental Technologies relocation out of China, with intentions of exporting Wyoming-made products within the United States and across the globe. The recommendation for this project is to fund as requested. The plant is located on 3.82 acres at 2199 Pyrite Road in Casper. The property features 2 buildings, one that is 12,000 square feet and one that is 22,000 square feet. PET has 3 current employees in Casper, and they plan to locate all their manufacturing to Casper. Wyoming has an abundant natural resource of bentonite, and when manufactured into Foslock, creates an environmentally safe and inert compound that reduces nutrient pollution in bodies of water. For the job quality, positions that are being created are primary jobs with that global exporting potential. The wages are 44% higher than the county median wage. PET currently employs 2 technical sales leads and 1 general manager, and they are anticipating creating 25 additional administrative and manufacturing jobs, with those wages being at $29.29 an hour in year 5. Natrona County's median wage is $20.35 an hour. And the company will also provide ample benefits to their employees, including 401k matching, dental insurance, disability, health insurance, life insurance, paid orientation, paid time off, paid training, vision insurance, and overtime. Review and analysis of the company's business plan did not raise any concerns. The company is contributing $5 million in capital investment. They are currently in the design phase with Caspar Building Systems to build out the plant, and that is where that is coming from, and that is estimated at $5 million. And their product is expanding into international markets. The Foslock technology, they are looking at expanding, and they have revised their R&D program to allow for further diversification into new market segments. Their target customers are municipalities, environmental consulting businesses, rural water associations, government entities that manage public lands, as well as public and private stakeholders in river and lake management conducting remediation of water. This project aligns with their local economic development goals identified in their comprehensive economic development strategy, or their CEDS, by prioritizing industry diversification. This project will also tie into local community goals of promoting resiliency in the region and encouraging rural development opportunities for workers who may need to transition between similar jobs when displaced from their primary occupation. The return on investment for this project is 197 days. The total annual impact for Natrona County is $1.1 million, and that's annually, that's per year. The BRC funding leverage is 57%. The other funding is coming from Advanced Casper and the Economic Development Joint Powers Board. And this project adds value to a core Wyoming industry of natural resources. Wyoming is the nation's leader in bentonite production, with more than 4 million tons produced each year and employing over 700 workers. Combined, all the bentonite mines in Wyoming contribute more than $11 million in taxes and royalties and over $48 million in annual payroll, providing significant contributions to the state. Finally, this project aligns with the state's economic development strategy by adding value to a core industry, driving innovation to create new markets for Wyoming extracted goods, encouraging development of new technology to expand current opportunities for Wyoming bentonite, and activating new economic sectors in advanced technology, or in advanced manufacturing, excuse me. Their revenue recapture plan is as follows. They will be recaptured via lease payments to Advanced Casper, with the option to purchase the facilities at a later date. BRC funds will recapture 25% of the grant amount, or $150,000, once the property is sold, and the community will recapture $88,000 in lease payments over 5 years, plus $900,000 upon facility sale. Revenue recaptured locally will be available to Advanced Casper and the EDJPB for future projects that benefit the local community. Some of these may include community events, business expansion loans, and funding to recruit businesses to the Natrona County area. Past funds have been used to relocate companies to Casper, provide funding for the Casper Startup Challenge to promote entrepreneurial ventures, and provide loans to businesses looking to expand their workforce in the area. The compelling items for this project was the return on investment is only about 6 months for the BRC program. This project encourages development of new technology to expand current opportunities for Wyoming bentonite. There's that $5 million CapEx that the company is contributing, and the wages are 44% higher than the county median wage. The only concerning item that we had on this project is that the company headquarters are located in Australia. However, we still recommend to fund this project as requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. I'm assuming there's going to be another brief lag here as we wait for potential members of Casper and Natrona County Economic Development to join. But when they do join, if they could just raise their hand to identify themselves. And we have a Mr. Justin Farley with his hand raised. Mr. Farley.
Excuse me. Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Committee Chair and Madam Co-Chair. My name is Justin Farley. I'm the head of Advanced Casper, the organization formerly known as Casper, or CADA, Casper Area Economic Development Alliance. I've been working with Foslock for a couple of years. Just a couple of clarifying points. The Foslock is a 30-year-old company that's publicly traded in Australia. Their manufacturing plant is what is in China, and that is what we are positioning Casper and Wyoming to be the beneficiary of. So they will eventually move out of manufacturing in China and do all of their manufacturing out of Wyoming. The majority of their business is Europe, so the goal is to grow out the Americas and continue to supply Europe with their product, which is cutting edge and great. We have leased this building for a year with that option. Foslock contributed dollars, our Economic Development Joint Powers Board committed dollars, Advanced Casper committed dollars. And so we are in that for about $109,000. And then we want to exercise that option to purchase, which is why I'm in front of you today and representing Foslock. Bush Heathman is their general manager. He may be on this call as well. I jumped on quite a bit early. I have empathy for your difficult job and that you guys have decisions to be made on that. And so with that, I would just take any questions or that you might have of me or of Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Farley. Mr. Heathman, anything that you wanted to add to Mr. Farley's comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for considering our application. My name is Bush Heathman. I am a Casper resident. Been listening to your meeting today. I got to listen to a little bit of the previous conversation as well as around Sundance. I actually lived in Spearfish for 12 years. And one thing they actually brought to light in my head is that manufacturing can actually help in many ways to communities, smaller communities as well. I'll take, for example, Belfouche, South Dakota just installed a manufacturing plant that was moved from China to Belfouche and created over 140,000 jobs. Now, that's not what we have envisioned right off the bat, but definitely you can see the impact there. And I wish the mayor of Sundance all the best in his adventure to seek funding. Back on to the Foslock side of things. Yes, we are an international. We have an international presence. We actually have a really good presence in the scientific community here in the United States. To date, I have moved over 100 tons of our product to different lakes, rivers, streams, reservoirs in the United States to help nutrient pollution, cyanobacteria, harmful algal blooms, definitely contributing to the health of the overall ecosystems in our waterways in an environmentally sensitive way, using bentonite as 95% of our product. The other 5% is lanthanum, so we're developing a lanthanum modified bentonite. Plant capacity could be anywhere from 6,000 to 9,000 tons per year. And I would say that internationally or globally, we could definitely see, providing that much to the world. Our areas that we are heavily involved in right now are definitely the United States. That's one of our biggest target markets right now. I am the general manager of Foslock USA, in charge of all business activity. I live here in Casper, and we definitely have some challenges in China. Doing business over there, as you know, is becoming more difficult. I see it on TV, or at least for the past several years. We see that it is becoming more difficult. I can attest that it is becoming more difficult. The business wants to move that relationship out of China into something that's a little bit more familiar territory, even for an Australian company. Having a manufacturing plant here in the United States is key to continuing business and definitely top of mind to our board as well. So we would love to see Wyoming made products distributed worldwide, not only within the United States, but everywhere else as well. So thank you for considering our application, and I'm definitely open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Heathman. Ms. Tomasi, you are Johnny on the spot once again. Firsthand.
I am. As folks talk, questions just pop up and I have to ask. So Mr. Farley or Mr. Heathman, talk to me a little bit about the building itself, the physical building. How is it in good repair? What adaptations do you have to make? And how are you going to pay for anything that might come up? And equipment, how are you going to pay for that?
So Bush, I'll just put my 2 cents in and then you can certainly follow up. So the fact that Foslock is a publicly traded company in Australia, their financials are all you can view them at any time on their website. They have a cash reserve. The whole idea behind the structure of this business or structure of this deal is to allow them to use their capital to do the improvements. The building is in good repair. The city is going to step in and waive any fees that we need to hook to the sewer line. It has all the space that's needed, but the plant build out itself is what was alluded to earlier in the application. That's at $5 million. And that's going to fall on Foslock to do those improvements over time so that they can meet their demand.
Yes, that's correct. And we are actually in a design permit phase with Cathbar Building Systems at this point, gathering costing and getting permit documents prepared. We have contract with the city of Casper in place already, the utilities, water, and electric. Even though we're outside the city, we fall in their jurisdiction. So we have an outside city contract with them. We've been developing our economic ecosystem here in town. We just signed a contract with the Bark firm, who's an advertising agency to specifically campaign here in the United States. And we see, the revenues that we're going to receive over the next definitely 12 months will be there in order to help facilitate the costs of the build out. The manufacturing plant itself is very simple design. It's nothing intricate. There's not a whole lot of structural modifications that need to be done. It's all internal. The building is in good repair. The main plant is double T construction. The secondary building is newer and will be used for storage. We will be updating the civil infrastructure and have all that laid out with also removing the septic system that is, it still works, but we would like to tie into the city sewer and bring everything up to code.
If I might add, please, so we've also flushed this out with our financial institutions, private sector, and they're fantastic. Jonah Bank and Hilltop and Platte Valley and First State Bank and First Interstate Bank. The common denominator there is that none of those banks have a branch in Brisbane, Australia. So that on their balance sheet was a little offsetting, but so it's really where the role of the state comes in with alongside our community to roll out this welcome mat and allow them to build out this facility. So private financing is certainly, will be on the table once they have an established plant and are doing business.
Okay,
yeah, that's a good point. I'm sorry, I have to add to that because it is challenging for us to find conventional ways of financing when transitioning out of, our Chinese manufacturing plant into the United States, which is exactly, what we want to do, though there are challenges. So we have a certain amount of product stock that is overseas. We're bringing that in. I've got about 500 tons of stock in the United States, Savannah, Georgia right now, though we pay a 25% tariff on that. So we're not changing our prices to pass that down to lakes, rivers, or streams. We're actually absorbing that right now. So the cost of the transition is very costly, and it's going to take some time and resources to do it. So anything that we can seek and any opportunity that may be available to us, we're very keen to taking advantage of that.
Thank you, gentlemen. I can only assume that we lost Miss DeVore because she's in Australia opening a new branch. Is that correct?
Jasper is definitely the continual snow globe today.
Okay, I do not see any more hands at this point in time. So at this point, we'll close public comment. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate your insights, and we'll be turning it over to the board now. We'll review these projects individually. So you're welcome to hang on and stay tuned for that, but we appreciate your thoughts. Okay. Well, here we go. We will start with the first project, Campbell County. The Pronghorn Industrial Park development. I'll open it up to any comments out there, or if somebody would so choose, they can make a motion. If that motion is seconded, we can have further discussion as well. So any hands up? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Just wanted to make a quick comment. Had the opportunity to meet with the Campbell County group with Brandy Harlow here a little while before they brought it, kind of as that field process. And I think they really showed the need and their ideas for the site like they expressed today. What I like to see was that they are already open to and adapting to what Insight is suggesting to them, and that they're really kind of taking this approach that we're trying to push these communities towards of working with Insight. And I think they'll continue to listen to the continued feedback. So those are my thoughts from visiting them in person.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Appreciate your thoughts. There's a hand raised. Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I think the project's a very good project, and I think we had a ton of questions around this because we're trying to make sure that what we learned yesterday is not taken lightly as we look for investment, right? I mean, one of the biggest things that we've been trying to do is making sure that we have good information to make good decisions, and we got some really good information yesterday. And so I think this project is a good project, and I'm in support of it. However, I'm trying to figure out how to make sure that the build out of this is in light of what we're learning from Insight. Because I'm going to be really honest, in the conversation today, I heard some elements that might be, and then sometimes I heard things that were totally contradictory to what we were hearing yesterday from Insight. And so the waters are a little bit muddy for me, and I'm just looking for, I guess, a way to make sure that if we fund this project, that we're not funding exactly what we learned yesterday that we shouldn't be doing with our business parks to be able to make them viable for industries, especially when I hear that we want a blended of business expansion and retention. but also being able to potentially do some recruitment. And so I guess I'm trying to figure out how we construct that in a way that ensures our investment is in line with the guidance that we are getting from experts. And we make sure that we're not funding something that we're going to regret later. So I think I just am looking for what the best way to do that to make sure that they continue, whether it's continue to work with Insight or whatever, to make sure that we don't overbuild this business park for its intent.
So I think that's a good point. I'm open to suggestions, but maybe it's as simple as a motion to approve with the involvement of Insight. And I think there would be a question to the applicant as to whether or not the existing ask would fund that, or if they would need a small incremental amount to fund that additional consulting. Does that make sense, Madam Co-Chair?
That absolutely does. Thank you.
Mr. Durrell, you had a hand up, but you took it down.
Yeah, Mr. Committee Chair, I guess my question would be back to the folks on our team, including Brandy, to get it down to the spot of, I never really, I hear what you're saying, that it was a little bit murky, but we have to use the Insight information as part of our thinking, utilize what we gathered today as part of our thinking, and nothing is going to be crystal clear. But what I guess the question I have is, we're not going to take infrastructure and put it throughout this site and start chopping it up and cutting it up and doing things very specific. We're getting to the edge of the industrial park. And I believe that matches up with the EDA funding, because they also have some pretty good frameworks for making sure that an industrial park, their investment serves multiple businesses, not just one. And so I think maybe that could help with the question you're trying to get at, Madam Co-Chair.
I think we're getting close to where we need to be, for sure.
Yeah.
Miss Thayer.
I think you touched on one of my concerns. The other concern I'm having a little bit is, since I've been on this board, we had another project somewhat similar, the Douglas Industrial Park, and they didn't have any prospective tenants when they brought this, and we asked them to go back and tighten things up and clean things up. And so I'm just having a little replay on my mind on that project that we did not fund the first time, and then they brought it back to this board with a little more detail. So it's a little bit going through my mind I wanted to share.
Thank you, Ms. Thayer. Mr. Durrell.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I think we just want to remember that particular project was a housing development, and it was not an industrial park.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, Mr. Smith.
Brandy, I don't know, in regards to Josh's question he asked, is there any color that you can add to that situation?
Sure. Committee Chair, couple things. This project, they have definitely they have met with Insight. They've met with Insight, I think, actually an additional time. We actually have 2 projects in Campbell County. So a lot of that team actually met with the folks with the town of Wright. So they have really taken this Insight consulting seriously and learned a lot from it. They are planning on building that infrastructure to the lot line. That's what it says in the EDA grant as well. I know that there was a question, one of the first questions Kathy talked about was phases. This project started, I think they said in 2014. So there has been several phases of this project, but this is the phase that will get infrastructure to the lot line. They have a couple other things, I think a secondary road that they had talked about, but this is really the project. And then keep in mind, they also have that EDA grant that's bringing most of that infrastructure. This is just for the sewer line itself. as for recruitment and expansion, I think that goes hand in hand, and they need to work with Insight to understand what their market is, because it's a pretty specific market in Campbell County because wages are super high. So you can't just attract any industrial manufacturer. So it needs to be that high wage sector. Does that help?
It does help. And I think it's good to know how involved Insight has been along the way.
And I would add, I would be happy to, I work with this group fairly closely, and hopefully we can keep Insight working with them as well. But I try to participate on their industrial park task force and stay involved in this project as it's built out.
Thank you, Brandy. Well, I think some good comments. Does anybody want to take a stab at crafting a motion?
Mr. Committee Chair, I'll make a motion to accept staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Mr. Aaron's has made a motion. Ms. Tomasi has seconded. Any further discussion? Sensing you're ready to vote, would all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. All right, the ayes have it. Thank you, everyone. We are moving on to the Town of Sundance project, the Old Stony next phase. I'll take any comments, or if somebody wants to offer a motion, same process as we just went through. I'd like to raise your hands.
I'll move that we approve staff's recommendation.
Madam Co-Chair has approved, has motioned to approve staff recommendation.
And I'll second that.
There is a second by Ms. Johnson. Any discussion? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to make a quick comment. I had the opportunity to visit Sundance as well, and it's an amazing building, and that group of folks, they're doing fantastic things, and I don't blame them for the effort they've put forth, and I very much appreciate what they've done or continuing to do for their community in their corner of the state, and for what they brought forth at this meeting. But with that in mind, I would very much agree with the discussion and the staff recommendation that it just doesn't fit our model of what we fund. But I would like to say thank you to them so much for sharing and doing so much for our state.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any additional comments?
The only thing that I think is important, Mr. Committee Chair, is just to note that on this one, the staff recommendation is a do not fund. So a support for it is to not, in support of the motion, is to not fund the project. Just, I think, point of clarification.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other comments or discussion? I think before we vote, I just wanted to echo Mr. Smith's comments and thank the people of Sundance, thank Mayor Brooks, thank Ms. Wood for bringing this to the Business Council, for their passion for this project, for the passion for Wyoming and for this town. This isn't a bad project. It just doesn't fit the mold of BRC. And I think Ms. DeVore articulated that, and we appreciate their understanding. I think they brought many things to the table, and I hope that the Business Council can work with the mayor and with others in Sundance to help address some of the issues, because it's not just Old Stony. Even if this were approved, I don't know that would solve the issues in Sundance, but he brought up many, many issues. Not that we're going to solve them all, but I hope that the Business Council can play a role in moving forward, because he clearly has a vision for the town of Sundance, wants to see it grow and prosper and become self-sustaining, and we'd love to help them get there. I don't see any other hands. So on that note, sensing you're ready to vote, would all in favor of the motion to not approve funding, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Funding is not approved. Moving on to our third and final project, the Casper and Natrona County Economic Development Joint Powers Board project. If there's any comments, or if anybody would like to propose a motion, please do so by raising your hand. Ms. Tomasi,
I move that we accept the board's recommendation as stated.
Ms. Tomasi has made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Klein.
Mr. Smith has seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I think it's just a thing to note and to thank the community of Casper. This is a great ROI project. There's a lot of benefit out of this, and plus the dollars that we're looking for to finish this off are a great representation of, kind of the partnerships where we can have, appropriate investment in a project and get the ROI benefit that we're looking at for the state. So I just think it's an important thing, and to thank Casper and all involved for the project and the ROI that it brings, and working those numbers and making sure to bring a good solid project forward.
I agree. And if I'm not mistaken, this is our second ROI project that's come to us that has an ROI of less than 200 days. And it is great to see these. So thank you to the town of Casper. All right. Well, sensing you are ready to vote, would all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. All right. I think we are done with the investments committee, and I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Co-Chair.
Great, thank you. Well, full agenda as always, and lots of hard decisions and hard discussions, but I certainly appreciate this board and the willingness to have those conversations and work through all of this work that we have to do. And so I'd just like to thank you all for the last year and for your commitment. And I've certainly appreciated working with all of you, and I look forward to working with all of you this next year, and Ms. Tomasi as co-chair, and Mr. Klein, Mr. Ernst. So congratulations, and we will plan SLIB meets in April, and they'll meet to review the decisions that we made today. And then we'll have standing committee meetings in April. Ms. Tomasi, I know, will be reaching out to get committee assignments and get all of that coordinated so everybody knows what it looks like for the new year. Each time we switch a board and start a new year, committees and all of that stuff change. So she'll be working on that. And our next regular board meeting will be in May in Gillette. And let's hope it's not snowing and we all get to see each other in person. And I will look forward to that. So with that, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
I have it moved by Mr. Klein, second by Ms. Tomasi. And all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.